Peace and love. It's your boy Don Kilam. I'm in the building in Orlando, Florida, with the Gifted Guardians, with Jason May, all the way from North Carolina. Man, he drove down here, and we're gonna bring you a spectacular podcast today, talking about what we do, protecting generational dreams.
That's right. We're here to talk about estate planning, how to protect your assets, and how to protect your family assets. And let's let Don tell us a little bit how he got started into all this.
Well, I was homeless under a bridge starting off, and I said, I'm a man, so I have to learn to walk by faith, not by sight. I led myself here, and since that belief, like I declared this, I had like a sit down with myself. We believe in the power of affirmations, the spoken word, abracadabra. We create what we speak, and I started learning business credit. I started learning about personal credit, business finances. I've already was led to certain information through the Moors and the Hebrew Israelites and all these different groups. Some of the groups that you actually say you learn from.
Oh, yeah.
And I just never looked back ever since. Like, I already got myself out the before I was homeless. I got myself out of the federal penitentiary with this information, by understanding that the name is a business and everything is a tax issue.
Oh, yeah. I get it.
So, what led you to Don Kilam? What led us together, man?
Well, it's probably, a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago. I saw some of your videos and stuff online. So I started listening to a lot of stuff that you were saying and looking the information up. And, of course, all of it lined up and was accurate. And I know a lot of it was structured around structuring businesses. And, of course, I was already running a business, so I started looking into it and, started to learn about, how I never made my name a business and really structured things properly to protect my assets. And, of course, I just started listening to some of your information and studying it.
So, understanding that you was already looking for something that led you to me, what was it that you was looking for?
I was looking for financial freedom like most people are. I had a business, but I really owned a job. I wasn't really running the business the way that I guess I thought that it should be, because it always seemed like no matter what you did, it was still a little bit of a struggle to stay on top. Wasn't quite working paycheck to paycheck, but not much different. So I started looking at how the businesses were structured, and then I started to learn more about estate planning and how to structure your all your family affairs and stuff around the business and protect all your assets. And of course, that's what you were talking about.
Um, One of the key words that people look up when they searching for estate planning or us, I would say, is the secure party creditor keyword. That's a keyword, or sovereignty.
Yes.
Or the so-called sovereign citizen. We stay away from that word. We stay away from the citizen word in the private sector. But to sum everything up, that's what it is. It's the private sector.
It is. I mean, you're just securing your assets and you having control of them instead of somebody else having control of them. You just don't realize that you're not structured that way. And, that's what I started to learn is I just needed to structure everything around business and a way to protect your assets. And, I mean, everybody has the right to do that. And, of course, if you can save money on taxes and stuff that way too, then, there's ways that you can save money. A lot of the bigger businesses and stuff, they already know these things.
All right. Now, I clearly remember when you came, it was called the Golden Ticket.
Yeah.
You got the Golden Ticket. We had the 2-day webinar in Atlanta last year. So it's ironic that we're about to have an Atlanta webinar in November. And one of the guys that was Nolan, so shout out to Nolan, man. He's not with us today. But
yeah.
Shout out to Nolan. He'll be there November 11th in Atlanta. with Chief Amir. And what was the biggest thing you think you learned in Atlanta?
I realized how much more I needed to learn.
I remember we created a trust.
We did, and I didn't really understand completely at the time.
That was last year, but now
Yeah.
you're operating under trust.
Oh yeah, yeah,
We've created an unincorporated association,
yeah.
so you're learning how to create your own government as well.
Oh yeah,
You're learning the different jurisdictions about the government, tribal jurisdiction.
yeah.
That's where we got Chief and Mayor.
Oh yeah,
Private contracts, which a key thing to take away, I believe everybody should take away, is that the government cannot interfere with a private contract.
oh no, it's under the Constitution.
Article 1, Section 10.
That's right. So that's what you're doing, is creating private contracts and controlling your assets that way.
So, like we was talking about, we helped out Keon today, and at the real estate office.
Oh yeah, earlier
Right.
today.
Yeah, and don't worry, we got that tomorrow as well. But the key thing we showed him, because I brought it to his attention, because he said he was studying consumer law.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
that's a lot of work. So shout out to anybody that's putting in work and learning consumer law. But I said consumer law is just regular codes and statutes.
yeah.
And you don't even need codes and statutes. So what law, when we set up the unincorporated association, what law was implemented when we established that with Truist Bank?
Oh, our governing law.
Yes. What was the governing law?
The governing law was universal law and the Holy Bible.
And common law.
And common law.
Yes.
That's right.
So no codes, no statutes.
No codes, no statutes. That's the way that business operates. I mean, which, most people should look at it and say, well, that's pretty honorable. So, yeah, you get to choose your jurisdiction. So why not choose God's jurisdiction?
Right. That's right.
Yeah, that's the best one to be under, I believe. So a lot of people don't realize that that's what they're doing sometimes whenever they form a trust. And then when it's just to protect their assets, their home and property, the things that they've worked to acquire, not to go out and bother anybody else, but to protect the things they've worked for. Everybody has the right to do that. It's just you got to learn how to do that.
And when you went and established the unincorporated association for the gifted guardians, what did the banker tell you about it? It's not interest bearing?
Non-interest bearing and no tax reporting.
No tax reporting.
That's right, no tax reporting.
So someone's starting off that's just now learning with us. What's the first thing that you would tell them to do? Like same way with today. What's the advice you gave him today?
Make his name a business.
Make his name a business.
That's the very first thing that you should do.
And how do we go about that?
Well, they already gave you a name and number. That's the Social Security number. So go and open up a business bank account with that name and number. And then now you've got a bank account that shows that name is a business, but you're using a business bank account instead of a personal bank account. So, of course, then you can start to use some of your family expenses as a family business expense and write those things off. So that's the easiest thing for somebody to first start off and do. And then you can get it recognized with the state with a DBA or an assumed business name. That way you've got some recognition with it. And that creates some separation between you and that name and Social Security number. So that's a good first step. And then you can start to learn about how to do other business things and start to change your perception on the way that you, instead of everything being personal, everything is about business.
Everything's business.
Then you can start to learn about a trust and, LLCs and corporations and how to...
Nonprofits.
That's right.
508c1As.
Yes.
These are private ministry trusts.
Yeah. And I mean...
So my main things what I taught today, if you go on the LLC route, and there's different ways. We have established different ways to operate either anonymously or with minimum taxes.
Oh yeah.
So the first way I taught people was, because you were talking about the sole proprietorship.
Yeah.
I tell people make their name a limited liability company.
Yeah.
and have a holding company establish this limited liability company. And the holding company needs to be in one of the 5 charging order protection states, which the 2 main ones are Nevada and Delaware.
Yep.
Then we got what, Alaska?
Alaska, I think New Mexico, Wyoming.
New Mexico is one you can remain anonymous.
Yep.
But Alaska, yeah.
And Wyoming.
Wyoming for sure, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's benefits to the laws and stuff in other states for your companies and stuff that you're going to set up. So, you know, there's going to be times that you need to structure it that way to protect your assets.
Right.
I mean, that's everybody's right to protect their assets, but everybody don't seem to understand a first step into doing it.
The main key I want to break down. So with the holding company, we make sure it's manager managed. You can be the manager, or I can even have you be the manager, appoint me as the new manager, and you can resign right away, and we don't have to update anything with the Secretary of State in these charging order protection states.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And then the operating company say, I'm in Missouri. You make your holding company the single member of the operating company.
Yeah.
So you invoke those protections.
Yep.
But these protections is automatically implemented when you establish a 508c1a faith-based ministry trust.
Yep.
Or unincorporated association. It's automatic.
Yeah. Either one of those.
Right.
Yeah, it just depends on which way you want to do it.
And this helps with court, traffic tickets. As long as there's not a victim, it's not a real crime.
That's right. I mean,
it's commercial.
Yeah, everything is about money, commercial and stuff. I mean, they charge you. Ain't that a financial term, charge? So yeah, they want to charge you.
That's it.
They want to get a little bit of money.
So listen, there's a lot of people talk about the name being spelled in all capitalized letters. Does this make a difference?
Yeah, I mean, it shows that it's a business.
It's in commerce.
Yeah, I mean
that's their rules, not ours, right?
That's right. It looks like my name, but it's spelled different. So, yeah, I mean, it's not you. It's a name and a number. It's already a business. It's just you've been claiming everything personal instead of claiming everything to be a business. You just have to change your perception about the way that you look at it. Because, I mean, you know, I've got a company now, and I buy toilet paper for that company for my employees and stuff. If my family is my business, then can I buy toilet paper and use it as a business expense for my family too? Yeah.
How I started making the family a business was with the 508c1a ministry trust.
Yeah.
I'm like, we pray over food. You know, that's my congregation.
Oh yeah.
You know, so that's how I had looked at it.
Well, you're supposed to have a personal relationship. That's going to start at home. So, isn't that where your ministry starts? From home.
And just like Russia, they have a prime minister.
Yeah.
Vatican is its own country. A lot of people got to realize this. So it's always been church versus state. Your state is its own country, considered its own country.
Yeah.
So that's when, and the reason why I'm bringing that up is because when you understand the contract law, you understand the rights. You don't have a right when you're an adjective. When I'm saying that, when you want to claim you're white, you're black, you're a color, that's not a nationality. That's an adjective. You're no longer a noun anymore.
Yeah.
This is a black microphone. Black is the adjective. Microphone is the noun. So black is an adjective.
Yeah.
That's just in the law's eyes.
Yeah, a lot of it's kind of hid in plain sight. Whenever you start to understand it, reading it, then you start to see more of what it means.
And so this is the way we give up our rights. Now, with that being said, the name is a business. Being black is a business. Being a color is a business called color of law.
Yeah.
So this is how they can take rights away from you. We got a class tomorrow, a webinar, Bills of Credit webinar.
Yeah.
So you want to elaborate on that, on basically on what you've been teaching?
Oh yeah, those bills are distribution checks from the investment security, the application that you give to them. So of course what they do is they bundle those together and sell them, and they're sending you a dividend check.
So to put this in another terms, so to speak, only a president can approve a bill, right or wrong, or pass a bill.
That's right.
So anytime you get a monthly bill that you think is a debt, it's really a check.
Yeah, it's investment. It's the dividends and stuff off of the investment where they sold it on the market.
And this is the importance of keeping a trust or an unincorporated association so you can deposit these.
Yes, if it's not structured right, then of course you can't utilize the benefits of it. So yeah, you've got to have your businesses structured right and those bills coming in the right way in order to really to do it the way that we're supposed to all know how to do it.
Let's talk about that mortgage letter I seen. Let's talk about the 2 mortgage letters. Tell me about your mortgage letters, man. What was you doing?
Oh, I was filing the right taxes and stuff on it to balance the books, um, and of course then you get a tax rebate on that or tax credits, um, and then I was changing my mortgage. I put it over into my family trust, and so I was trying to update the monthly bill with the mortgage company. So I sent them the documents and stuff that they asked for, but then they came back and they really wanted me to show them more documents and stuff showing that I had an interest in the
I
property.
seen it ask for your birth certificate.
Yeah, yeah. They knew that the laws and stuff. I'd done everything
Mr. Cooper.
right. Yeah, yeah. They never released the security interest in it with the original mortgage company. So yeah, I had to send them a letter to try to get them to release the security interest in it. And they got no record of me in their system at all. But yet
Wow.
But yet
Wow.
it's still on the county record that they hold the security interest in it when they've sold the note. So they sold it, but they didn't, release the security interest in it. So I hold all of the security interest in it, and then I did the quitclaim deed to transfer the title over to the trust. And I mean, I did it all myself. I just read whenever I was trying to do it,
Right.
and not trying to do anything wrong.
By the way, we're not licensed attorneys or tax experts. We do
No,
this for educational and informational purposes only.
no. I mean, I can read definitions and words and stuff and start to learn. I mean, if you want to know more about banking, make a banker your best friend.
Right, that's right.
If you want to know more
And
about
what's your banker's name? One of the best friends?
Amanda.
Amanda. Shout out to Amanda.
Oh yeah, she's great. She really is. I mean,
She helped us with the unincorporated association.
yeah, everybody.
And all your trusts, your family trust.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, she's helped me with a lot of those things. I mean, that's what they're for. That's what their job's for. So I mean, you don't have to know everything before you go in there and start talking to them, and plus, you end up making friends with people and stuff that's right there locally in your community and
Right.
everything, and they might be doing some things that would help them, and they see you doing it, and so it might help them as well.
Absolutely.
So I mean, isn't that what they're
Absolutely.
supposed
Just
to be
like your
doing?
sons, Aiden and Jackson. Shout out to Aiden and Jackson. They've been helping with the business. Their names are businesses.
Oh yeah,
It was Jackson.
yeah.
They took 0 out of all of his checks. He wiped it out. There's no more taxes being taken out of his checks. No more
No,
Medicare. No more Social Security.
no, because
Nothing.
we made his name a business, so now he's going to be responsible for all of his own taxes, and of course he's got a business to do that with. And that's a good start for especially kids and stuff to start that way. So
Right. And he's 20.
yeah, he's 20.
20.
So I mean, it's like this. I told him, I said, whether what I'm trying to learn is right or wrong. I said, if you start to communicate with the IRS and stuff and have a business set
They're
up,
your friend.
I said, you're going to learn the right way,
Right.
whether the way I'm telling you is right or not.
Don't be scared to talk to the
No.
IRS. They actually help you. They're the actual tax experts out here.
Yeah.
That's their job to help us with this, to help us balance the United States national debt.
Yeah, I mean that's what the people at the courthouses and stuff are there for. Like a county recorder's office. They have rules that they have to go by in order to record documents. That way that you don't have a lot of wasted space with paperwork that's hard to understand. So it's not my rules; it's theirs. So that's the best person to learn from whenever you go file a document or something. If they don't file it, maybe you've got something wrong, ask them. And then you can see what you need to do. So it's not like you're going to just go in there and expect them to file some documents that they can't file. Then you're mad and you're creating controversy, and they're really there to help you.
So, let's go back to November 11th, our event. What do you think people are going to learn from us all? From first of all, what do you think you expect people to learn from you?
I try to get them, looking at things like from a basic business perspective first, from home, and once they can get that in their head, then they start to look at everything else as more like businesses. Then you can get more structured with corporations, LLCs, trusts, estates, and all those things. But just to get people looking at their expenses like their business expenses, because it's really just the way that you see it. And I mean, that's what really matters is when you can see it, then you start to do something about it.
That's
And
right.
and then you can kind of make your own path along the way. But you got to start somewhere. You got to take the first step. And I think that's making the name a business and just knowing go set a bank account up and
That's what
start
I tell
operating
people
it.
to do first. Make a name a business. And this can be good used for a lot of different aspects. And I'm not telling everybody what to utilize it for. It's whatever your firsthand knowledge and beliefs, really, on what you understand and comprehend. But I've since making my name a business, I made my name business in Missouri in 2018. I was able to get myself out of the federal penitentiary, state cases, tickets, debt, child support, you name it, and this is all on a court record.
Oh yeah.
You've seen my docket sheets. You've seen me get out of child support. You see me. This is what I do, and I also make my children's name the business. A parent is a pair who rents. Child means property of a corporation. That's your son or that's your daughter.
Oh
You're
yeah.
the father or you're the mother.
Yeah.
All these other terms are commercial.
Oh yeah. All of it is commercial. All of it is business. So I mean, everybody's got to quit taking things personally and then start to look at everything from
That's
a
it.
business perspective. And then you can do it the right way. Whatever your family's interested in, you can do that because you're turning those activities and stuff into a business, a family business.
And after there's more to it than just making your name a business. You have to understand there's an alter ego doctrine.
Oh
They've
yeah.
been enforcing that really lately since 2022. So you have to understand how to utilize a holding company or the unincorporated association or the trust correctly.
Yep.
When you think of Michael Jordan or Donald Trump, those are business names.
Oh yeah.
Not only they're the personal name, they're business names. So I guarantee people look to sue them all the time, so they're not even gonna hold personal assets, especially with anything with their name on it.
Oh no, they're going to separate themselves from all
Right.
those things because you don't want the liability. You know, so of course you want to put it in some type of business structure. I mean, that's what everybody does. If you talk to somebody that does real estate, a lot of people would tell you to for every property that you buy to have a different LLC.
Right. Holding that's Clint. That's the Clint Coons way. Shout out to Clint
Yeah,
Coons.
yeah.
But I mean, that's where I learned charging order protection. He does business and real estate. He's a business and real estate lawyer.
But
So
you know, by the time you get to that point, if you start with making your name a business and taking care of all your things at home, then those things start to make a lot more sense and it's easier to understand. So then you know which avenue you want to go with it. Then you can know, well I want a LLC, or you may not be investing in something that things that aren't real expensive. So it may not matter as much
right.
depending on how you want it structured. Those questions are a lot easier to ask whenever somebody has some foundational principles with it.
And if you're new to this, Google who owns the United States national debt.
Yep.
It belongs to the Social Security Trust Fund. People gotta understand that the government's running off something called full faith and credit. The "In God We Trust" is real trust.
Yeah.
Fiat currency is not lawful money. Gold and silver is lawful money. So we're living in a credit system. That's part of the matrix. Part of the matrix is the paperwork game. Part of this accounting system that we're living in. And it's been going on for thousands and thousands of years.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's been around, this old law merchant.
Yes, the law merchant. Dealing with certificates, the birth certificate, it ties back to Roman law,
Oh yeah,
canon law.
it's in the Bible. It talks about the bondwoman. It's a birth bond. but somebody else has that documented. So you got to create your own stuff and stop using everything that was given to
We
you.
talked about that today too,
Yeah.
which is patents of nativity,
Yeah.
affidavits of birth.
Yeah.
What else did we? Family Bibles work for identity.
Yeah, that's what everybody used to use. You wrote it in your Bible and you took it to the county recorder's office and recorded it.
Instead of what would Jesus do, we could say what would the Amish do?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they stay outside the scopes of the government.
Yeah.
What would the Jewish do?
Yeah. They stay outside.
They
of
stay
the same-
outside the scopes of the government. And their law, because when we was talking about our Constitution, is outside the scopes of codes and statutes. Jewish law is outside the codes and statutes because they're still following the Torah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the Amish code is.
Oh yeah.
I don't know where they get their law from.
I'm not sure. I haven't really looked into it.
But just like Jehovah's Witnesses, they got their own. So Freemasons,
Oh yeah. All these are just business structures.
that's it. Private.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not anything wrong to
The Judges Association,
Yeah.
that's in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
It's traced back. Anytime you deposit money into a court, it gets, you trace it back. That's why you should use a check or a money order so you can trace it.
Oh yeah.
It gets deposited into the Judges Association Puerto Rico. You bring this up in court, you get that case dismissed.
Yeah.
Put
I don't want to talk about that. do
that
they?
under affidavit of truth.
Yeah. Yeah, people need to understand how the courts and everything work, and if they understood those.
Full faith and credit if they understood how that worked.
Yeah. Yeah.
They ask you, do you understand your charge? You're the one issuing the power every time.
That's right.
You never ask if this is a lawful judge. This is a court of record. We always say we understand. Signing plea bargains.
Yeah.
You make a plea. Plea means to beg.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't understand the words that we're using.
At all.
None. That's what gets people in trouble because they don't understand
Right.
the
And that's
words.
on the record. They put it on the record.
Yeah.
The record is like their word is bond. If it's on the record, that's like their Bible. That's like their public Bible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Their family lineage.
Yeah, and see, how does the state know anything about you when you've never communicated?
Voluntarily.
Yeah, you got to, recording a DBA, doing business as. When you do that, you're letting the state know that your name is a business.
That's it.
So now you got a document. So if you had to go to court, you got at least one document that's, recorded. But you could get a second one, go to a different state, get a second one, because you're supposed to have two witnesses. So that gives you two witnesses that your name is a business.
And since making your name a business and doing these things, you've come into a newfound credit.
Yeah, tax credits.
I'm talking about Bank of America is offering you credit, lines of credit.
Oh yeah, business credits.
Business credits, okay.
Oh yeah, it's a lot more than when you go get business credit
Okay.
than personal. Probably.
I seen that American Express card today.
Yeah.
Your name's a business.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean you get it's probably 4 to 5 times.
Right, of course, yes.
Yeah, so if you'd normally get $1,000 for personal credits, you'll probably get $10,000 for business credit, and you can utilize that to go out and start whatever type of business that you're operating. You still have to be smart with it until you learn more about filing taxes and things like that to make sure you don't overextend yourself. Got to work your way up. It's baby steps.
Okay.
But you got to start somewhere. That's a good start. At least then you're filing your own taxes and stuff, and somebody else is not having to do it for you.
And anybody that's skeptical, because people have been skeptical. There's been a lot of shade thrown, especially on my name, Don Kilam. So anybody that's skeptical, can you tell them why do you rock with Don Kilam?
Well, because you said from the beginning, it's all about business, and so I just started to look at everything from like a structured business, corporation or LLC, and it made me start to understand everything better.
And when you say everybody that has a business or has the business mindset, they understand it better as well.
They do. It's easier to.
Your name's a business.
Yes.
If you have to prove who you are, then that's not you. Like before I cash a check, when we used to get paper checks, you have to prove that that's you, right? I don't have to prove I'm Don Kilam.
Yeah.
People just send me the money.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah. You got to prove everything else.
So that's when I looked at it like that's not me.
Nah, man. I mean,
It's a position.
yeah, it is. That's why you want to be a business.
That's it. Out the gate. As soon as you're born, your name's a business. They're getting paid off it. The hospital's getting paid off it. As soon as you wake up, they're getting paid off your name. You told me this, turn on a light switch, the water faucet, you're getting charged.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're getting your power don't shut off and cut off at a certain time and then come back on. It stays on all night and something's drawing electricity, so you're constantly having to pay an expense. So I mean, make those expenses a business expense.
In the span of 2 weeks, since you've been helping me out, you've done about what, 60 calls?
Yeah, I think 60 or 65.
What seems to be the main concern?
The biggest thing is people changing their perception about and how to make their name a business. Once they understand that, then they start to understand the estates, trusts, and
It's
LLCs.
like invisible lines, invisible barriers.
It is. You have to get past
They
that.
think
first
it's a
one.
lot, huh?
Yeah.
But they're already operating. People gotta understand you're already operating as a trustee for your name.
Some of it's so simple because we've been doing things that's difficult. It's hard to kind of go back and say, "Oh, that's all I had to do." So it's easy to overlook it because we've been running LLCs and corporations.
Not to throw this for a left curveball or anything like this, but I literally explain this. If you understand voodoo, how they use dolls and it's supposed to make people do things in the real world, this is what they're doing with paper.
Yeah. Yes,
It's
a
like
piece of paper.
they're trying to. You're chasing shadows. That's really not even your real shadows. The shadows that they're creating for you.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you look at it, it's just a piece of paper.
That's it.
Yeah. All the words and stuff you may not understand that's on it, but it's still just a piece of paper.
Conversation runs the nation.
Yeah, it does. That's why we're here today to have some conversation.
Yes, conversation runs the nation, man. Your word is your bond. You got to understand how powerful the word is. Your words can be your swords as well. It can hurt you or it can hurt the other person. And that's all court is. It's about a definition. That's all this matrix system is.
Yeah.
You know?
They tell you
A
all
dog
the time.
can't read, so you can't give a dog a utility bill.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, give you a piece of paper and because of what's wrote on it, that piece of paper controls you.
We play that position. It's like Monopoly, really.
Yeah.
A movie that explains it is Ted 2. You ever seen Ted 2?
Yeah.
The bear is fighting to become a person.
Oh yeah. It's kind of what everybody's doing, fighting to become a business.
Yes. Silvermore 2. So if you look up Silvermore 2's, your name is in all capitalized letters. That's why Capitol Hill owns it.
Yeah.
It's own nothing, control everything. Anytime you say that name is you or you accept liability for the name, you're obligated to pay its debt. It's already a sole proprietorship that you're obligated to handle its affairs.
Yeah.
Without you just automatically being in this game, you're a sole prop by having a birth certificate, social security card, and an ID. And on the flip side, that's also an unincorporated association because these are considered three persons. A corporation is considered a person. 28 U.S.C. 3002, subsection 14.
Yep.
And then 15A means United States corporation.
Oh yeah, it says it right in the codes.
Everything is business.
Yeah. But I've showed that to people before, and they read it, but it doesn't really sink in.
The govern means to control, means mine. So you are the government, whatever you believe.
Yeah.
This is what people got. I understand it doesn't sink in because, first of all, I think you need to have a connection with your higher power, your higher self. You need to know your divine purpose.
Yeah.
Why are you here? So you can start living in your purpose.
Yeah.
Because when you know your purpose, you'll have something to protect.
Yeah, that's right.
Then that's your dream. That's protecting generational dreams right there.
Yeah, you'll know what your vision is and what you want to do.
Yeah, the people where you lack where the people lack vision, they perish. That's in the Bible. So if you don't know why you're waking up, you don't have any goals. What's the point in even trying to create anything? Especially if you're trying to run from something. I discourage those type of clients. Help me get out this court case, and they're running and they're panicking. You can never think clearly while you're panicking.
Oh yeah.
You know, God is good all the time.
Well, everybody has something that they like to do every day. And, you know, I don't really like to work inside all the time. I'd rather be outside. So, I mean, everybody serves some type of purpose. That's why they're here. And they just have to figure out whatever that is and structure it around a business structure. And then they get to go and do what they like doing every day.
Well, you're becoming very popular, man. People they can't wait to have brunch with J May, man.
I know. Well, I've been saying that for years. I've been a celebrity my whole life. It's just everybody else didn't know it yet.
I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for the fame. I just asked for the donations.
Yeah. You got a way with words to draw people to you.
Yeah, it just so happened, man.
Well, people start hearing those things that are truth and then seeing it and starting to make changes, then of course they believe in what you're telling them. Then it's proof.
So, there anything you want to how we established gifted guardians? How we came up with this
Really, that was you, man. We decided we were going to try to structure
gifted
things.
guardians? I mean, so instead of a trustee, you could be a guardian. A lot of people don't know that's a different verbiage for a trust.
It is.
Yeah, you can be a guardian, and if you need a legal guardian if you don't have any parents, right?
Oh yeah.
All right, so that's what it is. We're gifted guardians. If it's not a tax, it's a gift, and that's what's going on. So you gotta learn that the gifts can't be taxed.
Yes.
That's what's going on in court. When you say you understand your charges, you're gifting things around. It's a gift unless you assess the tax. So another way to look at this, you have to understand when you go into a bank, they say debit or credit. So debit is subtraction. So when you're getting cash, that's a subtraction.
Yeah.
Or you're giving a credit.
Yeah.
So you gotta learn how to assess these credits correctly, And we do this with 1099 OIDs and 1099 INTs.
Oh yeah.
The OID zero coupon bonds, and that's the same way with the coupon bonds. That's considered your bills of credit, your bills in the mail. They're considered zero coupon bonds as well.
Yeah. These are really it's really the way that we're supposed to be doing it.
Right. Same way with your mortgage. It's something similar to the OID process. Will be the 1066.
Yeah.
The mortgage investment conduit.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with it as you are with that one.
Yeah, I just use it in the dispute letters, really. And I tell them to fill it out. And then I attach the Form W-9 because I'm requesting the EIN information. And then when you understand the different types of money, you got the fiduciary money.
Yeah.
So this is why when we doing dispute letters, we're talking to the fiduciaries directly, the chief financial officers.
Oh yeah, that's the ones to talk to.
Right. That's it.
Yeah, I mean it's the way that we should be doing these things, but it seems like at times people think that that they're doing something wrong until they go and start to read it for themselves, and then they start to realize like, hey, that's what this is saying.
Right, that's it.
And then they start to realize it for themselves because everything that we've ever heard about, like the IRS, everything we've always heard was bad, but
right,
in that gossip.
Right, that's gossip.
So, with court and stuff like that, people don't want to go into court and have a court assume something about them.
That's it. Assumptions.
But we're here assuming something about them because we hadn't set ourselves up properly.
Well, speaking of that, that's a fact can't enter a courtroom, so it is assumptions and presumptions that enter the courtroom.
That's right.
That enter the record.
Until
things that's on the record.
Yeah.
On or about this date, or he appears. The Earth's billions of years old. Who decided it's this year?
Oh yeah, so, I mean, so if
depends on your jurisdiction.
If you establish something on the record, then they can't assume anything anymore, can they?
That's it.
So if you've got a DBA recorded, that's the state recognizing your name as a business. So now they can't assume that it's not a business anymore because you're at least starting to put something on the record. So if you do end up in a court situation and stuff, there's a separation between you and a business. So you can't be held personally responsible for it because it's all about businesses in there.
That's it. Well, at the end of the day, my main suggestion for people is to learn this knowledge is to make sure they become part of a certain wealth group. There's private wealth groups out there. See the people that's actually out there in the wealth groups, not these gurus out here that's not actually doing anything, That's my main concern because there's a lot of talk out there. There's a lot of people just talking and not actually doing. Learn how to research and do your due diligence and look people up. When it comes to taxes, when it comes to obligations, and these things are on public record. These are public knowledge. Even same way with UCC ones. Everybody talk about the UCC one. This is not a freedom tool. I mean, you only control what you create. That's their document. So it's not a freedom tool that doesn't actually make you free. That's evidence.
Yeah. A lot of times people
it's a financing statement.
They file a document, and then they, when I've talked to them and they said, okay, I filed this, and I listen to them and I say, well, now what?
Right.
And they say, yeah, now what? I said, exactly. I said, if you understand it from a foundation and start to work your way up, I said, then the complicated stuff doesn't seem so complicated anymore because you know the basic stuff. And I said, but you got to start with the basic stuff. And as soon as they seem to get started on that, the sole proprietor, it starts to make more sense for them.
The name being the business.
It is. It's just like that, going back to the beginning. That's what the Bible says in the beginning. So you got to go back to the beginning when you first started dealing with money. You didn't know anything about it. You went into the bank and asked them for a bank account, and they asked you. They said, "What kind of account do you want?" And you said, "I want to make everything personal."
Right.
Instead of business.
And you're using their forms and their documents instead of creating your own banking resolutions,
your
own operating agreements, and these things. Government can't interfere with a private contract.
Yeah.
So one of the last things I do want to touch for sure is a lot of people ask about the medallion stamps or the open up in a bank account with the Treasury. What has been your experience with that?
You just open up your bank or your account with the TDA, a TDA account, and then
Treasury Direct account.
Yeah.
You can do this online, correct?
Yes, it takes about 5 minutes to do it.
Just set up a regular trust account or unincorporated association.
Yeah. And whenever you do, if you got a question about something, just call them and ask them.
And they'll answer it.
And that's right. Because they're not going to give you the account if you don't put the information on there. So, if you got a question about something, call and ask. People, if you're nice to them, then of course they're going to help you.
Right.
Because they want you want the account. Their job is to help you get it. But you got to give them some information to get it.
I want everybody to quit thinking that the government owes you. The government don't owe you anything. You owe it to yourself. Quit thinking the government's out to get you. They're not.
No,
Nobody's out to get you.
They're doing it right.
Yeah, they do what you tell them to do, and the information you volunteer based on your understanding and beliefs in the system.
Yeah.
They're doing everything right, and the people are doing everything wrong due to their programming and indoctrinations.
Yeah, really. I mean, they need to go in there and start handling some of these things one step at a time, and they'll start to learn how things actually operate, and they'll say, they were right. They are doing it right. I was doing it wrong.
That's the importance of why you should always invest in a private education.
Yeah. Yeah, if you get around the right group of people and stuff, you're going to start learning more of this information, and then they're going to help you along the way.
The public sector is owned by the government. Simple as that.
Yeah.
And it's never in your favor. There's not a history book. There's not a religious book that ever said that the government was for the people or help the people.
No, it was by the people. So the people.
By the people. That's it.
So
just like what I spoke on the, we're not for any type of group or anything like this. I'm just speaking on it. We know that the Jewish have private schools.
Yeah.
We know that the Amish have their own type of schooling, their own type of healthcare system.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do.
And these communities thrive.
Yeah, they do. So you can structure yourself, however you want to. I mean, that's the way.
The private sector.
Yeah.
The public sector is owned by the government.
Yeah, it's like the Amish. They structure themselves privately, so they do their own thing, and nobody bothers them.
And you can look up one of the forms. It's a form 4029.
Yep.
And then an IRS form 4361.
Yeah.
These are the forms they use, and they travel without identification.
Yeah.
They're able to go to Mexico and Canada with no passports.
Yeah, we just assume that we have to do these other things.
Right.
Because we didn't know there were other options available. And, a lot of people now are just learning the different options available, that the way they can set themselves up. And people think, I know at times people probably think that they're doing something a little sketchy, but you're not. If you're out there doing something wrong, you're going to get in trouble for it one way or the other. So if you're not doing it for those purposes, then you don't really have to worry about anything because you're trying to learn how to operate properly.
Right. That's $1 million worth of game right there. Well, you can follow us, right? You can go to gifted-guardians.org, gifted-guardians.org. That's it's still in the works right now. It's under construction, but you can go. We got a event November 11th. You can go on the website and sign up for it now. We will be having consults and calls coming up on gifted-guardians.org. Or you can find me on Instagram, DON_KILAM. That's Don_Kilam, DON_KILAM on the Instagram. How can we find you, man?
Right now, it's just Gifted Guardians. Of course, we're going to be adding more stuff to the website and try to make it more diversified for everybody. So maybe a simpler way to follow information that they're trying to get and have more things for them to choose from. And of course, I'm sure you're going to be writing some more books here in the future.
We got books coming out. We have the event coming out. We're working on membership, different tiers.
Oh yeah,
we're under the works, but just be looking out for all of our pages, whether it's Chief Amir, Nolan Zander. We're all on Instagram.
Oh yeah,
Jason's on Instagram. Just search Jason Mabe. It's Mabe Jason, right, on Instagram.
Yeah.
So just look us up. But giftedguardians@gmail.com. You can always email us there too. giftedguardians@gmail.com. Minister Mabe right here, Jason, he loves talking to you guys. He loves doing coaching calls. We're looking to have Nolan on the phone soon as well. I help out with the paperwork.
Oh yeah.
That's what I do. And what would you say your expertise is?
I don't know. I guess trying to make people or helping people to understand what they're doing.
Yeah, from the very beginning.
Yeah.
I would say that you can bring people that can't see, you can make them see. Chief Amir, he handles private contracts. He's good with the spirituality aspect. He understands the tribal jurisdictions and religious jurisdictions.
Oh yeah, he understands those things
and
really
what would you say about Nolan? What's his expertise?
Nolan just wants to get in there and help wherever he can.
But he has trust. He has foreign trust.
Yeah. He really does. I mean, because he understands a lot of different things too. So, you don't realize what all he knows until after you start to talk to him, and then you hear somebody ask him a different type of question, and it's like,
right, he's very adept.
What he's talking about that too.
What Chief Amir and Nolan both they have military experience.
Oh yeah, so
and Nolan was very high ranking.
Yeah, Nolan's very detailed with a lot of his paperwork and things like that.
Intelligence officer, you said.
Yes, and if you give him a task, it's like, he's going to show up 15 minutes early.
So we got a strong, promising team. We got an event tomorrow in Atlanta. We're continuing traveling. We're going to be in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Doing a podcast, doing events. So we're traveling, coming to a city near you. I've already been traveling. I've been doing this since 2018, coming to the public. But I'm looking to go more private. I'm working on movies, working on music. Music is really taking off right now. It feels great, man. Like he said, he's always said he's been a celebrity. I always wanted to do music. It's taking off. We're remaking a famous movie right now. We're going to start doing that in December. But it feels good. Celebrities are reaching out.
Oh, yeah.
They're backing us. You've worked with celebrities since rocking with Don Kilam. How's that feel, man?
It was neat, man. I got to talk to a few different ones.
We talked to one today.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, so that was amazing, man. I told him to get me on this podcast.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He was playing golf, man.
So we need some more advertisement.
But we're definitely tied into a private network of multimillionaires. Some celebrities, and some of the most wealthiest people are not celebrities. I got one of my private members. He's worth $15 million in Arizona. Yeah. He's not a celebrity whatsoever.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that you don't realize that you just normal everyday people that you don't realize.
You won't even know. You just look at them. They wear regular clothes, T-shirts, multimillionaires.
Yeah.
Powerful people, man.
Oh yeah.
So it's been great. It's been a newfound experience going through this. I appreciate everybody that's been rocking with Don Kilam since day one. And the next step then is Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, that's just a couple weeks away now.
Yeah, November 11th, we're in Atlanta, Georgia. So there's still some tickets left. Come have brunch with us. There's a few VIP tickets left. We're doing the next day brunch. Come learn the game, man. You want to get around like minds and see what they're doing and seeing what's working for them.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a lot of fun.
That's it. With that, I'm out, man. If you got any last words,
I think that's it, man.
go
I've
to
enjoyed it.
gifted-guardians.org. That's gifted-guardians.org. Tap in now and understand that prosperity is truly your divine birthright. So protect them generational dreams with the Gifted Guardians.
Peace and love.
Much peace and love. It's your boy Don Kilam, and I'm out.
If I only had a brain. Imagine.
Imagine.
No brains, no hearts. We're just artificial persons navigating this mechanical world of law.
Here's the thing. When you realize your straw man exists, all the mysteries just vanish. You take control, become the authorized representative, and suddenly you can settle everything. It's nothing personal, just business. And remember, both the Scarecrow and I, no brains, no heart. You see, Dorothy, I'm the king of beasts, but I lack the courage to roar. Just like the American folks, I'm the Tin Man, T-I-N Man. Taxpayer identification number, just a hollow vessel. When you realize your straw man exists, all the mysteries just vanish. You take control, become the authorized representative.
Now, I heard you got fired on your day off. You need to declare your nationality and quit playing.
You know you have a nationality, right? We're not black, we're Moors.
That's the endo kicking in. You know this, man.
Never met.
Now, I heard you were messing with those little Moorish hoochies.
Oh.
Hi, guys.
Her mama's a Moor, too.
Nick.
Hey, can I borrow some money?
You need to go down to the Moorish temple.
You just got knocked the fuck out. Declare your nationality today, ho.
Okay, I've got the Don Kilam books. Moving to the extraction point now.
So the first step to correct your status would be, I would create something called a non-taxpayer affidavit, or even something called political status correction. Correct your name for the record. When your name was created on a birth certificate, they think they own this, so you have to learn how to create it in a private trust. The Social Security number is a trust. If you look it up, Social Security Trust Administration. It's a public administration. You have to learn how to create your private administration. So you can start with a church, or even a tribe. You can correct your status with a tribe, a church. It's called the Shahada with Muslims. I'm not sure what it's called with Jewish people, but they all undergo a status change. In the Christian community, it's called being baptized. So your baptismal certificate can be also correct your status, and you can use this to identify in the public.
Okay. So I understand that there is not really a license to practice law. Can you explain that?
Yes, there's no such thing as a license to practice law. To practice law is common to everybody. This is called a bar card, or a bar association membership. BAR stands for British Accredited Registry, which means they take an oath to the crown, which the crown is in Britain. So they're all part of a membership, just like the Freemasons or anything like that. It's all considered a private brotherhood, or a private school, or a private education.
Can you get like an verse after that? It's pretty loud. Okay. Sorry about that. Explain your statement that there is no such license to practice law.
All right, so that's correct. There's no such thing to practice law. It's called a bar card, or a British Accredited Registry card. They take an oath to uphold rules to the crown, which is in Britain. So there's no such thing to license to practice law. If you look up Abraham Lincoln, he was a lawyer. He wasn't an attorney. So attorneys might have to be licensed, but there's no such thing as a licensed lawyer. Again, it's called a British Accredited Registry. It's part of a membership. It's like a fraternity, like the Freemasons or any other private club or community that you'd be part of, that you have to show your private membership. And this is what they do.
How do I prove I'm a natural person? And can you explain what a natural person is?
All right, a natural person is a living person, someone that can be injured. Because when you go into their jurisdiction, you can only be heard through corporate. United States means federal corporations, so everything is corporate people or corporate constructs. So to prove you're a natural person, you can use things like baby land deeds, the baptismal certificate. These things invoke your rights back. Even an affidavit, you can use affidavits. Corporations use statements. The live person uses affidavit. So you can also create an affidavit of live birth.
And lastly, where can I learn more?
Thanks for asking. You can learn more by going to donkilam.com. All the Don Kilam University members, they're going to onlyfans.com/Don Kilam. That's DONKILAM. Onlyfans.com/Don Kilam. It's nothing explicit. Just go there and learn the financial literacy. Get the courses that's coming out. I got a lot of things in store, but you can also follow me on Instagram at DON_KILAM.
Let's do that one more time with right camera this time. So yeah, I'm happy to answer that question. Both right camera.
All right, I got you.
Right camera.
All right, got you.
All right, whenever you're ready, go for it.
I'll be happy to answer that question. Thank you for asking. Everybody go to onlyfans.com/Don Kilam. That's onlyfans.com/Don Kilam. That's DONKILAM. You can subscribe there and get access to Don Kilam University at donkilam.com. You can also follow me on the Instagram at DON_KILAM. Again, that's DON_KILAM. Much peace and love. Good.
Knowledge is power! How about I reserve all of my rights?
Mr. Anderson, you disappoint me.
You can't scare me. I reserve all of my rights. What good are your rights when you have a birth certificate? You're gonna help us, Mr. Anderson, whether you want to or not. You have a birth certificate slave.
Neo, I am like the Father, guiding you to your true purpose.
We are more than a resistance. We fulfill the prophecy of the Trinity. Each of us plays a role in rewriting the fate of humanity.
You have received your honorary degree. Welcome to a new realm of knowledge, Neo.
Neo, I embody the Holy Spirit, here to inspire your courage and belief.
I've re-signed all previous signatures. I am a free man now. I learned the game from Don Kilam. Knowledge is power!
Peace and love. It's your boy Don Kilam. I'm in the building in Orlando, Florida. Dream Keepers Radio, the Dream Keepers podcast, and I'm here with Chief Amir Zaire. What's happening, Chief?
What's going on? What's going on?
Hey, man, peace and love. We back at it, man. 2 days in a row. Let's
2 days, man. Let's get it. Let's get it.
I really enjoyed, after the podcast yesterday, we just chopped it up with Cam, man.
Yeah, definitely. Cam and his father, man, his brother, man, they definitely dope people. You know what I mean? I loved it.
You and I don't know if you heard me messing with you. I was like, what y'all talking about? Because y'all was in y'all's own little conversation, man.
Yeah.
And then, but I'm glad you showed us. It was you building on the land and stuff. So it was just tight. They was really inspired by you. They hit me up this morning. They made it home, man.
That's dope.
So shout out to Cam, Miami, man. Shout out to his tribe, man. They're really inspirational. I like that, man. Mm-hmm. They're focused on something. They've been doing great things.
Yep.
But outside of that, man, I want to have a deep discussion with our people today, because a lot of them are still confused, and I'm trying to do my best to break it down in the simplest terms. And I mean, we do talk to a lot of people. We have a lot of business partners, but I don't see anybody best to fit for the job other than you, Chief, when it comes to this. And I was able to share some things of how I came into the realization of the things that you were talking about, so you could have better clarity why I understood you. Right. So I want to go into that today, starting with baptismal certificates, the birth certificate. I want to go back and talk about it again, man. Yeah. For the sake of as a tool for freedom. Like, I know we talked about a little bit about it yesterday. You said if you want to, you would have it authenticated if you was overseas, all right? But what about here? What does it prove to have an authenticated birth certificate in your understanding and belief?
The actual birth certificate you get from the hospital?
Yeah, the one you get from the state.
Nah, I stay away from it.
All right, so you wouldn't give it for your kids?
No.
All right, so what's an alternative?
The alternative is you have baby land deeds. That's an alternative. You also have the baptismal certificates, and you also have your your Bible, your family Bible.
Okay.
Okay. And so the baptismal certificates, let's look at that for a second. In the scriptures, for all those who read the Bible, it says Yeshua looked at Nicodemus. He said, a man must be born again. And so when you're looking at baptism, it's like that. You're being born again. So you have to die. Understand that the wages of sin is death. So when we come into this life and you accept that baptism or you accept their birth certificates, you're dead. So you have to die and be raised again.
Now, with you, bro, you just gave me a realization when you said for the wages of sin or death. So that makes sense to me if you're utilizing their documents and you're coming into the debtor standpoint.
Yes.
That's why they're viewing you as a dead entity,
That is
a
why.
dead
And
corporation.
That's why, yes, and that's why their judges wear the black, because they represent the dead. They represent the corporation.
Do you know what them robes are called?
No.
They're called mourning robes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, so they're mourning the dead.
Benefit.
And they bring you back to life when you come in the courtroom. They say, all rise. You can only do that to the dead,
Yes.
So that's how they know they got power over you. And that's how they create the sweat equity game, man.
It's all rituals.
Yeah, that's it, man.
Definitely.
But that's powerful for the wages of sin or death.
Yeah, the wages of sin is death. And so when you're born and you have, through the parents, and a lot of times our mothers and stuff didn't know. But you come in and you accept their documents, you died.
Right.
And so that's on their record that you died. So you have to be born again, and you have to rise up in the likeness of how the Mashiach or the Christ rised. And so that's and once again, I know a lot of people are offended at church and offended at these things, but you got to remove that and you got to look at it. There's a political game here.
Right.
And so it goes all the way back into the Tanakh when you look at the image of Nebuchadnezzar. Okay. The image of Nebuchadnezzar, he had this image and it really frightened him. But it was dealing with the head of gold, or bronze, whatever how you want to call it, and that head of gold. And then you had the shoulders or the breastplate of silver, okay? And then you had the legs, the legs. And so what these dealing with empires that were ruling. You had Babylon, which was the top, and then you had the Persians who took over them. And then you had the Greeks that conquered them, and then you had Rome. Okay, so Rome is right now the last empire that's ruling, and so Rome has two legs, which is the eastern leg and the western leg.
So so I've heard that before. Like I showed you through some of my private education. The only part I understood was the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
But you got to go back to learn the rest, and I understand it. But with that being stated, also, so when you're utilizing these documents, they're under Roman rule. So you got to understand where you're at and whether it's their family Bible, because a Bible is a fact in the courtroom declared by Congress. But that could also include your family Bible.
Right.
And through the education, our private education that we was listening to today, they stated that they were able to use a family Bible to get things thrown out of court.
Yes.
So you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do, because once again, your records, you don't have to get certain things recorded. Your records, once you get those things authenticated, as we said in many podcasts, when you start to authenticate your records, your documents, that means that no one can come against those. You prove the legitimacy of those documents.
Wow.
And so once my child or once our offspring or whatever gets into the land, right, through the matrix, okay, this is what the scripture says: all firstborn belongs to him that enter into the matrix, And so once they come into the land, now you get it recorded through your government, your family government, your tribe. You see what I'm saying? That's opposite of theirs.
And that, so church versus state. Let's
Yes.
speak on that, because you said, like this is what you stated to me. And just correct me on anything I say wrong verbatim. But like, even though we don't necessarily have a traditional Christianity faith, right? A faith of Christianity, that getting rid of the Christian churches and getting people away from the churches is wrong.
Yeah, it is, because once again, a lot of people who have these churches, some of them really don't understand that they have a government.
Yes.
Okay, and once again, all roads lead to Rome. Okay, all roads lead to Rome. And so when you're setting things up ecclesiastical, there's ways of how to handle that, and that's the reason why there's a separation of church and state. So once you have a church established, it is its own government, it is its own entity. You see what I'm saying? That's outside of the state,
right,
or the state of states. They have no jurisdiction in that. And so once again, when you have a baptismal certificate and you have things like that coming through your church, it's showing them, hey, they are alive. You know, they're not dead into the
Right.
state, but they're alive and well.
Right, they're part of the people.
Yes, they are part of the
They're
people.
not just a person, because only a person can go to jail.
Exactly.
Only a person can commit a crime.
Exactly.
The people is the living.
Yes, and the birth certificate proves that you are a person because they now
Right.
incorporated you.
Yes.
And so all corporations are persons. They're not people. And so this is the reason why when you're going to court and things like that, you're coming on behalf of the person. You are representing the person, but in their eyes, you're one and the same because you're dead. A person or a corporation is corpse, it's dead. And so you're coming in saying, hey, I'm defending my birth certificate, I'm this and I'm that. And they're saying, thank you for saying that.
Right, exactly. I mean, I've got a lot of ridicule with you know, man, you've been there through some of it, with people really coming at me saying you're supposed to authenticate the birth certificate, and then with you, I was able to prove these points of why we don't utilize the birth certificate and why not to authenticate it. We authenticate or apostille, what is called apostille, our own documents that you create, and which apostille is through ecclesiastical terms, correct?
Yes. Apostille is the same word as apostle, you know, to
Right.
send,
Apostle,
to go
right.
out and to build a church, right, to go out. And so apostille is the same word, it's the same when you're looking at those terms, apostle and apostille.
And to some of the people that might just be new to this, can you explain what authentication is or the apostille?
Yeah, so authentication is just a sealed, it's being sealed. And so once again, it's just in ancient times, it says that the documents were sealed with the king's ring.
Right.
And so the king's ring was symbolic of an authentication that's showing that his decree or whatever he wrote down was official. It came from his mouth, you know. And so when he sealed it, it was stamped, authenticated with a raised seal to show that it's legit and it can't be disputed. And so when the decrees went out, everybody had to follow suit because the king authenticated. And so going back to layman's terms now, when you're getting something authenticated, it's saying, hey, this is an official. It's supposed to be the official, not the official copy.
Right.
You know, like they're doing with the authenticating the birth certificates because it's already authenticated because it has a seal. And that's a copy. You don't have the original. And so you want to authenticate original documents to show evidence, and it gives you a proper footing to show that, hey, this is legit.
The reason why this stuff makes perfect sense to me, all you have to do is look at Catholic schools. They have schools, and then they also have Islamic schools, and they got their own notaries, they got their own government established, and they create their own documents, you know. But you can use a baptismal certificate for identity purposes.
Yes.
And a lot of people don't know this, or even look into the law behind this, that this is legit and that is possible. What came across me today was learning about the chancery courts, moving in chancery. The court of equity, also known as an equity court of chancery court, is a court authorized to apply principles of equity rather than principles of law to cases brought before it. And I learned that it originated in medieval England as a distinct court of equity named for the Lord Chancellor, which worked for the king. And it's the earliest form for those who couldn't obtain an adequate common law remedy. They could petition the King of England for the Lord Chancery, which was from the King's Council. So they're getting rid of natural law. So to me, this was like the first form of going towards maybe even codification, so to speak. Maybe I'm wrong on that term, but it's a court where they wasn't finding remedy in natural law, so this was created.
Yeah, and it has to be created, but once again, it goes all the way back into wisdom, right? In Proverbs, it says, a false balance is an abomination unto the Most High, right? And so when you look at that balance, it's dealing with equity. You see what I'm saying? Not lean to the left. And so I want to give a picture for those who are watching this on YouTube or whatever. The picture of equity is like when it's saying that do not be unequally yoked. Okay. So back in the day, and even in times, you have this pole or this yoke around you, and you're carrying water. And if one side, the bucket of water, is heavier, you're leaning this way. You see what I'm saying? So that makes you unequally yoked. It makes you unequitable because there's no balance in what you're doing. And so what happens is they're establishing systems of government that they're calling government, and it's leaning in towards a different favor than the other. You see what I'm saying? And everything was supposed to be equitable. If we're all supposed to be equal in the eyes of the Most High or the eyes of the system, then why is some people are getting unfair justice, injustice, and the others is more benefiting off of it? It's unequitable.
That's deep. When I was looking through the codes, the federal codes, because, with us, common law can mean natural law, universal law.
Right.
When I'm looking through the federal codes, they say common law, per their definition, is judicial decisions instead of statutes. That's what common law is. Then codified is turning natural laws into codes for the public. So a codified law is really not a law.
And it's not a law. And there's also, so in the Torah, we break down the Torah in three words. In three things, right? You have sin, transgressions, and iniquity, but you also want to break down, and you got the Torah, then you got statutes, right? So you got the Torah, Kukim, and then you got judgments. Okay, so it's breaking down in that. So when you look at it in those terms, it's just like executive branch, judicial branch, and legislation branch, right? But what we're starting to find out that there is no judicial branch,
right?
In these branches of government, it's all administrative.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And so, where is that true justice? You know what I'm saying? Where's that true judicial branch to say, hey, here's equity, here's this is being done wrong, this is being done wrong? But a lot of people think that your local courts or something like that, they're going to get remedy, they're going to get that. No, that's not what they're there for. It's all commerce.
Right. And you're going to get a remedy through common law. And that's why I'm saying these courts were established for those who didn't seek out common law remedy or felt like they didn't are able to receive a remedy through common law. That's what these courts are established for. It's all contractual.
Yeah. And like you said, when people are not seeking those remedies,
right?
But once again, how can the people seek out something if they never was told?
Right, like you said, with like you pointed out at the event, I got these 2 water bottles. If all you know that these 2 water bottles exist, you won't know nothing else.
Correct.
And that's what with me when I started coming. I helped somebody. They said, help me learn the Constitution. And I always felt obligated as a Moor that, we're taught to teach our people the Constitution and the Bible. So I said, I'll help you. And I was like, well, let me see what you got. That he had some paperwork. And I was like, well, the Constitution doesn't start at Amendment 1. Amendment means to change.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't understand it. It starts with the Articles of Confederation.
Yeah.
Some people call them the Bill of Rights.
Right.
Right.
And
that's what established the United States originally.
Yeah, and like you said, when you have an amendment, that means you change something.
You change something.
It amended. It changed, and so you can't start anything out with an amendment. What was the original? Just like your birth certificate, right?
Right.
It was an
That's
amended.
It. That's it.
You see what I'm saying? It's not the original.
You don't get the original.
You don't get the original.
It get deposited into the Bank of England.
Exactly. So how can you authenticate something that's not real?
Right.
And this is the problem with us moving and we're navigating is that we're accepting replicas. And we're not accepting the authentication, and the original. But the original will only be established if we created it.
That's facts. That's facts, man. But that's why I need to let people really let that sink in. Go watch Pawn Stars. I ran into that dude Rick from Pawn Stars a lot of times in Vegas. So. Yeah. But I said go watch Pawn Stars. He brings the person in to make sure that the autograph is original, because he's not going to buy a copy.
Right.
And that's with the birth certificate. You're sitting here using this for identity. You think you can get money from it? You're not ever. You don't have the original.
And you didn't create the document anyway.
Right. You only control what you create. That's it.
You can't create. So you got to stay away from that stuff. Look, man, at the end of the day, you got to get born again. Once you get born again, and born again is not just, we're talking about born again, getting baptized and going, but you got to be born again in your mind.
That's it.
You know what I mean? Like the things that you thought you knew, you have to let it go, right? We have to understand what time we're in. And this is the thing. We cannot transition into the next season if you're not willing to let go of the old season. Just like in winter, right? If you're preparing and you have all your summer clothes, and you're not preparing for the coldness, well, not down here in Florida, but all my up north people, or
Right.
people that's that's in cold climates. If you don't prepare and you don't let go of those summer clothes coming into the season, it's going to destroy you. So we have to recognize what season that you're in, right? We understand what time am I in. So in order to get the remedies,
facts.
in order to get, your mind has to change, and you have to, go into preparation and for the next thing. And that's why we're struggling. It's like, okay, I want to hold on to this, but yet I want to be this. You can't do both. You have to go into that. Okay, where am I at? Am I in a season of planting, or am I in a season of uprooting? Am I in a season of dead right now, or am I in a season of living? Because it's a season of hibernation, and so depending on what time, you got to know your time. You got to know what season you're in order to get the remedy of that season.
Right.
You're not going to get the remedy of that season if you're still holding on to the old stuff.
And you're not going to get remedy hanging on to a public trust.
No.
It's a public trust, and then you keep putting your personal assets in the public, exposing them in the public, whether that be a UCC-1 financial statement. Because this is what's hitting our desk. This is what's hitting our eyesight in hindsight. Even people with some money, man, like wealthy people are still eating up some of this misbelief out there. So you have to understand what the public really means. The public is the part of the economy that the government controls. The private sector is the part of the economy that the government does not control. It's the private sector. So you got to understand private sector versus public sector. I got a book out there by Don Kilam, searching on Amazon, called The Private Sector. But you got to understand, when you claim anything in the public, it's still a public interest.
Yeah.
And that's no bueno. I don't know how to put it, man. Claiming anything in the public.
Yeah. Yeah. Just like I said, even like as more and more we start to dig in, the more and more I'm looking at corporations, I'm looking at all that. Like that's why I'm really big on unincorporated associations, because it's private at its root. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And so,
and by all means, we could talk about it, because like it. And it's not something that's gonna come to you overnight.
Right.
I sat here and worked with you for 9 months, bro, before I even had the nerve to feel, and I still didn't feel like I was competent to operate it correctly. Which everything's a learning process. But once you get it established, you're gonna learn how to protect your assets if you're running assets through it or running a cash flow through it. You're gonna figure it out. But the unincorporated association, if set up and established correctly, and you got to have the mindset in case anybody questions you, you got to know what to say. Because even with these trusts that we help establish, we go in there and if somebody comes in and somebody from the IRS, or you know how they play the games, they come in here and ask you, what position are you? Talking about foreign grainless trust, and they say all of them.
Right.
What's going to happen?
Yeah,
that's an alter ego.
That's an alter ego.
That's an alter ego. You can't have an alter ego. You cannot have an alter ego whatsoever. This gets rid of your liability. This gets rid of your protections. Your protections from liability and obligations. You will be liable. You will be obligated to handle this business because you're running it like a personal, like it's your personal account.
Most definitely. And once again, I think that it really involves education. Because there's a lot of things out here in the public that's being told. And once again, you're in the public education, private education, right? So you're in the public, going to Google or going to whoever else that's teaching you things in the public and giving you all this free game. Don't get me wrong, it's cool. But you have to learn how to decipher. And the thing is that people want to come into freedom, they want to come into liberty, and then they're going right back into bondage. I talked to one of the guys the other day, and he said, man, they're out here paying all this money, and they're still classified as citizens. You know what I mean?
That's crazy.
And so it says, look, if you're not on this record, if you're not, you're still a citizen.
And like if I'm gonna do anything in the public, I'm gonna create something where I acquire fringe benefits.
Yes.
Simple as that. Yes. I really just learned what fringe benefits was today. I thought it had something to do with the fringe around the flag. I'm like, fringe benefits? I don't want that. That's part of them, ain't it?
Right.
The fringe flag, ain't it? But hey, fringe benefits is just learning how to create a salary, or learning how to collect, work for the business, have a company car, have them take care of your health insurance, your house. Everything. The business takes care of you. That's part of your benefits, the fringe benefits.
Yeah, just like you said, just like even with the church, right? I don't have to. And once again, I think we're taught to own it. It's my control and I'm in it. Yeah, you own it. You have liability. You know, what's wrong with having the company owns it, but yet I can drive it?
Right, that's
you know?
it.
I don't need to own it. My name don't need to be on the car for me to drive it.
Right, that's it.
For me to put gas in it, for me to take it on trips, right? I don't need my name
Right,
to do
whatsoever.
it, right? I have the ability to control it, whereas that, hey, I'm driving it. Hey, I'm watching it. I'm taking care of it, you know? I'm just a steward, you know? And that's the whole thing anyway. We don't own anything in this world. Everything is always an illusion anyway, because once I say I own it, all right, or I own something, I pass away, now it belongs to whoever else that if I left it, you know.
Right.
Now if they pass away, and it just continues, you want to be able to control a certain thing so that it could be passed on, but you don't really own anything. You're just a steward, you know, over what the Most High or your Creator gave you.
That's it.
That's all it is.
That's it. I absolutely agree, man. So back to the trust. When people say they created, you know, like, so I heard a good answer today.
Mm-hmm.
The family created it.
Mm-hmm.
The tribe created it.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
That's an answer. That's an answer for you, man. So that's $1 million with the game if that didn't go over the congregation's head, you know. Gotta make sure they understand it, man. But you gotta learn that everybody says stay out the system, stay out the system. That's the Social Security system. That's the same system that a lot of people are, let's authenticate the birth certificate. That's putting you right back in the system. You're still using the social. That's putting you right back in the system.
Yeah, you know, and once again, your social is a public number. It's public.
It's not yours.
Yeah, they're telling you to keep it to yourself. Yeah, because it's still, you know, but it's public. It's used for public things, public benefits, public stuff. And so, once again, it all comes down to this. You have to learn how to strategize in this game. You know, and that's the thing. We have to have a strategy. And so as you're moving through this life and you're waking up with no purpose, you're going to sleep with no purpose, you're in a relationship with no purpose, you're having no purpose, right? And so the problem is that you remain a pawn, right? But guess what? When you learn how to strategize that pawn can go to the end of the board, and it's called level up. The pawn can actually elevate, and it could become a queen. It could become whatever you need it to be, so that it can now it can be leveraged towards the game or how you want to now set it up. You see what I'm saying? And so a lot of times when we're walking around and we're not strategizing and we're not doing things, we are still walking around in pawns, just being sacrificed and taked out, or whatever. And don't get me wrong, pawns can be dangerous if you know how to use them. But the whole trick of the game is to elevate.
Right, that's it.
You know?
Elevate the pawn.
Yes,
the pawn can become one of the most powerful pieces on the board, but the most important is always the king.
Yes, it's
the
always the
game's over
king.
when your king's captured.
There you go.
And that's what's going on in the world today. They're not understanding it. It goes apart with the firstborn being slaughtered. It's in the Bible. That's what's going on today. If people just pay attention.
Yes,
they after your babies. They after your boys. You know, and making sure you don't hand down generational wealth.
And also, it can also be looked at too as your firstborn is God's people. It's His true people.
Right,
that's being
facts.
slaughtered. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like we have to, like you said, we have to strategize, and we have to now be in that position is that king is moving, and how he's moving will also show who he has around him.
That's
you see what I'm
facts.
saying? And so if you got people that's just out for self, you know, when the going gets tough, they're going to veer off, and they're going to, you know, and that's why it's important in the season of sowing that a lot of times we're sowing seed, but the enemy comes in and he sow tares. You see what I'm saying? And so just think about it. If we're sowing wheat, right? This is the season right now. We're still in sowing, and it's the winter wheat harvest. But you have people that's coming there and sowing things that look like wheat. They're called tares. And so now when we realize it, because we will sleep, we all got to go to sleep. But when we sleep, they come in through deception, through manipulation, through betrayal, through whatever, and they sow those seeds. Now when we realize, we're like, hey, nah, man, let's pluck it up. No, you don't want to pluck it up, because you're going to mess up the things that you actually sow. So you have to allow everything to grow. And this is the thing, agricultural term was called winnowing, 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 right? And so what happens is the farmer, come harvest, he cuts everything down, or I'm going to say this later, he cuts everything down and he throws it up to the wind. And the wheat falls down, but the wind blows the tares away. So that wind represents the spirit. So you have to allow the Most High, the spirit, to really divide and separate. Because a lot of times we want to hold on to things. The Ark of the Covenant was closed by the Most High, not by Noah, because he heard all the crying of the people. A lot of times, you know, it takes the spirit to say, nope, Close the door.
Right.
And once again, what time you're in.
That's deep, bro.
What time you're in.
I ain't heard it put like that.
You see what I'm saying? What time you're in. You have to know the season and the time that you're in, because a lot of times we want to hold on to something when we're really in the season of letting go.
Right, that's facts. That's facts. And a lot of people don't want to let go of these documents.
No.
These signs. It's their signs, their symbols.
on.
You got to be creative. Create your own signs and symbols. But in the beginning, it's just a word.
Mm-hmm. Just the word, right? You
That's
had the
it.
living word. And that's the whole thing. What is the living word? The word became flesh.
It's in red. It's in red
Right.
ink.
Your word becomes flesh. Your word becomes purpose. Your word now creates, and it creates things. And so what was your word? And so a lot of times we're stuck on, like you said, that written word, that written word, that written word. But a lot of things that's written can be deceived.
That's it.
You know, but a man, you have to hold, your word is your bond. It's a bond.
That's it.
You know? That could be taken any kind of way now, because people say, well, you know, your word could be, yeah, it can, but you, look, the worst thing is a liar. You see what I'm saying?
Well, at the end of the day, your word is your bond in the courtroom, because what you say goes.
There you
You
go.
have to agree before they can even take you through anything. You have to understand the charge. All of that, man, before you see the bank. You know, the bank, B-A-N-C for everybody out there. Look up what the word B-A-N-C means. It's a seat on which a judge sits on. That's why every court has a clerk. Clerk handles money, man.
So think about that, what you just said. So if the word is my bond and they have a recorder there, right?
Yes.
So if I just declare who I am, wouldn't it be on the record?
So every court case is a form for free status correction. Listen, I was taught this early in the hood, bro.
Come on.
Hey, I was taught that early, bro. They said, listen, if you got an open court case, bro, you ain't got to pay to put that on a recorder. Just put it on your court case.
Yeah. Just say it. Declare it.
Notice the agent is
Notice the principal is
notice the agent.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, so that was my first form of status correction. I did it through the courts. I did it through the federal courts. They labeled me. They tried to get me to do a psychiatric evaluation. You can still find parts of this on the record. Psychiatric evaluation. When I proved I wasn't crazy, everything I said stood. Attorneys got to go. It was just me and the judge.
Yeah. All those actors have to go, man.
They got to go.
They're hired, man. They have to go, man. They have to go, because they don't understand they fake anyway.
Fake. It was just me and the judge, man. Spoken word, and I got a real judge. At first, I had to go through the magistrate, and because she was the one that said I was crazy because she couldn't understand what I was saying. That's what she was paid to do. But once I proved I was saying, I was able to see the real judge.
Nice.
And that's how it went
You
down,
actually
man.
went through persecution.
Yeah, I went through it, man. So that's why I'm not scared of no state court, none of that. I understand the game. Even with like traffic courts, that's not a court of record. They don't even keep records.
No. And they come and say it's a
If the
circus.
judge doesn't show up, they'll find any attorney and put him up there.
Right. I know somebody who actually went through that.
Yeah. If attorney won't go, if the judge won't take your case, they'll find another attorney, like some rookie. Like, hey, get up there, boy. Go do your thing. Man.
Right.
But yeah, so like going in with your own law, and I'm not telling everybody to do this, because you gotta remain honorable. You gotta remain in honor at all costs. Okay, so just don't go over there. If you have an obligation to pay something, pay it. Like that's what I say, man. Like if I owe you some money, I'm gonna pay you.
Right.
You know, that's just us. Yeah. But you know, we had a situation. I missed some plane tickets and all of that, man. Private jets, all of that. So that was a big chunk. I needed that money back. So you know, I got the money back the next day off the unincorporated account.
Most definitely.
They gave me the money back. I just did a little quick dispute with the bank and got the money back within 24 hours.
Nice.
So I thought that was amazing, man. So implementing my own law. So I would. So that made me think. So moving forward, if I'm to create another unincorporated association, to put clauses in my account just for disputes. Yeah. In my constitution for the unincorporated
Once
account.
again, they're operating according to the standard you set.
Yes.
And so if you don't set any standard, you're going to go into default.
That's
the
right.
default is whatever they say
They say, because they already got their own terms. They already know the game.
They already know it.
They already know the game. So since I created, they didn't know it came from a private account, because it looks like it's in the public with a Truist bank card or with MasterCard or whoever it may be. Right. So they were still accepting payment because it looked like I could operate in the public, you know?
And that's what I was telling people even too when you're having your births in the hospital. As long as you have your birthing plan, and just like the same thing, you have everything written out from the time, whatever you go in, if you're taking meds, not taking the meds, if you're doing it, they have to follow that plan. Because remember, royalty gives notice.
Right, that's it.
You know, we don't operate, like you said, everything has to be in honor. So we're going to give you notice of how you need to handle us.
So with me, if I had a birthing plan, I would send them a donation as well from like the trust or the Incorporated Association.
You donate to
their
their board.
Put your name on the list.
Come on, that's the game
there.
there.
And then, so there's a difference between, and I did write this down. There's a difference between private practice and public practice. And literally, and when you're a public citizen, so to speak, they're practicing on you in the hospitals. Like, I'm not going to get too deep on this because it's not something you can really talk about in the public. But you know, it's for educational and entertainment purposes only. But yeah, it's a public practice, man.
Yeah, and it's funny you say that because, like, even when you look at, remember when Michael Jackson was on stage and got hair burnt, right? We ain't gonna go too deep into that, but there was, and I'm gonna say allegedly.
That's when they brought out the white Mike after he got his hair burnt.
Right. So I ain't gonna go into that one either. But
he was in the hospital.
He donated.
Who is that?
They donated the money, that he got from that settlement to the hospital that he, that helped him, and he got a different type of, different type of stuff.
Yeah, that's
so,
like, but and I learned that, and with some of the private education we learned with the trust education we was listening to today, I learned that through that organization because they help people set up the family trust, the family plans, the family business, and they donate to hospitals, they donate to organizations, and that's how you become part of a private community. Even like with the Freemasons or whoever it may be, you got to donate to them to start reaching certain ranks.
And look what you say. So when the president is on his campaign, he's
go.
getting campaign sponsorships. He's getting donations.
Yeah, and it's 9 times out of 10, I can't speak for everybody, it's going to be attached to an unincorporated association.
Exactly. And so now when he's getting donations, if he gets elected from his promises, what do we have to do to the people who donated? Same thing with your police force. Every police force has a nonprofit associated to them. So you can sit on the board. You can be a contributing, donating factor to that.
That's
so that means that they have to handle you differently because now you're a donor.
Right, there's a lot of different ways how you can establish your business, okay? And I spoke on them, how to stay protected.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to the top elite people, they have an unincorporated association.
Yes. Unincorporated associations is where to go, and I know right now people are still trying to, and I also say unincorporated associations is also spiritual. You can't just wake up and be like, oh, you know what I mean? You have to really get it because truth be told, you're operating as that anyway, but you don't even know it.
Right. That's facts. Yeah, when two or more come together, and the birth certificate, the Social Security card, the ID, these are all 3 different entities, and they come together. They form an unincorporated association, and you're gifting over your labor.
Yeah.
You're gifting over your assets, whatever it may be, to these organizations.
Yeah, and you can have protections. You can get credit if that's what you want to go. You can get an EIN if that's the way you want to go. You know what I mean? You could do so many different things with it. But what happens is everything is by the root, right? And so if the root and the foundation or the base of it is private, then everything else is going to be private.
Right. And that's what I tell everybody. You've been listening to me. The public bank is owned by the government. So make sure you create your private documents first before you deal with any public entity.
Most definitely.
Even if it's a courtroom, have your private documents together.
Most definitely.
I went in there, I wrote a Declaration of Independence on a napkin. And I wasn't going to use no blood or nothing because I heard somebody getting a charge for that. So I used some red Kool-Aid, put my thumbprint on it. That got accepted. I marked that as an exhibit. Exhibit H, you know what I mean? Whatever it may be. They got to take it.
Yeah, man. There's so many ways, but once again, we have to renew our mind. We have to come out of this box. And I know it's hard because was faced with 2 options, and so your whole life you're thinking you only got 2 options. And then not only do you think you only have 2 options, but then they put those 2 options against each other. So it makes you now start to second guess yourself, but you actually have more options than that. And it all depends on, once again, I'm going to always go back to it. What is the vision? How do you see yourself? How do you see your family? How do you want? Then once you see that, then now you have the direction to go into. Once you have the direction, now you have purpose. And so it all goes back to that. there's more than one way to skin a cat. And you heard that saying so many times, but there is more than one way. My way, your way, whatever, only fits to what I see. You see what I'm saying? So I could tell you this way, but it might be a whole nother way. But you have to find that because that's your path.
That's it.
I can only point you to the path. I can't.
That's it.
You know, I can't do it for you.
And that's why we have so many different religions and sectors of different religions. You know, they're just different. To me, religion means ritual.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing in the courtroom. Those are rituals. That's what they're doing in the public. These are rituals. These are rituals that have been going on for thousands and thousands of years, and it's to reap your soul.
Yes, to reap your soul, man. That reaper, man.
And that's real business.
Yes, that is.
It is. It's business. So you got to learn how to invest your soul, your spirit in the right things.
Yes.
That's what business is all about. Because, you know, we're trending on the business investing on the Apple Podcast and all
Most
that.
definitely.
South Africa, too. Shout out to South Africa, man,
Right.
for showing the support, man.
Yeah, man. They showing big support over there.
I'm like, damn, who you know in South Africa, Chief?
I know a few people.
I'm like, hey, they got us. We was, I wouldn't say, it might have been 40.
Yeah, I think it was
40 something. Yeah, bro, we was top 40 in the Apple Podcast chart. So yeah, shout out to South Africa. But just you gotta have it like you said. The vision is dividing the vision. That's what that system is created for. That's what they call them divisional courts.
Think about this: a house represents a family, and so when the wisdom says, "A house divided against itself shall not stand," and so in order to have a division, you have to first have a vision. And then when you divide the vision, you're setting two people on a different path. And so, even if you go off course, like, you know, you have planes that's flying and they have to stay on their flight path. If you even verted a 1 degree to the right or to the left, eventually you're going to be like this.
That's deep.
You see what I'm saying? You're going to really you're going to veer off. And so a lot of times when we look at our enemy, we think that it has to be aggressive. No, if I could just get you distracted just by a little bit, I don't even try to get you out, just a little bit, it's going to eventually, as you continue to go, it's going to eventually separate you guys. And that's how it is. And so, like you said, in the courts, they come in there and they're dividing the vision. They're divisional courts, and they're doing these things to divide you. They're setting the fathers against the mothers against the fathers, the children against the parents. They're dividing because once you divide it, they can't stand. A family is the highest level. Family government is the highest level because it's self-government. And so once I remove the family structure, now I could just pick you apart like a sniper.
And that's how I was starting off people. I was starting them off, you know, with like even Cameron, he wanted to know about the 508c1A. But I got into more on the unincorporated association. But I do believe a 508c1A is a great place to start to even learn this information. But and just learning that, you know, your family is a church. Your family is a government. You know, and you pray with your kids, and you teach your kids about God. You teach your kids about life, spirituality, everything. So you got to understand how to run it that way. And but with that being said, before doing any paperwork, before anything, create you a vision. I totally agree with that because before I did anything, I created a vision. I said, this is what I feel I need to accomplish. This is where I want to hope that it leads me. And what it did, it led me, the first thing I did was, I don't know where the idea came from, make my name a business. And learn how to separate that from anything in the public. But I automatically signed it to a record label. So I had the record label managing me. You know, if that makes sense. So instead of a church, instead of a holding company, because a holding company and a record label to me are very similar. They hold intellectual property. You know, but I just had the holding company or the record label just run everything. They represented everything.
Yeah, and that's how you envisionalized it, because your creator, right? Your source is going to speak to you how you have to receive it. You see what I'm saying? And that's how you received it. And so now you can be able to explain it in that way,
in a
so
way
that people can be like, oh, wow. You know what I mean? And so that's dope. And when we have to look at things is like this too. Once again, what is the vision? What do you see? A lot of times it's so much talking, it's so much, you have to remove yourself. That's why meditation is important, because meditation now calms yourself. It separates, it removes you from everything. So now you have the ability to hear and see. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was always taught that prayer is asking God for something, meditation is receiving the answers. I know anytime I've had true red flags in my life, I got those visions through meditation. I already knew they was going to occur.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people don't understand that, man. Let your thoughts flow. At first, if you're new to meditation, it's going to be chaotic at first. But get through it and just be mindful of it. Let it flow.
It's supposed to be chaotic. Once again, we have to understand, well, this is stupid. And in my mind, that's what it's there for, because it's trying to actually show you what's really going on in your mind. So if you're sitting there and you're meditating for the first time and your thoughts like, okay, is my phone there? Is this? That's actually how you are in real life. Mm-hmm. But you're now bringing notice to it now because you're forcing yourself to stop. You know what I mean? And that's why I love the Sabbath day, right? For however you follow the Sabbath or anybody follow the Sabbath, but on the seventh day, that's a time where it's just stop. Everything, it's not going to work. If it didn't work out, just stop, leave it there and come back to it after. You see what I'm saying? Have that time to meditate, have that time to stop, have that time to interact, chill, do something else. And then it comes back to it. I know me, that works because I'm so diligent, right? And if things ain't working right, I'm going to just keep doing it until I fail. And then I get frustrated. And then sometimes I have to just stop, leave it down, come back in a few minutes or a few hours. And I
can relate to that.
Yeah.
I get frustrated. Y'all, you see me, though. You that see me get frustrated.
Yeah.
But I get frustrated with things I feel like things that are common sense. Mm-hmm. Like, because the stuff that me and you are on, we're on a higher level frequency, like a higher level thinking. So I don't expect anybody to just get that right away. Mm-hmm. But I'm not. I want to use an incident that came up, but I'm not gonna do it. You know, with me and you. But it's just like if you, I'm gonna use your wife for example. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Did you, like when around a bunch of people, your wife is not eyeing other men,
right,
hanging on other men. She's right there supporting you. Mm-hmm. She speaks when necessary. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
And I feel like that's common sense. Mm-hmm. But we came across people that doesn't do that.
And all about your environment too.
Yeah. So, and having, you're right. You're absolutely correct. It is all about your environment. I like that you said that, man. So they might be in a different environment. But even I don't know. I don't even know where I was going with that. But coming into even this information, I feel like when you sit down and think, it's common sense.
Yeah.
When you cut off the world, you have to cut off the world.
Cut it off, man.
And no offense to any of our people out there, because I'm really picking on our people. Our grandmas, and I don't know your grandma or anything, our aunties and things like that, but they watch the news, bro. And then they bring that to my phone. Yeah. I'm not going to talk to you about it because the gospel's the good news. But you talked about some people don't even read the New Testament. But you are the good news. You are the good news. The news is there to bring you sadness. So if you're able to sit down, you'll get those common sense things. You'll get those visions in your mind. The reason why I think meditation is important because I believe the world is the theater in your mind.
Yeah.
I showed Cameron last night. I said, go look, because what time was it when we went to eat? 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
I said, look outside. I said, what color is the sky? What they teach you in school? He said blue. I said, so look outside. Is the sky still blue at 9 p.m.?
Yeah. And once again, hey, the sun is 1 billion miles away. The moon. I just look up.
You can't see that far, bro.
Right, and it's just right there. And it's just once again, we have to remove all the chaos.
Right.
And we just have to think. And we got eyes. We got ears, right? Use them. Listen. Look up. You know what I mean? And just see like, hey, this stuff doesn't make sense. And it's there for a reason. But when we're just programs, right? We're just programs and being spoon-fed. And and you're walking around, and you're doing all this. I think about Divergent for some reason, that movie Divergent, it was like everybody was, controlled. And then they found the divergence because they played this music, this song. And then everybody turned into robots. And then they knew the divergence because they walking around like, hey, what's going on? But the divergence is the ones who you supposed to be. You don't go with the status quo.
Deep, bro.
You see what I'm saying? And so because we're questioning things, I don't like to be questioned, you know what I mean, as far as authority, but I like to have questions asked. It's different when you're questioning me versus you're asking a question. You see what I'm saying? But we need to ask questions. You see what I'm saying?
I don't want them to ask me anything.
No, I'm saying with yourself, because remember how you said on the podcast, Ask your higher power.
Well, yeah,
questions,
because
man.
listen, but then I want to go back to the Bible again too, but it's different strokes for different folks. Whatever faith you believe in, they all kind of say the same thing.
Yeah.
Love conquers everything.
Yes.
But confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord, believe in your heart that God raised from the dead, you'll be saved. Ask and you shall receive. Matthew 7:7. So when I learned to ask questions out loud, I learned that the answers will come. It might not be tomorrow. It might not be today. It might be a week from now, 2 weeks from now. God speaks in signs, symbols, and events.
Yes.
But He will give you your answer.
But you have to be open to receive it.
Right,
and that's the thing, because our answer might not come by your mom or whoever, your wife or something, saying something to you. It might come by in a car or something. It might be playing a song, and you have to be open to receive. And so you a lot of times we like, well, God is, because it's not, things is not going to come your way the way you think it's going to come. So you have to be open to receive it in different ways. Why do I keep hearing this and why do I keep hearing that? Well, why is this? That's because that's God speaking to you, bro.
Right.
You trying to box him in. He's all
right.
You see what I'm saying? Energy. Energy is always flowing. It's always moving. Like right now, we can see this table. I could be banging on this table. But when you slow it down and you see the frames, you actually see the vibrations and you actually see the table being bended. But you can't see it in the way you see certain things. So it's all about perspective. And so sometimes you have to slow things down in your life, slow your mind, slow everything. Everything is a rhythm. Your heartbeat's a rhythm. Your mind's a rhythm. The woman's body is a rhythm. You are a rhythm. Everything is a rhythm. And you have to be on time with that. Music is a rhythm and you have time codes. Well, video is a rhythm. It has time codes. Everything is time. Everything works in its time. And so if you're not operating in that time or in that season, you're going to miss it.
Well, I've had a few people tell me I ain't got no rhythm, but you're sadly mistaken. But no, like I was just teaching her the other day, man, letting her listen to Reverend Ike. You got the power. You have the power to think. You can think your way out of anything, even if you're incarcerated.
Yes.
You learn how to use the chaplain correctly and be born again. That's a status change.
Yes.
That can happen right in prison. That can happen right in the military. Wherever you're at in your life, man, you have to decide. And you'll start leading yourself to those things once you decide. Yeah. Trust the process.
Trust the process, period.
Every step of the way. It always gets better before it gets worse. How bad do you want it? Gold is tested by fire. You can't enjoy. You don't know how good joy feels unless you've been through pain.
Come on.
You don't know how good the light feels unless you've been through darkness.
Yes. And you won't even know those things unless if you've been to the opposite side. You won't even know, because a lot of times we want happy. But that's not life.
Right, that's
life
not
is
life
a
at
heartbeat,
all.
right? It's up and down. And so you have to understand that whatever you pray for, the opposite is coming. Whatever you desire, the opposite is coming. It's a package.
The yin and the yang.
The yin and the yang, the male, female. It's all a package, right? They say, oh, you need this, you need that, you need both to create. And so if I want blessings, understand that there's curses coming. If I want to be prosper, understand that there's failures and difficulties coming. They're all a package. And so those things is designed to see if you're really, truly ready.
There you go.
Because like you said at the beginning, it's like, I was going to do this and I was going to meditate, but then I stopped. That was it. That was the chaos. That was the difficulty. And understand, because you really didn't want to meditate.
I relate with those people, because that was me in the beginning. Because you take your mind to a certain frequency, or where you getting certain downloads, you're not ready for them. But when you get around those individuals that's doing better in life, for some reason you just knew that vision was going to come, or you knew that situation was going to occur for you. Because you're birds of a feather flock together, so you're more adept to it. It's like you've seen it coming, and it's just like an awe moment.
What really gets me is, it's funny you say that. What really gets me is, let's say if the Most High said, hey, today we were supposed to do this podcast, right? But yesterday or the day before yesterday we had difficulties, and we said, you know what, forget it. But didn't the Most High say that we were supposed to do this podcast today?
That's fact.
So he didn't care. He knew that the difficulties was coming.
Right.
But he still told you that we was going to do this podcast today. So your situation does not affect where you're supposed to go. And we get so caught up on a distraction or those situations, and we miss where we're supposed to be going.
Courage is coursing your race. God is good all the time,
all
man.
the time.
So every time I've had challenges with certain things, and I still continue to move forward, it's always been a well worth experience, man. I was always rewarded greatly.
Right.
And that's where any challenge in life, overcome the challenge, you will be rewarded.
Yes, you have to. You have to stay in the fight, man. You know, you only lose when you stop. You know, when you stop fighting, that's when you lose. And so you're not getting the remedies, you're not getting things. It's because it's time to set back and adjust. And redirect it.
Start there. And then I'm going to bring this back up. I said this at the event. I said the worst thing, I think Reagan said this, the worst thing that the government could ever say to you is, hey, I'm from the government and I'm here to help, and I'm here to help you.
Right.
So I need y'all to understand truthfully, you can only control what you create. Get around those people that are actually out here creating things, and quit listening to the people that's not creating things. People out here that's actually nation building, people out here that's actually building on land. Just listen, this is normal to you, taking care of 10 kids, 2 wives, a grand. This is normal stuff to you, but to another man that may look similar to you, that might be a miracle to them. You know, it's a miracle to me. You know, so like,
but it's hard.
Yeah, we're not gonna say it's not hard.
Right.
But to some man, taking care of one kid or 2 kids is hard, and that's where they run away from it. So that's why I rock with you, because you are a living miracle. You know, so you're an inspiration. Birds of a feather flock together. I need people to know that. So you got to understand and really perceive who you're really taking this information from. Right. And that's truly what I want to throw out there today. Let us know if you got any closing words and how we can reach you, Chief, man.
I don't really have closing words. My thing is, like I said, this is time. We're about to wrap up the sowing season. So I was just, and no matter where you're hearing this, slow down, stop. You know, if you keep bumping your head, it's for a reason. Okay, so slow down, stop. And refocus. You know, you have to first, in order to define something, you have to redefine it, right? And so your path, you might be on the right path, but it might be the wrong time. You see what I'm saying? You might be doing the right things, but it's just the wrong time. And so we have to really slow down and find the rhythm. You see what I'm saying? Once we're in that pocket, all things is going to flow. And so don't give up. You know, you're going on your right path. You're doing everything that you're supposed to do, but it might be the wrong season. You know, it's impossible right now, wherever y'all at, especially in the United States, there might be trees and leaves that's falling off the trees right now, and so it looks ugly, right? But understand that you might not want to come out here and start planting flowers in the cold, because it's the wrong time. The right thing, but it's the wrong time. And so a lot of times, I would just want y'all to look at this. You're on your path, but just find the rhythm. That's it. Slow down and find your rhythm.
How can we find you, man?
Hit me up always at Chief Amir Zaire. That's CHIEFAMIRZAHIR. Chief Amir Zaire on IG. And also you can hit me up on IamAmirZaire.com.
It's your boy Don Kilam. You can reach me on the Instagram at DON_KILAM. That's DON_KILAM. And I'm not even going, that's the closing message for you today, man. Because you know where I'm at, it took years to get to where I'm at. So your season's coming. Stay focused. Nature will bend to your will. If it's meant, it's gonna happen. And the rewards will be great if you put in the time and you stay consistent. Consistency is the key. And with that, I'm out. Get around the people, man. They like I said, iron sharpens iron. And that's how every relationship has to be in your life. You're either progressing or regressing. So make sure you choose prosperity, it chooses you. So make sure you're choosing the right things.
Most definitely.
I wouldn't have won my case had I not been studying Don Kilam private member files on his online private school.
I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and now I am well worth over $10 million learning about securitization.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam.
I'm telling you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My peoples was locked up, caught in the system, you feel me? These books, they was like a key. When I say Don Kilam's private school changed my life, I ain't even lying. They helped me get over $1 million back in tax credit. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam changed my life forever when it came to the United States government. Don Kilam's books, they the truth. Helped free a lot of my people from the system. You hear me? Gave us knowledge, gave us power. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam, not in law school.
I just want to say, Don Kalam, your books really helped my people out. We learned how to beat child support and even get some money back from the courts. Yo, let me tell you, Don Kalam's books, they the truth. My people finally beating child support, getting that money back from the courts. When I tell you Don Kalam and his private school got me over $100,000 back in tax credits, child, I ain't lying. Masters in Bonds by Don Kalam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid from court every time. Masters in Bonds by Don Kalam really showed me how to go after those court bonds and get paid from the court every single time. I learned real law from reading Don Kalam's private school online, and it taught me everything I needed to know to win every time and get paid. Listen, I'm telling you, Don Kalam School, that's the truth. I got over $1 million back in tax credits. I learned real law from reading Don Kalam's private school online, and I learned securitization and how to go after the securities and bonds. I learned real law from reading Don Kalam's books. I learned about the strawman and how your name is really a business. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kalam. It really changed my perspective on how the United States government operates. Forever. With Don Kalam's help, I got over $1 million back in tax credits for my business.
Are you seeking unparalleled services that cater to your distinctive needs? Look no further than gifted-guardians.org. At gifted-guardians.org, we're more than just a service provider, we're your trusted partners. We bring you an array of services designed with your absolute satisfaction in mind. Navigating our website is a breeze. With just a few clicks, you can access our events, make a purchase, and access any other special services we are offering. And that's not all. Our dedicated team is always ready to answer any questions you may have. Reach out to us via email at giftedguardians@gmail.com. Again, that's giftedguardians@gmail.com. Or give us a text at 480-573-4879. Again, that's 480-573-4879. Experience the Gifted Guardians difference today. We're excited to serve you. Gifted-guardians.org. Protecting your generational dreams are our priority.
Peace and love. It's your boy Don Kalam, and I'm in the building in Orlando, Florida, with Nolan Zander, all the way from Huntsville, Alabama. He flew in today, man. How are you feeling, Nolan?
I'm feeling very well, and I appreciate you taking the time to give me the opportunity to come here. And I like Florida. I used to be here for a little while, but I had to go back to family.
I know that's right, man. You used to stay in Tampa as well, correct?
Yes.
I used to stay there in Hillsborough County. I don't know if you ever heard of Seffner.
Yes.
Out in the country. Literally, that's where I worked for a accounting firm. Was a bookkeeper. I was more in sales, but I was learning the game as well.
Uh-huh.
So
yeah,
that's what led me to this stuff, really, with being there.
Okay. Yeah, I was out at U.S. Central Command headquarters in Tampa,
yeah,
doing some stuff.
Yeah, you're part of the. We're gonna touch on a little bit about your background today as well, but you know. We most definitely salute you. You are a military vet, the Navy, to be exact, correct?
Yes.
All right. But to get started, let me know what led you to Don Kalam.
What led me to Don Kalam is I was studying the secure party creditor stuff for quite some time, and there was a lot of people spitting a lot of different things about the same subjects. So I started doing my own research, and in so doing, sooner or later, you know, everybody pops up, and I just block the ones that I already did see that I don't believe in, and then start looking for new stuff. That's what I do. I'm a researcher. Your name came up, started looking at your stuff, looked a few years back, right, picking out videos here and there and seeing what you have to say. And then it led me to the video where you had stacks of cash in front of you, and it just made sense to start the business and work with the system instead of giving the middle finger to the system and trying to fight against something that is bigger than you. You know, when you're going up against tanks and cruise missiles and warships, you don't pull out your pistol and start going, I am going to destroy you, when they're looking at you like you're crazy, right? You don't have the armaments to take on such a large body who's there to actually help you, and you just don't know it.
It means a lot that, you know, you study my works, because you was an intelligence officer, correct? From the military.
Yes.
So that means a lot right there, enough said. But I remember meeting you in Atlanta. It was a 2-day event. That was a 2-day event?
Yes, that was a 2-day.
Atlanta, right? I left Orlando, barely made it because I was in a hurricane. It was a hurricane last year. I remember it, man. And that's also where you linked up with Jason Mabe as well.
Yes.
And you assisted him as well.
I did.
And now the student surpasses the master.
And that's the way it should be.
I know that's right.
It should be. But you also have to give credit to the master.
But you are the last missing piece that we haven't showed on the podcast so far. That is the original 4 of the Gifted Guardians. That's me, Jason, Chief Amir, and then Nolan Zander. So I feel glad to have you in the building.
I think, yeah.
What I want to touch on today is, you know, let's talk about that document.
Okay.
The document, you brought that. It seemed to intrigue everybody at the Atlanta event last year.
Yes.
All right. And, you know, it's a form of a status correction. You tell me what it's called, man.
Well, it's my international notice, and it's several documents put together that can be used individually or together, and they're recorded together. And it cost me about $150 to record it. It's 39 pages of on-the-record stuff. So when you record something onto the record in the county office, it basically stands as law. So I have the international notice for your own declaration that you are going to declare your status correction, right? Then I have the secondary document would be the genetic code copyright, as everybody's concerned about making sure nothing gets injected into their body, you know, any other medications or anything like that. It's a genetic code copyright. When somebody steals your DNA, that's your property, right? And that's what the genetic code copyright is about. It goes through several different things. Some of it gets into the esoterics with frequencies and frequency management and things like that, radiation and how that messes with your frequency, right? Then we go into what I call is the truth in commerce. The truth in commerce portion is a bunch of federal laws that are on the books that show different things. The United States is a corporation. There has been no judges in the United States for many years, and Congress has to approve the judges, and they haven't been doing that. Some of them even show that they haven't, the judge's oath has not been notarized.
So who are these guys? Because if you're making a bold statement like that, you got to let them know who they are.
Well,
I would say administrators.
The judges are administrators that administer the codes and statutes for the governmental structure, either state or federal, right? And then we also have the fee schedule, which is quite important because I spent a couple of nights in the jail. I won't say that I was in the prison system, but I was able to get out rather quickly with this paperwork, right? To establish that once it hits the judge's desk, they don't want you in there for very long, right? The fee schedule establishes certain things, such as, you know, it's going to cost you money if you put handcuffs on me. It's going to cost you money if you irradiate me, or if you take my property away from me, or if you take me out of commerce, so I can no longer do business. You've kidnapped me and you put me in a specific spot. I cannot operate in commerce. You took away my property, my transportation, those types of things, right? And then we'll move on to all accounts are paid with HGR 192 and a subsequent 73-10 U.S. Code the follow-up to HDR 192. So all accounts are paid, but it does not. You just don't present that. You
stating like all debts are prepaid.
All debts are prepaid.
Your car, your house, if you got a mortgage, it's prepaid. It's coming from the Social Security trust account.
Yes.
Correct. Now a lot of people say this, man. So anybody that's saying it's a scam or they're just speculative about it.
Mm-hmm.
You being a former intelligence officer of the Navy, correct?
Yes.
Why would you say this works? Why? Because, I've even seen people with paperwork, you know, and you know me, I've used it with plenty of success. I use it to get paid.
Yes.
But you personally, how was you able to use it to get out of jail, like you said? Because they can only hold you 72 hours when implemented correctly.
Yes.
How was you able to have successes with this?
When I was in the getting booked in, because it's three different organizations. The sheriff brings you in, right? That's one organization. When they put you into the booth before you go into the jail, that's a secondary organization, right? So it's a second corporation, and then they put you into booking, which is a third corporation. So you're not even in the prison or jail yet. So you already been through the sheriff that brought you in. Another sheriff who's working for a separate corporation is booking you in, putting your paperwork in there, and then you get into the inner area where you're just sitting around, where where usually the metal detector is, and they're booking you in there. That's a third corporation, right? And you're not even in the jail yet. So when you go through that, then you get into the jail. That's the fourth corporation. And when you get booked out, that's a fifth corporation.
And you're saying your paperwork can assist
yes,
in protecting you from these corporations?
Everything, paper is paper. You are the authority. You are the king. You are the emperor, right? If you don't know what's in the paperwork, they will run you over. They will test you. That's their job. Think of it as a video game. You're up against a boss fight. They just captured you and kidnapped you and threw you in a cell, right? This is war.
And that's the importance of having a private education.
Yes. You cannot just have a bunch of piece of papers and throw it in somebody's face and expect them to do anything to you or for you, right? If you're dealing with the government, trust me, they don't want to read 38, 40 pages of stuff, right? When you hand it to them, they're just, I'm not doing this. Well, that's fine, but it's on the record in, Madison County, Alabama, book 2022, under the miscellaneous book 2022, starting on page number umpty squat, right? It's recorded. It's a previous agreement. You already agreed to it. It's international notice. You had 10 days to rebut it. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. This is my law when you're dealing with me. You want to go into contract with me, and you are kidnapping me. Well, that's part of my fee schedule. It says so right here. What do you want to do? Are you authorized to contract in amounts on my fee schedule?
So when it comes to and not to get off the paperwork, we're going to get back to it's an international status correction, correct?
Yes.
Basically, to break that down. And you can even consider a political status correction.
It is a political status correction, but only when you accompany it with your trust paperwork. So, let me explain. It is a part of the status correction, and it is a political status correction, but you have nothing to stand on. You need land, just like what Jason says, what Chief Amir says, what even Don Kilam says. You have to have land. You have to have the trust. You have to have...
You are the land, though.
Yes, you are the land, but most people cannot comprehend that, right? They hear it, but is it a part of your beliefs?
Just like we was learning today. What happens is with the birth certificate, they're converting you into property.
Yes.
You're considered property.
Mm-hmm.
What would that be? Would that be land property? Or because you need... Why is we studying property today? I can't even remember what brought it. I was like, oh, we're the property for who, whatever corporations claim you, whether it's United States Corporation, the state,
mm-hmm.
it was for municipal bonds.
Yes.
That's what it was for.
So when we're talking about the human body, you have to go back to the Bible, because that's what they're referencing when they're talking about property, because man was made from the earth, which is automatically property, right? And if you want to get into the papal decree of 1302, where it says the human is a monster, right? Because HU
in Valentine's dictionary.
In Valentine's,
dictionary.
Yep, both of those. HU, as the etymology of the word, HU is like hue, HUE, which is a color of. So you have the color of a human, right, which is not a human. And in 1302, the Latin word that they used for monster was synonymous with demon. And when it comes from the mouth of the Catholic Church, which is the Pope, now you're saying that an offshoot of mankind, some call it Elohim, some call it a monster or a demon. So now it's not a part of man, therefore you're automatically a slave. We're not going to kill you because God is righteous and God is forgiving. But we are going to take you as a slave until you can somehow redeem yourself.
That sounds a little satanic to me. Hey, but speaking of that, even with like the attorneys, the bars, what's it stand for? British Accredited Registry?
British Accredited Registry.
It's a fraternity.
It
There's no
is.
such thing as a license to practice law.
That's correct.
So this is just all a game. This is why they call it court.
Yes.
And the playing field is never level.
No. Why would it be level?
So with that being said, they're not lawful judges, they're fiduciaries.
Yes.
This is why when you go to jail, they say trustee.
Yes.
They call the inmate a trustee.
Yep.
Your state's property.
Yes. That's why they issue a number, right? They got to change it up a little bit.
Which is another account.
It's another account. Yes, it is.
Coming off the full faith and credit.
Yep.
And you have to be state property so they can get bonds on you.
Yes.
You know, in the court system, the bonds, 24, standard form 24.
Yep.
Standard form 25. You know, there's a bunch of different GSA bonds.
Yes.
You know, and I learned that first from Gene Keaton.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if you're familiar with his work.
I am familiar with his, but I learned it from Pastor Tony King.
Okay, I've heard of him. And then Patrick Devine, he talks about it.
He does talk about that quite extensively, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Welcome to Dream Keepers Radio. Today's episode is proudly sponsored by HelloAlice.com, your go-to platform for small business grants. Need funding for your entrepreneurial dreams? Look no further. HelloAlice.com offers a wide range of grants specifically designed to support small businesses like yours. And here's the best part. It's absolutely free. Visit HelloAlice.com today and unlock the financial opportunities you've been waiting for. Don't miss out on your chance to make your business thrive. Tune in to Dream Keepers Radio and let HelloAlice.com be your ticket to success.
And you know, I got a book called Where Does Bond, and then Secure. I don't know, I got so many books, but Where Does Bond breaks that down and talks about the GSA bonds.
Yes.
Would you like to speak on any of that with the court system? And is that tying in with your status correction documents? Are you claiming the securities and the bonds?
You can. The paperwork allows you to claim those securities and the bonds. It also allows you to create what I have a conditional acceptance, right? So if you give me a contract, I can rebut that contract. It's called a traffic ticket. You give me a traffic ticket, I can rebut that through a conditional acceptance. Because the Bible says to agree with thine adversary quickly.
Right.
So agree to their so-called charges, right? When you have a bill, you have a charge, your charge card. They're charging you with something. They're creating a bond right there on the spot. Your first court appearance is in the car as the sheriff is talking to you, or the whatever police officer is, because your first appeal is with the administrator judge, because now you have a disagreement, and they call that an argument.
A controversy.
It's a controversy,
yes.
Right? And when you're having a controversy, now you're belligerent. So now we can fleece your trust even more. It's a secondary contract, because the ticket number is not the same as the court case number when you take it to court.
Correct.
So that's 2 separate accounts that they're fleecing your trusts from. Right? And then if you appeal the judge, then that's a tertiary bond. And it's all based off of the original bond, but it's still 3 separate accounts.
And so, what's this have to do with your paperwork? How's your paperwork gonna help you with all of this?
It helps you, first of all, through your own comprehension of the document itself. Because as I mentioned, you are the man or the mankind. Now, please understand, we'll go through.
You can also say living, because
Yeah.
Here's how I like to break it down, man. Because I'm with you, man. I hear you. I'm with you. Because I'm a master at this.
Yes.
This is why I like your paperwork. Because I got my own. You show mine off in every podcast when you're doing yours.
Yeah.
The non-taxpayer affidavit. I
Yes.
created my own flag.
Yeah, you did.
I put the red X through the black and white squares. That means remove all planes, remove all boxes from this courtroom. This will be a level playing field.
Yep.
I appoint you as the honor-bound, duty-bound fiduciary.
Yep.
A fiduciary has to legally take care of the trust.
Yes.
And for the greatest benefit of it.
Yeah. Well, I would say that my paperwork is the backing documents for yours, what I would say. It's on the record. When you go into court, then that's when your paperwork would come into play as well, right? And that would help out immensely. And that's what really impressed me a lot, is I already had the paperwork, right, before I met you. But your document was fantastically and masterfully crafted to supplement mine. I don't know how that worked out, but we just got it put together. So my backing documents shows that the administrator is an administrator. It shows that the attorney is a representative of the state. But don't you have the right to confront your accuser, which is the state of whatever?
Right.
So how is it that a corporation is going to show up and say, I accuse Xander of this? They can't. The attorney can present themselves as a represent for the state, but they're not the state, right? So they can't rebut what you say.
Well, I'm glad did you learn any of this in the military?
No.
So the military didn't teach you any of this?
No. They taught me the base skills of, 1 is discipline, 2 is persistence, and 3 is critical thinking. 4 would be to do the research, but also to look at the stuff that I disagree with. If it does not go with where I am looking, right? I want to show facts to, let's say, the sky is purple. So I'm only going to look for sources that say the sky is purple, but I'm going to ignore all of the sources that I do find that say that it's not purple, right? So when you have to put all that stuff together, it's an immense amount of work to do that research, to process it in your little brain, and then put it on paper to take notes and create flow charts and stuff to put it all together.
How long was you in the military?
28.
28 years?
Yep.
And you was a lieutenant?
Yep.
That's high ranking, correct?
Well, no. See, I came in as an E1 boot camp person. I did aviation mechanics, right? Flight deck troubleshooter, Persian Gulf, right? All of that stuff. Then I got out of that, so I didn't like working on ejection seats anymore. I moved into the realm of security police, and I did not like that. I ran into some major issues with the good old boy network at the time in a specific location, which I won't say. And I had serious conflict with that. Do as I say, not as I do, as an officer of the military. Now, I'm not saying that the entire military is like that. I just ran into it in a specific location. I have the utmost respect for my brothers and sisters. It's just sometimes they get off track, in my opinion. Then I didn't like that. That was Bill Clinton's troops to cops thing that he had going on. and I definitely didn't want to do any of that, and I was out of that. And I went into the intelligence field because I get bored really easy. As you could see that I was aviation mechanic, then I became a cop, and then it's like, well, what the hell? I mean, what am I going to do? This is because when you master one thing, you're hungry for more. So I did the intelligence because a friend of mine recommended it, and I was always doing something different. I still had the same skills, but I was actually doing something different. I worked with the special operations. I worked for headquarters. I worked in the Pentagon. I worked in all different places, and I seen different things, and I had different jobs, but the baseline of it was I already knew how to do it, and I never looked back.
So in the communities that we're in, we're studying, some people could say the secure party community.
Sure.
Some people call it status correction.
Yes.
Some people call it sovereignty.
Yes.
I call it estate planning. That's just what it is. It's planning your estate. It's the private sector. You got the private sector, you got the public sector. But with that said, Don Kilam can be a controversial topic.
Yes.
So what was it that led you to believe that Don Kilam, his research is on point?
Because it lined up with the stuff that I already did, for one. For two, your demeanor and the way you presented yourself. Now, a lot of times when these other folks are presenting themselves, they're mostly in it to make money, right? And don't get me wrong, everybody's in it to make some sort of money because we have a lifestyle that we have to keep. This research, I can give you a 38-page document and you don't think it's worth, $2,000. But you don't know that I spent 10 years researching every word in those documents. That's what you're paying for. Because otherwise you can go out there and spend the time, right? Look it up. U.S. Code. Start there. Because I didn't even know that when I started. Okay? I caught some gurus here and I caught some reference points, and then I went to that reference point, which led me to another reference point, which led me to one of these and two of those. And then when you look at Black's Law Dictionary, well, which edition do you want to use? Right? How many Black's Law dictionaries do you read if you want to know the actual definitions? Is it the 8th? Is it the 4th? Is it the 1st? Right? I think they're on number 16 right now. So which one do you want to use? Right? You have to know these things.
And that goes back to the power of words, too. Words are power. Conversation runs a nation, man.
Yes.
You get defined. The first item that defines you in this world is an ultrasound. So that just shows you how important words and sounds are.
Yes.
If somebody says your name, it moves your whole soul and your whole essence.
Yes.
So spelling and spell casting. But to my beliefs, as long as you got your own definitions, you're good to go. Especially within your trust. If you do have your own private trust.
Yes.
And when we first started, you didn't have a trust.
No.
Right? So
I was not interested in that.
What do you have now? I've heard you've had, this is through the grapevine now. You've got your trust established. You've got 498 numbers and counts like that. Tell us about it and which one you think, what was the importance of establishing them?
It's a part of, the journey, but it's taken away what they're in the community they're calling the straw man, okay? It's you stepping away from your current persona of being what you are in the public school system, of being where you are in the public side. Because you're playing the game. You have these things called dollars in your pocket. You got credit cards in your pocket with your name on them. You're operating through the banks. You're playing the game. You agreed to play the game. And as a matter of fact, what a lot of people are talking about, they just want money. They want that lottery ticket.
Right.
Right? And that more money, more problems, for one. For two, when somebody does win the lottery, you're talking 5 years later, they're more broke than what they were before they won the lottery. They don't know how to manage their money. If you want to be a millionaire, where are you at? How far along that journey are you? You don't know.
Right. It seems to me with the American people that they got that they want something for nothing mentality, and you can't have that mentality when you're coming into this type of information.
Yeah.
It's what you need to learn when you're investing something. You need to have a rate of return, And a lot of people are just buying packages starting off, just these secure party creditor packages.
Yes.
You get a bunch of files, case law, templates. They don't know what to do. No direction because their guru don't know what to do with no direction.
Right.
They're not implementing this life. They're not sitting down in these private wealth groups, learning how to invest your assets, learning how to really create wealth, you know. And all you got to do is show up. You don't get these ideas from people, man. Like, real people doing real things. Look at their life, and that's how far they can take you.
Yes. If you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong fucking room. Okay? If you're not learning from the people, you don't need to be there. Okay? Most people that talk a bunch of smack, right? I used to do it too. Friday night, we go to the bar, we drink away our paycheck, we sit around, have a pity party about, you know, whose life sucks more. Right? That's not going to get you out of the cesspool of crap that you're sitting yourself in. You got to pick yourself up off the table, say, have a nice life to your friends, because I want something different. I want something better.
It's your life, so you only control what you create.
And you don't have a lot of time on this planet, and you're going to spend it wallowing in a cesspool of crap, complaining about how your tomorrow is just like your yesterday.
That's one of the rules of commerce. You're going to control what you create, correct?
Yes.
So that's why I say about the birth certificate. I don't authenticate it at all. What's your suggestion?
You can do what you want to do, right? But it's got your name on it. That's the only thing you're authenticating, right?
It's already certified. It's a copy.
Yes.
It's a certified copy. It's not even the original.
That is absolutely correct. You're
It's in
certifying.
the Bank of England.
Yeah. You're certifying that your name is on it, and you're verifying that it exists for them.
Right, because it's their signs, their symbols.
Yes.
They created it.
Yes.
So they get to control it.
Well, yeah. They're the one that put the original money into it. They're the original investors.
That's right.
Right? Yes, okay. The mother, not the father, right? The mother is on the birth certificate, and she's the only one that signs the birth certificate, not the father. Okay? And besides that, you have the breakdown between the father's family name and the mother's family name, which automatically makes you a bastard child. So according to the Bible, that goes into an orphan status for the church. So you're a bastard child. I am not a Xander based on the idea that my mother signed the birth certificate as whatever her last name is. Right? So let's say, for instance, just at a hypothetical thing that I'm just making up. So you had a historical event. You're a god, you're a god because mom created a human, right? But it became a bastard, which automatically goes back to Papal Decree of 1302, making you a monster because you're a bastard child. So now, what do you want to name this great event that just transpired? You just created a human. What do you want to call this event? Well, in my case, it was Nolan. That's the name of the event. Great, let's record that. So now it's recorded, and because it's such a joyous occasion, the state is going to put some money up to take care of you for the remainder of your life with 666 silver pieces. I wonder where they got that number from.
And this all ties into the Social Security trust account.
Yes, that's part of that is the Social Security trust account. Well, the Social Security trust account is the minor account compared to the birth certificate account, which is the major account. But they're both linked together. You usually are already signed up for a Social Security card because that's when they try to link it together.
It's an account.
It's an account.
A trust account.
Yes.
And you're giving up your labor.
Yes, because that's the only thing of value. That's the only thing you have to give.
And Trading with the Enemy Act, can you speak on that? Because this is why I say it's happening. You're showing proof. You're going to authenticate that you are trading with the enemy when you're showing these documents as identity.
Yes.
Like we're literally in a world where we know that the government is not for you. There's no history book, there's no religion book that said that the government's for you.
Correct.
And you're showing the documents that you have with them to identify with as you.
Yes.
These are slave documents.
Yes, they are.
I just wanted to get it verified from an intelligence officer. That's all.
Okay. So the Trading with the Enemy Act is there because the banking system since 1933. We could go back further than that, but let's just start with there because we don't have that much time. So when the Bankers Act came out in 1933, is a May, June timeframe, there wasn't. It was time that the government had to declare another bankruptcy, right? So Trading with the Enemy Act allowed the president to declare a bank emergency, right? Which has never been called back, right? So that created an opportunity for the bank to come in and basically take over the monetary system completely. Now, we could argue different dates throughout history, but we're not going to go there right now. But this is the last part where they actually completely took over the banking industry for the difference between money and fiat currency. Right? The difference between a Federal Reserve note, which is a fiat currency, which is a debt instrument,
Correct.
and an actual silver-backed note.
Jason Mave is the proud owner of A&M Contractors in Ellerbe, North Carolina, near Fayetteville. For over 4 decades, we have been dedicated to providing exceptional commercial and residential services to our valued customers, which we consider family. At A&M Contractors Incorporated, we specialize in a wide range of services to meet all your contracting needs. From heating and cooling installation, replacement, service, and maintenance to clean air products, plumbing, septic tank installation, and repair and spray foam insulation. We've got you covered. We take pride in our workmanship, and customer satisfaction is our top priority. When you choose A&M Contractors, you can expect reliable service, attention to detail, and the highest level of professionalism.
And I don't think people are even understanding that. And I like that the keywords that you're using, because everybody talks about this gold standard, but America has always been backed by silver.
Always. Now, you could always throw gold in there. You can throw platinum in there.
Silver dollar.
Silver dollar, yeah. You know, up in Wisconsin.
Wasn't no gold. There wasn't no dollar backed by gold. I mean, they had the little gold coins.
Yes. And how do you back a dollar with gold? You don't. It's like it's powder at that point.
And I like that you're talking about this, because we can go back to the bonds. We're talking about municipal bonds. If you look up what a muni is, municipal bonds, this is literally your taxes don't pay for roads. That's what people think. This is what people really think in their head. I'm paying taxes. Mm-hmm. You taught me what a tax was, but literally municipal bonds, they're getting loans from the people.
Yes.
This is what's paying for your roads. This is what's paying for your schools.
Yep.
Just Google it. Google municipal bonds.
And Google tax.
Google Series 6 and Series 7 license.
Yep.
This is where the people that get these licenses, they know this. Walt Disney knew this. We're in Orlando, so Walt Disney knew this. He knew how to create bonds. He knew how to create general revenue bonds and GOs. He created his own cities.
Yes.
And created
Plural.
his own mortgages.
Yes.
You know? So, and they're under the Old England standards, so they don't even have to pay taxes to Florida.
That's correct. Well, all of them have to swear allegiance to either the Crown, well, not the Crown necessarily, but the Crown Corporation, which we could, that's
and I'm not going to
podcast,
get too deep and talk about this, but I learned this with Chief Amir. Like, this is literally what you want to get is called a Crown land patent. And you looked it up too. It's something that's real. You want to get a Crown land patent.
Yep.
It's a land patent from the Crown.
Yes, but it's not just that you go down and fill out some paperwork and you got it like that, right? There's certain criteria that you have to meet. You have to make a road. You have to build something on the land. You can't just, I got land.
And then we can go back to even like when you claim in royalty, because people say they're sovereign, they're royalty and stuff.
Sure.
But you got to learn how to prove this. If you're claiming birth certificates and IDs and Social Security cards, you're not royalty. You just gave up that. You just gave up that heritage. You gave up that lineage.
Yes.
Now you're a dependent descendant of a taxpayer.
Yes. Well, a king acts as such. Period. How would a king act? How would a king speak? How would an emperor speak? I mean, how far do you want to go, right? I don't like using the word queen because I don't like that definition.
Head whore.
Yeah.
I like the word. I love my queen. Shout out to all the queens.
But as a secondary term for that, why can we not have a king that is a female? We associate those terms, but the actual definition of king does not say anything about gender, right? And you should always be as king.
As king, I got that. I like that.
Right? It's 2 words, not 1. So when you go in, especially if you're going into court, how do you command people to do things? Just like what Jesus did.
And that's what we're talking about today. Status, standing.
And identity.
Status, standing, and identity. First status, status is you could be a Mr. or a Mrs., which are slave titles.
Yes.
King is a status.
Yes.
It's a monarch status.
Yep.
You know, but Mr. and Mrs. is a lower class status.
Yep.
And then standing is going to show you what you have rights for once they have your status.
Mm-hmm.
And then once they know what your rights are, that's how they identify you.
Yes.
You know, so if you're black, white, that's a form of a status.
Absolutely. If you cling on to something, right? Let's say Jeremiah 1:5. Before I knew thee, before you were formed in thy mother's belly, I knew thee. So who are you? Before you were named, before you came out of your mother's womb, God knew you. So who are you? What are you? You can't tell me that you're this name that you keep answering to. That is a corporation that they created for your benefit. And as long as you agree that you are that name, you're in their jurisdictions.
November 11th, Veterans Day, Atlanta, Georgia. We're going to have you there in Atlanta. Tell us what are we to expect from you in Atlanta?
It's going to be dependent on the situation, really.
People are buying to have lunch with us, brunch with us, man.
Yeah.
We're sold out. You know?
Well, we can set up appointments for phone consultations. We can set up appointments to do some paperwork. We can set up to go back and forth because the paperwork is going to require an autograph or a signature, whatever you want to call it, for the paperwork. Can I file the paperwork for you? Certainly, but it's not going to be a 10-minute thing, right? It's going to take months to do this paperwork properly with your name on it, and you have to tell me you know what these terms mean, right? It's the difference between status and standing. The paperwork is about status. Can you stand on the document? And most of the time, the answer is going to be no. Well, I didn't have time because I was busy on TikTok. I didn't have time because I was on Facebook. Or I was watching the Waltons or watching something on Netflix or going to the movies. This is your life. How much time do you want to spend doing something that doesn't give you any productivity? That's not acting as a king that you're claiming to be. Period. I'm not here to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to wrap you in a little swaddle and go, oh, it's so nice. You paid me money, so I'm going to treat you nice. No. Your ass needs to learn. Period.
We didn't cover any of those accounts. What have you got? So tell me about the 498. You got a foreign account, right? They call it the 498 number, right?
That's what they call it, but it's actually a number that you get from Pennsylvania. It covers a certain status of.
But your social's not attached to it.
No, it can't be. It can't be. The 498 number basically shows the IRS, which is your accountants, the Treasury, that you're outside of their jurisdiction and you will report taxes. There's no such, tax evasion is still bad. You're reporting your income. You're reporting what you're making or not making, but you're still reporting it. Why? Because they're your freaking accountants, dumbass. They need to know where the money is and where it went, right? You have your estate EIN, which you can use after a different fashion. That is your estate, right? Your decedent estate, or part with your will, if you will. It's related to your will, but it's actually your estate, which gives it a different status. That way, when you go into somebody dies and they give a last will and testament, you take it into the court and they chop it up left, right, and center and give you a penny of a $20 million estate because they have court fees and they have this and they have that and then they have the other thing, and then Bob came in, so he gets some too. You know, and Shirley, you know, she looks pretty, so she's going to get some.
Happens to the
right?
stars all the time.
Exactly, right? And that's what the trust documents are for. It's different from the EIN, but you have to have the documents to back up what you're going to get. Because they already said in the World Economic Forum is own nothing and you'll be happy. Right?
That's it. Own nothing, control everything.
Control everything and you will be happy.
So you can help establish people, help them and assist in protecting their assets as well.
Yes.
In a different demeanor.
Yes.
Because I know you're not familiar as we are with the unincorporated association.
Correct.
'Cause I've been just bringing up, you know, my close friends, letting them know, the people that's close to me in this community. You know.
Well, I would say it's actually a transition for those people that are.
Oh yes.
That are.
Well, it's a transition for everything because there's steps to it. You know, I teach people about the sole prop first, then turning the name into an LLC. And then we go to the trust, the 508c1a, and then if you want to operate in the public, you do the a regular nonprofit 501c3. And then, boom, the unincorporated association. The unincorporated association is a private ministry trust. They can operate in the public.
Yes.
The governing laws is whatever you create, which is your government. You can create your own government.
Yep.
And the Chief Amir brought this to my attention first. It wasn't, I mean, it's been brought to my attention, but Chief Amir was the one that took his time and showed me how he was established in it, how they couldn't touch his land, and a lot. And he's sitting there having meetings with government officials about it.
Yes.
So it's official, you know, like who's not going to honor that and acknowledge that?
Well, it's the people that are in what I call the lower vibrations of hatred and anger towards something. Right? They're waiting for a superhero to come in and rescue them from an external source when the answer is internal.
That's it.
So I was hoping that my paperwork would transition a lot of the folks into the Don Kilam universe in the Kingdom of Kilam. Okay? And that's where I'd like to drive people and inform them that they should not be angry. They should acknowledge the system and work with the system, and that's what Don Kilam teaches. Don Kilam teaches the system and how to work within the system rather than rattling sabers, you know, against a tank, right, and trying to get into a fist fight with a cruise missile. Probably not a grand idea, right? And it's more than likely you're going to lose in every situation.
Just so everybody knows, like I do have a lot of private, we have over 1,500 private members with Don Kilam. And it's going to double, of course, but I'm not looking for any more public members. Like I'm not, you I mean, you could text me and learn about the courses in the program, but I'm here, I'm helping with the Gifted Guardians. And Nolan services will be offered on the website. We've discussed that today. And he's also going to offer consultations. You know, starting at a half hour, an hour, whatever it may be, at gifted-guardians.org. That's gifted-guardians.org. So make sure that you look up our services. We're adding new services every day, and we're adding to the team every day. You know, we're adding service every day. We're having meetings every day. And we're going to continue bringing things like this to the public. But Don Kilam, you're going to have to reach out to me on your own. I'm not... It's been a headache. I'm so glad to get away from this, you know.
Well, it's also through us,
Right.
Chief Ymir,
the team, right.
myself, and Jason, so that it gives you more freedom to do the more advanced things that you're already looking at.
That's it.
We will deal with some of the public as they come on, and then we'll filter through the individuals that are dedicated to doing this stuff.
And then you see we have an extended crew that's coming on board.
Yes.
Any advice for the extended crew? Because you're up there, you're with us. You know
Yes.
what I mean? So any advice for the ones that are aspiring to be where you're at?
Dedication, discipline, critical thinking.
Research,
absolutely. Well, you need those before you do the research.
Yeah, trial and error. Don't be scared.
That's right. And don't get discouraged.
And you've ever since you have been rocking with Don Kilam, you have seen growth.
Yes.
But what, like you see the celebrities, we don't bring them out to the public as much.
No.
But there is a lot of celebrities that's tapped in and tuned into this information. Some are scared and some are not.
Well, they have to remain. They have to maintain their confidentiality. A lot of them are celebrities because if you want to believe the sovereign community, it's a very good, or it's an idea that they're there because they got signed on by these powers that be, right? And the only reason they are a Class A actor or whatever you want to call it is because they've signed their soul away to the devil, or if that's what you will want to say. So they need to maintain their confidentiality.
Yeah, not some, not all of them, but a couple new friends I got made this week was one to have the Milli Vanilli. One of the guys, the other one's dead, so rest in heaven. But Milli Vanilli, and then Deion Buchanan. He's a Super Bowl Hall of Fame football player, man. Shout out to Deion Buchanan. I'm gonna ask him to get him on the show too.
You should.
Man.
You should.
I think he played for Arizona. A lot of different things, but it's just cool, man. What this is leading me to, we got a lot of haters too, a lot of naysayers, but that doesn't stop from helping the people that do believe in us and continue to help us thrive. But are there any last words?
I would say that this journey is a long and tedious one, and it will evoke and invoke a lot of emotions.
That's facts.
But is the juice worth the squeeze? Absolutely. Absolutely. But you got to get through it because change happens outside of your comfort zone.
Nolan, that's what she said.
Yeah, it is.
Juice worth the squeeze.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Keep going.
She likes the juice. So do something for yourself. And it's not just for yourself. It's for your family. It's for your legacy. It's not for just your children. It's for your mother and father.
That's it.
It's for everybody in your lineage because you are a probability. You know how many people had to come together and survive just for me to be here?
That's facts. And a fact cannot enter a courtroom. Only assumptions and presumptions.
That is correct. That is correct. And I am going to upgrade my paperwork. I'm going to put a copyright on the bottom of the paperwork so that the definitions that are in the document cannot be changed. Because if you get the paperwork, you hand it to the judge, you go, well, this word means this because it's not copyrighted.
Okay. Yes, that's it. But let your yeses be yeses and your noes be noes. That's what's in the Bible.
Yep. And it's a dangerous document. It's 38 pages. The more you talk, the more chances you have of getting that thrown out of court. Right? The shorter and more concise your answer is always not as rebuttable.
And as simple as that. Affidavit has to be rebutted.
It has to be.
Point by point.
Yes. So if your name is there and you say, this is my name, they have to rebuke that.
That's it.
Right? So if they can't rebuke that, they can't necessarily rebuke the other ones. Now, they can ask you because it's a conditional acceptance if it's under that category. But also, it has to be through the United States mail, so you're using the postal rule, right? It has to be registered, and or it could be certified, but in most cases, it has to be autographed under full, unlimited liability.
When you learn your name's the business, you learn how to get your name out these publications.
That's right.
These public publications.
Public.
In the private, what they do in the private is what they do in the private.
Yep.
But in the public, you have a right to control this when you learn how to control your name.
That's right.
With that, I'm out, man. That's it. You good? We got Nolan, man. Nolan Xander. Shout out, man. Go to gifted-guardians.org. How can we find you, Nolan?
On giftedguardians.org. You can get me there. I have a YouTube channel called Xander, so you can get me there. Zander. Chosen Nolan is another one.
Chosen Nolan
is in there as well under the keywords setups. So that's where I will be.
You already know who I am. I'm Don Kilam. You can find me on Instagram at DON_KILAM. You can also text Private Life to 480-573-4879. Be sure to hit like, subscribe, share, drop us some comments. Let us know what's going on with you out there in the world, and we'll take a look at that. Much peace and love. And remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace.
Are you ready to unlock the secrets of commerce and build an empire that lasts for generations? Look no further. Introducing $1 Million Worth of Game by Don Kilam, your official guide to the private and public side of commerce. In this groundbreaking book, Don Kilam reveals the strategies and insider knowledge you need to create and protect your wealth. Learn how to navigate the intricate world of commerce, master the art of building an empire, and secure a lasting legacy for your family. Get your hands on $1 Million Worth of Game today and embark on a transformative journey toward financial abundance. Don't miss out on the opportunity to build your empire and secure a prosperous future for generations to come. Get ready to conquer the world of commerce. $1 Million Worth of Game by Don Kilam, your ultimate guide to building an empire and leaving a legacy. $1 Million Worth of Game by Don Kilam. Available now. Get your copy and start your journey to generational wealth.
License and registration, please. I reserve all my rights as a foreign American national. I do not consent to any searches. Okay, you're free to go.
Your Honor, it is presumed that by the creation of the birth certificate, my body and labor are pledged to the state. This is absurd.
We'll be out of here soon. I just learned about the GSA bonds on this court case from a Don Kilam book. Just watch.
I learned the game from reading Don Kilam. There has to be a victim, or it's not a real crime. The state can't be the victim. Case dismissed.
Mr. Jordan, you have no rights because you gave them up the moment you were placed on a contract. Your birth certificate, driver's license, and social security card.
I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdiction. Your Honor, I'd like to address the Title 4D TANF grants.
What about them?
These grants force fathers to pay without due process, making it illegal.
Case dismissed.
I reserve all of my rights as a foreign American national, and I do not consent.
You are free to go.
I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor.
Yeah.
I went in there sui juris, not pro se. When I asked the judge where does his delegation of authority derive and what grants him more authority than my higher powers, case dismissed. Your Honor, I request to see your oath of office to challenge subject matter jurisdiction and your delegation of authority.
This court lacks. Case dismissed.
I learned the game from reading Don Kilam's book and Don's private school online, and now I'm helping the whole hood become free. I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdictions.
I have never pledged my rights or my body to any gifting program, including this court.
I award the plaintiff $20 million.
If I only had a brain. Imagine.
Imagine. No brains, no hearts. We're just artificial persons navigating this mechanical world of law.
Here's the thing. When you realize your straw man exists, all the mysteries just vanish. You take control, become the authorized representative, and suddenly you can settle everything. It's nothing personal, just business. And remember, both the Scarecrow and I, no brains, no heart.
You see, Dorothy, I'm the king of beasts, but I lack the courage to roar. Just like the American folks.
I'm the Tin Man. T-I-N Man. Taxpayer identification number. Just a hollow vessel. When you realize your straw man exists, all the mysteries just vanish. You take control, become the authorized representative.
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person. I am a Moor by nature.
Ultra important to understand the difference between motions and affidavits.
Why is that?
Because they're discretionary. An affidavit cannot be lawfully denied.
So a corporation is considered a corporate person, right?
Exactly. But we are natural persons.
Right. And that means we have rights preserved in the Constitution.
Listen, nationality is crucial. Black is just a color that gives up your birthrights.
Message. See?
Know your identity. Don't settle for just a label.
Exactly. Your nationality matters.
You know, this birth certificate, it's like a covenant outside of God.
Really? How so?
It proves who your maker is, just like in the Matrix.
So you want a brain, huh?
Yes, please.
How about this instead?
A birth certificate.
Fits you perfectly, my if I only had a brain-looking boy.
Well, I guess it's a start.
Did you know the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz wanted a brain?
Yeah, but instead of giving him one, the wizard just handed him a birth certificate.
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person, and I am a Moor by nature.
Understood. You are free to leave.
5, 4, 3. Peace and love. It's your boy Don Kilam in the building. Dream Keepers Radio, the podcast by the Gifted Guardians. I'm live from Orlando, and I have in the building with me Chief Amir and Minister Jason May.
Hey, what's going on?
How y'all feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. How you, man?
It's great to have y'all back down here in Atlanta together, man.
We doing good, man. Jason's my man.
Y'all just met for the first time, man. How was that?
It was good. Long time coming.
Long time coming. Y'all went straight to business, too. As soon as you arrived, Chief.
Right. I ain't put my bags down good
Didn't
enough.
even put your bags down, man. Straight to business.
Facts.
And this is what we do on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we even had a tribal meeting today.
Yeah.
With what's her name, man? How do you pronounce her name?
Jamie. Bhavana.
No, Bhavana.
Bhavana.
Shout out to Bhavana, man.
Shout out.
Gang, man.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Her
man.
and Ernest.
And Ernest and Jamie, man, they've been longtime members for a long time. They joined me right around the same time as you. But it's just a lot of people don't understand. They understand the private life and they're staying on their square. There's road bumps, of course, with everything, but they continue to stick with it, you know. And Ernest does a lot of scripture. That's why he's drawn to you, Chief, because he said you know the scripture.
You know, with me and him, we vibed out a lot. You know what I mean? I just think a lot of people loves my perspective because that's what I do. I just give perspectives on things. And a lot of times they're Hebraic perspective or an ancient culture perspectives on the scriptures, because when you look at the scriptures, a lot of it's allegory. And so it deals with also things that you see, you know, and that's why you can't force anything on people, but you have to allow them to just hear it. And what is the Spirit saying to them?
That's right. I like that. That's very major. Because that's a lot of people that you come, because you've done hundreds of calls now, right, Jason?
Oh yeah.
So with that, they just need somebody to talk to about it.
Oh yeah. A lot of people need confidence,
but a lot of the people that do come to us could be those that were actually forcing this knowledge on the people.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Agreed?
Agree.
Oh yeah.
So you can't force it. That's not love.
Mm-mm.
If you want somebody to be part of your tribe, you're not going to be forceful with it. You want them to be drawn to it naturally.
Mm-hmm. That's most definitely. Yeah, they have to have a natural draw, because in the natural draw, that's how people really come together. You know, it was a verse. It says, "Write the vision, make it plain, that he who reads it will run with it." Right. And so a lot of times people think that when you have a vision, you just force it upon nobody. No, it says write the vision. So when you write it down, you make it plain. Those that is meant for, those who have the resources, those who can see it will support it. So it's not going to be everybody. And that's what people got to understand when you're dealing with people and you're going out your network, and it's not for everybody.
And that's the same way with, we can say with our tribes or even our business. So Jason, you had to envision being a business owner, right?
Oh yeah.
So it's part of the vision. You have to be able to envision that. In the same way with the tribe. And you have a tribe called the Akkadi Republic, correct?
Yep, Akkadi Nation Republic.
That was something you had to envision.
Yes, I had to envision that.
And not to cut you short, but that vision has led you to some of the calls we had today. Yes. I had a conference call with you, the tribal call with you today. Can you speak on that? Can you speak on his titles, his position, what he's running for, all of that, man?
My man Ron, he's actually running for commissioner.
Ron Gotti.
Ron Gotti. He's actually running for
family. Shout out to the Gotti.
But he's actually running for county commissioner out there.
It.
You know, and so I had the privilege and the opportunity to even grace with him and talk with him. He's out there on the property. He watches over the property and everything while he's even not there, you know. and we had really a great time together. You know what I mean? Like learning from each other. I told him what I was about, what I was doing, and he supports it. You know what I mean? And so it's good that I know now that he's actually running for that office because of he's a great guy. You know what I mean? He's going to do great things.
And yes. So there's a difference between private and public. That's what a lot of people got to understand. The difference between private and public. The public sector is the part of the economy, the part of the marketplace that the government controls. If you have a public bank account, it is controlled by the government. You are not handing down wealth to future generations at all, unless you learn how to utilize the private sector of a bank correctly.
That's true. And you know what's crazy, and Jason, you would probably definitely agree, is that a lot of times people get in trouble when they're mixing the public and the private.
That's it.
You know, you cannot mix the two, because once you mix the two, it's a recipe for disaster. So if you're going to be in the public, you got to have to learn how to operate in the public via codes and regulations and things. If you're going to operate in the private, you're going to have to operate in the private with integrity, you know, because that's your moral compass, especially when you're in that private sector.
I like that moral compass.
Yes.
I like that.
It is. You got to be able to govern yourself.
Yeah,
that's it. I mean, that's part of being. If you don't know how to stay self-governed with natural law, this is why these codes and statutes are created for those who cannot be self-governed.
Most definitely.
Oh yeah, where you're governing laws and stuff, you know, start at home with your parents.
That's right.
Yeah,
and then you know, they teach you the difference between right and wrong. You know, it's like driving fast through town. You know, I don't do it because a sign tells me that I'm not supposed to. I do it because there's people around.
Right.
Definitely. That's that moral compass that helps guide you.
It is. And I mean, everybody should be held to that standard.
Well, some can't.
Yeah. I mean, we're in America. So,
Right.
So this is literally before you came, Chief. What I had Jason studying was how they changed our language. The language controls your perception, but literally the language that we speak is called Babel. It's not, we don't speak in thou shalt nots no more. That's the true English language when it first started. And people from England speak English, you know. But they learn to punish the truth. The language punishes the truth, and that's why a fat can't enter the courtroom. And when when the kid spills the milk, right? And the kid gets in trouble for spilling the milk, it will try to lie to cover it up next time. So this creates multiple personality disorders. Bipolar disorders, because you're learning that the rewards of lying is greater than telling the truth.
Most definitely. And I definitely like that perspective, you know, and that's why it's very important. Like you said, language, you alter the language to control the people. And once again, if you look at English, it really has no rules. It's a trade language, you know, it's a language of the traders. And so when you look at that language, a lot of times they stripped our indigenous ancestors and stuff from our languages, so that now that we can have to learn the language of commerce. And this is why English is taught as second languages all over the world, because everyone has to understand. They have to have a one language to trade in. So English deals with UCC codes. It deals with all these things so that we can understand each other.
I've even talked to other people, nationalities. Like I have a friend that's Japanese. They said they like to think in their natural tongue because it invokes feelings from back home that English can't do.
Most definitely.
So the English language can actually be a barrier from taking your mind to different, we could say, jurisdictions, to the realms. Because all a jurisdiction is like a realm. It's a make-believe realm, but it's something that you created.
Most definitely. And that's why it's important. And like you said, when you look at the ancient Semitic languages, or you're looking at and you study the Semitic languages, it always reminds you of pictures. And that's why a lot of us are visual learners, because of our languages always showed us visuals. You know, and so when you say anger, it's like, oh, okay, it's a ox with his nostrils flaring. So you know that it's angry. So it always gives us a picture of what the word or expression means. And in English, you're trying to define something with another word. You can't do that.
You can't do that. That defeats the purpose of the definition. That's on a scholar level. If you define the word with the word in it, you know, whether it's a root word, that's unacceptable.
Most definitely.
Yeah, and you know, the conversation runs the nation.
Most definitely.
So back to the where we have land in Crescent Valley. So we've had up to 120 acres open up, and we're looking to acquire this. Start building upon it. You have connections. He's running for the county commissioner, and they even grow cannabis.
Yes,
lots of it.
Yes. They're definitely
And it's legal,
They
correct?
yes, they definitely have, especially because in Nevada, Nevada's a legal state.
But it's different in Vegas, so to speak. Laws, because we're in Las Vegas too.
Yeah.
But you can't just go around growing weed in Las Vegas.
No, the rules in Las Vegas is you can grow up to 5 cannabis plants, but you have to be in, I think, a 25-mile radius from a dispensary, which would disqualify anybody in Vegas.
Right.
Because you have to be within that limit, and there's dispensaries everywhere.
Right.
And so that's kind of the drawback and the setback. And so that's the reason why it's good to go out into other counties and things like that doesn't have a local dispensary that's really close to your property so that you can have the ability to grow.
That's that I like.
So you have to be how far away from
about 25 miles.
25 miles, you said.
Yeah.
So somebody's already got one there.
I mean, there's dispensaries everywhere, though.
Yeah, that's the point.
So
it defeats the
really,
purpose.
You gotta really live in the middle of nowhere,
Yeah.
and that's where. So we have a developing city where we're at. It's a developing city. We just got news that they're building a new apartment complex there.
Yeah.
65 units.
Yep.
A restaurant's up for sale for grabs. They need this for the minors, and like Chief said in our episode that we've already done, we got people that are actually, you can work deals for life. You buy the land and you work deals for 20, 25 years. I'm talking about it's money, monthly money for hotels, storage units. And all they do is, a lot of people don't understand this. A lot of wealthy people own the building, but they don't own the land.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
The property.
And that's the same way with the United States corporations.
I never understood that. I know my wife, she used to work for JP Morgan Chase, and they had this multi-billion-dollar building that they built on the land, but they was leasing. So they didn't own it. You see what I'm saying? And I never understood that until I got into real estate and owning and purchasing raw land and things like that. Like Don said, you can literally take that raw land and then lease it out to a corporation or something, and they are paying you monthly to acquire that land. And once that agreement is up, you could choose to renew or they move out. And guess what? They're not moving and taking the building.
And like with Samir, we have connections with Samir. With his hotels, he said they're only good for 20, 25 years. They don't renew the contracts. They sell the building.
Sell to somebody else.
They sell, because they can't keep they have to have a new hotel. The way that Hilton's are set up, or Marriott's. He's with Marriott and Red Roof Fans. So every 20, 25 years, they can't even use the same building no more.
Really?
They'll sell it to an off-brand hotel. And they'll acquire it. And that's how it works.
Yeah.
That's the game. So owning land is like a monopoly, man. They're not making new land.
No. And that's why I always encourage people, if you got money, you got to learn how to invest in land and buy a piece of America, because America's for sale. You got to buy a piece of it, because if you're out here, you're spending money or whatever, clothes, all that stuff fades away. But land is there, and you can pass that down.
Food is free. Bring your own food.
Yes.
But I was fortunate enough, I was going to buy some land in Colorado because it was beautiful. But I had to have water rights. I had a lot of different things. There's a lot of different restrictions. And Chief was like, man, check this out. This is where I got land at. It's a developing city. So I'm glad that I caught wind of it when I did, because it actually is. They're still building it.
Oh, yeah.
This city is still building. So.
Well, there's still a lot of land across the America and stuff that doesn't have stuff built on it. Oh, yeah, talk louder.
Yeah.
But I tell you this, though. Yes, there is a lot of land in America, but the problem is a lot of people want to be in cities and urban development and those type of developments because they want to have access to everything.
Yeah.
And that's the key.
Right.
You got to pay to play.
That's it.
And so when you're out and you're further out, just imagine even owning an acre of land or two. I don't suggest an acre. I suggest a 5-acre minimum. But if you own a 5 acres or 1 acre land, you can build on that. And even if you're 30, 45 minutes out of town, that's fine, because hell, if you're in the city, you're driving. I know with me, if I want to go downtown Vegas or I want to go, to the Strip or something like that, it's about, at least a 30-minute, 40-minute drive anyway.
And you see, that's how I live anyways. I'm either in Lake Las Vegas or I'm in Summerlin.
Yeah.
I always stay on the outskirts. And the same way with here in Orlando. It's cheaper to go get you a nice house on the outskirts of Orlando than it would to live in Orlando.
Oh, no, yeah, just commute in.
Yeah. And you see, we live nice in gated communities, all of that, a lot cheaper. Then you get in Orlando, it's going to be multi-millions.
No, I kind of live that way at home, out in the country, and just drive into town.
Right, that's it. That's the way to live, man.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to get out when you need to get out.
Right, that's it.
Have that peace.
Right, that's it. And that's what I love to do, man. But I haven't, like, we're going to start building on my land now, so I haven't got to experience the full effect like you have.
Yeah, but you about to, though.
Yeah, I'm ready to just grow my own food. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Being able to grow food for your own tribe, man, that's amazing.
Yeah. And it's funny you say that because actually when you come into the land, you're supposed to plant a garden first.
Wow, that's tight.
Yeah. So when you come into the land, you're supposed to grow. Because remember, the food is for the nation. You're feeding the nation. And as you're learning and you're growing and you're cultivating that land, think about it. When I acquire land, I have to cultivate the land first. And then, so when we look at it, women is also symbolic of land. And so when we have to learn how to be husbandmen. Because remember, men, we're husbandmen not because we get married, but it's our job to cultivate the earth. And so he give us the principles of cultivation. Come into this land, work this land, own this land, and learn how to cultivate the land. Because when you cultivate the land and you can understand what grows into that land, you will understand the seeds and things that you need to put into that land. And now you're husbandmen because now you're cultivating it and you're watering it and you're watching it grow, and it's going to bring back, it's going to yield to you. This is why woman is symbolic to land, because when you take that woman, you watch her, you cultivate her, you understand the type of seeds that she needs or what seed that she can take. You sow that seed into her. Now she's going to bring back what you deposited, and that's why women are resources. Yes, exactly. You're going to multiply. Oh, yeah.
So on your land, you could just say it's set up for the Mabe Tribe Republic.
Most definitely.
That's it. You're already in your own tribe. Hey, so I like that word. You said principles of cultivation. We need to copyright that, make that a book.
Most definitely.
I like that, man. Principles of cultivation. That's life. Learning the principles to cultivate.
Yes.
Because you said even if I'm spending time with you, talking to you, I'm planting my seeds with you.
You're sowing that seed.
Yes.
That's the first thing you got to do when you get into the land. Got to have some food to eat.
Food to eat.
Need to cultivate it, grow it.
Come on. And so that's why it's important, And so everything that we do in life, even in business, let's even connect that now to the business aspect. First, you have to have a vision. You have the vision. Now you have to cultivate that vision.
Yeah.
How do you see your business growing? Where do you see your business going? And then you have to cultivate that. This is why I tell people, especially men, I say, hey, get a plant and grow that plant. And you will learn about husbandry. When you have to wake up and you have to water that plant, you have to cultivate that seed, and it has to grow, you will learn, and it will tell you a lot. And what I have found when I did it, I have found that I neglected it sometimes.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's life. It's even with a corporation.
Yeah.
You got to give it time and effort. You have to water your corporation in order to watch it grow, your business.
Yes, most definitely.
That's a relationship.
Yeah.
It's still a ship. You're on the sea of commerce.
Yep.
So you have to literally cultivate it. Everything is, that's why I said principles of cultivation, man. That's life. That's universal laws right there. Universal laws right there. Principles of cultivation. I like that, man.
Yeah. We come from the earth. And so what better way to understand the earth?
That's it.
Is to cultivate the earth. Get your hands
come from
and get in there.
And that's the same way going with that 1099 OID process.
There you go.
Come from the earth. You're the original issue.
You're the original issuer.
You're the original issuer. Everything, whether it's credit or debit.
So whatever you put back, safe to say, it should come back to you, right?
That's it.
So when God said, my word don't return to me void, it shall accomplish wherever I sent it. That's the 1099 OID.
That's it.
Every time I put my credit out, it shall not return to me void. It shall come back with interest.
That's deep.
With increase.
And all you have to do for the redemption process is turn in your receipts.
There you go.
That's it. That's redemption. It's all accounting, man.
Yeah. It's all cultivation.
All cultivation, man. I like that, man. You're onto something there, bro. I'm telling you, man.
It's all
cultivation. I got that starred on my notes. But,
definitely.
So also we was talking about Article 6.
Yeah. Every individual has a right to a nationality.
And so where's this coming from? The Article 6.
And it's coming from the UN resolution of indigenous people.
The UN has their own resolution for indigenous people.
Most definitely.
That Article 6 sounds like a constitution.
Yeah.
So was this a constitution for indigenous people?
You can look at it that way.
And like I pointed out, people always ask, what did Barack Obama do for black people? Well, not a lot. I mean, but listen. everybody got food stamps, though. He upped them. But
everybody got cell phones.
He did enforce the rights to indigenous people and indigenous tribes. So if you knew that you had a right to a nationality and quit claiming black and you claimed your tribe, your nationality, your rights were intact. And there was funding, a lot of different things going into play that was changed when he left office.
And I know, like, even the last time that we talked, you know, when we did our show, people was asking me about the you know, the nationality and things like that. And people got, like you said, one thing that we have to look at and we have to learn is that, number one, there's only two governments in America. There's the American government and there's your indigenous government. And that's why I asked Jason earlier. Remember, I said, is the Eagles for the NFL, are they a tribal organization? Yes,
and they are. Yeah. Absolutely.
And this is why everybody wears their uniforms and wears their stuff. And
the NFL is what?
It's an association. It's
like a 501c1a. It's an unincorporated association.
Yes. And all their clubs are associations.
That's why they compare them to the Illuminati. It's that simple, for real. All they are is a private organization or a private club or a private franchise.
With private owners.
They got their own flags. They got their own mascots.
They got it all. They got their own land.
That's
tax exempt.
Turf.
Come on. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And people pay their membership dues.
Yup.
They come in and they pay their taxes, ticket sales.
That's it.
Come on. It's a tribe.
How's the government get paid? Ticket sales.
Ticket sales.
That's right.
Ticket
to
sales.
the show.
Yeah.
You see? And they're already doing this, and it's already put in front of us. Now, we have to understand is this. How come I'm not getting the remedy? How come, well, remedy is not for individuals, it's for tribal people. Who do you recognize yourself with? Who are you with? Who are you lined up with? And once again, like I talked about before, the blood on the doorpost. You see what I'm saying? Salvation, deliverance, all that was for a household, a tribe.
Well, what we was talking about, you was breaking down the rules that we have amongst our private tribe, right? Because you know, being a part of the Akati Republic, there's rules when being faced with public officials.
Yes.
There's certain rules. So with that being said, we can touch on those rules because there's certain ways you have to approach the cops, and certain things you have to say. You have to enforce your rights out the gate. And like we said, they call Malcolm X, Minister Malcolm X. Yes. Malcolm X would go get his tribe out.
Yes. And that was the thing. And so a lot of times we thinking when we're faced with law enforcement is that we have to be belligerent. You don't have to be. Look, if you know who you are and you know what you do, and when you stand on your square, right, you don't have to be belligerent to anybody. I could be very respectful and still get my point across. But I always learned that anger is actually hurt. And so a lot of times we get angry as we hurt. And a lot of times our hurt is internal and we don't know how to, like kids. This is why they say, you know, you're a minor. You don't know how to eloquently, you don't know how to represent yourself. So you need someone to talk for you. Yes. And so now when we get older, we thinking, oh, because I'm 18, I'm an adult. No, you're 18. You have to understand that you can enter into contracts, but you also have to know how to represent yourself. And that's why, and you're not able to represent yourself. This is why you need an attorney appointed to you when you are the attorney, in fact.
Yeah.
You know, and so once again, there's ways of handling law enforcement. There's ways, because they're doing their jobs at the end of the day, you know, whether we like it or agree or not, whatever. But the fact is, if you know who you are, then you know what you need to say.
Well, we just had a what was that webinar? Last it was on Monday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The webinar we had
Monday.
2 people, Jason. One of them you worked directly with. For my private members, I said work with them directly. That was Jamie or Ernest.
Yeah.
But they got rid of a ticket, right?
Oh yeah.
And so did Raina. You want to speak on that a little bit? What they've done? Because you're going through a situation yourself with your son, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. We had we had 2 speeding tickets, and of course we did the tax filing and everything on them, and then really just on the front, I wrote that I didn't consent, not pro tunt, and signed it UCC 1-308. Of course, had it signed and notarized, but then the courts didn't want to. They didn't want to accept it in whenever I took it over there. So
that's why I tell people don't take it in.
Mail
it in. When I did all that in Nevada, I never had any issues in Vegas.
Mm-hmm. I kind of wanted to see for myself if they would accept it or not.
But you see, so I shout out to Ernest, because Ernest did go in and sat down with the prosecuting attorney, showed him his name was a business.
Yeah.
And he said 20 minutes, they got rid of it. And Raina had a speeding ticket, right? Did she talk to you about it when y'all had a call?
Yeah, she told me a little bit about it.
She showed us on the during the call. She sent us a picture of. She's proud that she got rid of that ticket.
Oh yeah, she just wrote on the front of it.
Small victories, man. That's how your
man.
confidence increase.
But you gotta understand, like, a speeding ticket, that's not a court of record.
No.
They're not lawful judges or anything. It's a court because you consent and say so.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely.
Administrative court.
Administrative courts. That's all it is, man.
Yeah.
But with we're talking about the court, like I talked about Can't Touch This, that book I have, Can't Touch This, Diplomatic Immunity for Foreign Nationals. Like even Orlando Police Department, these municipalities have rules they have to adhere to foreign nationals. But that's why you have to have your tribe established correctly on paperwork.
Most definitely.
On the record.
You have to have your tribe established, and you have to understand who you are. When you understand who you are, then you know how to properly move. And so, hey, I'm a foreign national, right? I'm an ambassador.
Right, but you should have an ambassador that they can talk to on the record.
Yes.
With the county.
Most definitely.
Whoever. You have to put this stuff on the record because you're dealing with them in commerce. You're trading with them.
When you're on their rolls, that's commerce. And
if you're not friends with them, you're enemies.
Yes.
So you have to put it on the record who you are, or you're considered like an outlaw or a gang.
You know what's funny? It's almost like when you go and traveling and they say, hey, are you traveling? Can you alert us that, you know, your credit card is being used in another country or another state? And you alert them. It's the same thing. Hey, I'm coming here, boom, boom, I'm putting this on record. I'm going to be here. So you guys know, you know what I mean, who I'm about, what I'm about, what I'm doing, so you don't be taken by surprise and like, oh, but you can alert them because you don't want your card to be canceled.
Right, that's it.
Your credit card.
You don't want your credit card to be canceled.
Same way. You don't want them to mistake you. So no offense to anybody, if you understand, this is a black desk. This is a black microphone. Black is an adjective. It's not a people.
Right.
So when you're identifying as black and they identify you as black, you're considered their property. So this is why you have to put it on the record that you're part of a nation or a tribe. And like you even said, you can get an EIN and put that you're a tribal government on the EIN.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy is that, like, I want to go back to what you said about with that. So the government has these things called franchise words, and franchisees words like spouse, you know, black or Indian,
parents, children,
and wife,
occupation.
Right. You see what I'm saying? And things like that. And so those are words. The reason why they're called franchise words is because they own those words. And so when you start to utilize those words, then guess what? You fall under that. You fall under that jurisdiction. Oh, you're in the vehicle.
Vehicle.
You're in the motor vehicle. Those are franchise words. And so when you say, I'm in my motor vehicle, well, you just admitted that.
You can say motor conveyance.
Right.
If you're royalty, you can say that's your chariot. Those are different words you could state. These are my subjects in my chariot.
These are my consorts, right?
That's it.
You know, there's different words that you can use so that you don't be recognized with everybody else. Because, hey, you can't treat me common. You got to handle me right.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And if you handle me right, then blessings will come to you. But if you handle me wrong, then you're standing on the wrong end of that. You see what I'm saying?
Just look at him telling them you're a celebrity. Everybody's dying to meet me. You stopped me, didn't you?
That's right.
And then you asked who I was. I thought y'all already knew.
That's right.
Look me up, Gifted Guardian.
Right. Y'all need my autograph, right?
That's right.
That's right, man. Oh, Jason, man. We got the new book out called Check, Please.
Yeah. It's doing good already,
Yeah,
too.
we get #1 in international law, international tax law, doing numbers, man. Turning monthly statements into bills of credit.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah. First thing you got to do is retitle it.
So tell us about it, man. You retitle what? What you retitle?
Retitle the bill.
How you do this? You retitle the bill, man. Have you retitled any bills, Chief?
Actually, yes, I'm there. You know, I've been working on the government, been doing that, but I'm on that part now.
All right.
So and Jason definitely been helping me, you know, with that.
Yeah, tell us, Jason. Tell us about it, man.
Well, I mean, there's different ways to retitle the bills depending on what you're talking about. You know, if there's a power bill, then you just call and switch it over into the name of the business.
And it's that simple.
Yeah. I mean, most of the time, sometimes they might need you to fill a form out, then switch it around.
And people are just scared, man.
Yeah. I mean, really, you're taking your name off of it and putting another name on it.
And so I just want to, it's good to have meetings with your tribe, man, and to continue to go over this because there was something that I already knew that you didn't know. You was talking to Jamie, and she literally told the IRS what to do, correct?
Yeah.
And you wasn't aware of that, even though I've already told you and gave you the paperwork again and showed you where it was.
Yeah.
But you were like, man, this is amazing. I'm like, that's what you're supposed to do. Because you don't want to fucking do anything wrong.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to do anything wrong.
No,
So
I'm trying to do it right.
Yeah. So any numbers, anything, they have access to that. They have access to your life file, man. It's called a master file.
Oh, yeah.
So can you tell us what she did? She just told them what to do?
She pretty much took power of attorney, and then she wrote them a letter and had them to do all of the...
And they accepted it.
Yeah.
And you know, Ernest talked to me today too, and he said that when he called the IRS, he said operational, they didn't have no access to it.
Yeah, I think they must have had to go to talk to a supervisor or something about it. But yeah, that's what he was saying.
And they didn't have no access to his IRS records. And his people higher up could only access it.
Wow.
I said, that's a good sign.
Yes.
Great sign.
That's nice.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's nice.
they're doing all the books.
Right. But they're not scared to talk and call them and ask questions. A lot of people be scared that the IRS is your friend.
You know what's crazy is that, you know, after a doctor completes many years of schooling, he goes into this thing called practice.
I mean, that's what it is. Even the attorneys.
Come on.
They practice.
They're practicing.
Yeah, so you got a private practice, you got a public practice. It's the same thing with the private market, the regulated market, and the unregulated market.
So practice in action. You have to put this thing into play, and you're practicing. So as long as you keep practicing, and we're not talking about Allen Iverson, practice, you know? Long as you're practicing, you're going to get better. You're going to get confident. And a lot of times people are just scared to step out, you know? And once again, if you're scared to step out, then how would you ever be free? How would you ever be able to speak and say, hey, this is who I am, if you're afraid to announce? Because confession is good for the soul. So if you can't confess who you are, if you can't confess and say, hey, this is what I need you to do. This is what I am. This is what I need right now. If you can't do that, then you're gonna be stuck.
Okay, Usher Raymond, confessions.
Yeah. These are
my confessions. Let's go. But that's it, man. The conversation runs the nation. It's the word. It's the spoken word. Abracadabra, I create what I speak. The word utter and the word outer have the same root meaning. So what you utter becomes outer around you in your life.
Yes.
And you can tell me if this is true or not. Abracadabra means I create what I speak. They say it's an ancient Hebrew word. Is that true?
Yeah, it is. And the whole concept that we have to look at is that the word became flesh. So what does that mean? That means that your spoken word now can manifest in reality, and whatever you speak will come into existence. And so if the word became flesh, just imagine the power that you have in your speech.
That's it.
This is the reason why. So you look at a scripture that says, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. That word destroyed is the word dama, which means silenced. So my people are silenced for a lack of intimacy. Think about that. So I don't have the ability to speak. There's power in my mouth, but I don't have the ability to speak. I don't have the ability to confess. I don't have the ability to declare. That means you're being destroyed.
Pass the collection plate. Right now. Cash App, the gifted guardians on the Cash App.
Yes. And that's why you said it's the abracadabra. Hey, whatever I speak, I create. So if I don't speak, then you would never what? Create.
You can't.
And it's words of seed.
With the words, you know, our words are charged with prospering power. We have in the beginning the word, in the beginning was the word, and the word was God, and the word was with the God. You come through the world through an ultra sound.
Yes.
You know the scripture better than me. It seems like you're adept in the scripture. Can you tell us how the walls of Jericho came tumbling down?
Oh,
it from a band beat?
Yeah, it was from them marching around and them speaking. So the Hebrew word teruah is the blowing of the shofar. But then you got arua, which is your mouth and you're speaking. So when you speak with confidence, you speak with boldness, your walls, whatever that's blocking you, whatever that's stopping you, have to come down because you declared it. So that's the power of your words. And so when you get the belief behind that, when you understand who you are, when you start recognizing who you are and you speak it with authority, it has to function.
The power of words it's so powerful that we can create a fight over our words. If we wanted to, we can create a song
and the lady in the club can start moving her body, shaking her booty, think she gonna find love in the club. That's how powerful words are. That's how powerful sound is. Semantics, it has an effect on to alter our spiritual movements.
And then when you add the music to that, man, so now you have the word frequency, and now you also have the vibrations and the frequency of the sounds, and you put those together. This is the reason why I think about it. Every good thing is followed by music. You got funerals, you got weddings, you got everything. It's followed by music. Even when you're coming out and you got you know, your war cries and they about to fight, you got music. They taught us that even in the military. You had these taps and you had these things and you stopped because you listened to the music. And so the music is always preceding what's coming next. It's always doing that. And so now when you got the words behind it, just think about that, the words on the beat.
Really, when you hear a sound or somebody say a word, it's our mind is filling in the blanks and translating this into information for our mind.
Yeah.
And you know, if the sounds and tones, if we're around a newborn dog or somebody that's Chinese and don't speak no English, this type of tone won't have no effect on them whatsoever. The same way with your program with the visualization aspect. This is why you got to understand the importance of visualization, the spoken word, because literally when somebody sends you a billing statement in the mail, that's their art form. All it is a craft.
Yeah, that's their craft.
That makes sense, Chase?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, man.
Yeah, that's their craft.
I had to make sure, man, you still.
I'm intrigued. I'm listening.
Yeah. And, you know, basically what we're doing, man, is, you know, we're coming from the spiritual aspect to teach you truly what a tax is. You know, it's a contribution. It's a tax on your spirit, truthfully. You know, we're out here chasing the dollar when your labor is the money. We can barter and trade without money all day. Talent for a talent. Literally, like I tell you, people show up with cannabis donations for me. You know, if whatever is worth value. In the Bible, Abraham was the first millionaire. He was rich in cattle. Back then, cattle was money.
And it still is. You know, just think about right now when you own cattle, just think about one cow is $1,000. Just look at it from that perspective. And so when you out and you driving in the open road in the country and you see all these cattle, I just look at $1,000, $1,000. That's a lot of money. But then the crazy part is that now when you own the cattle, this is why the slaughtering system was into play, because you understand value. Hey, I raised this thing up. Now when I mess up, now something has to die.
Yeah.
And that's how we look at even in our credit. We are creditors. We're not debtors. We're the original creditors.
That's it.
And so when we mess up, now we're indebted. Now something has to die. And what died? Our sovereignty. What died? They took our credit from us. You see what I'm saying? Now we have to get back into right standing.
Yes.
And the way to do that is with the unincorporated association.
Yes.
Because it's not, you said this, I like the word that you use. It's not registered, which means the regis means king, you're giving up to the crown. It's not registered with the state of states.
No.
And speaking of that, you can, when you're recognized as a lawful tribe, you create your own patents of nobility.
Yes.
Patents of nativity, your own birth certificates through the tribe. It can be a baptismal certificate, but you put them on, you update the record with the higher courts of justice. Even with what's it called? The Jewish law.
No, you're talking about the Bet Din, the House of Judgment.
Yeah, Bet Din.
Yeah.
So you know that's your jurisdiction for court.
Yeah. So every tribe is a government, and every tribe also has a tribunal or a place of judgment. Now, depending on your jurisdiction, depending on your constitution, how you deal with things.
And you said that was part with your organization when your tribe, when you're teaching people. That's the first thing that you enforce with the judge, is to let them know you want a tribal council.
Yes, a tribal council. Hey, I need tribal jurors. I need, because I am indigenous.
If you're a Catholic, you got access to
a canon law lawyer. If you're a Muslim, you have access to people that practice. It's called the Sharia law.
Yep, the Sharia law. Yes, most definitely.
So you got to understand this when you're doing court and you're in the higher courts of justice. If you're going in there identifying with a birth certificate, you're a Roman slave still. They cannot talk to you. You're not of the royal blood. You literally give up your royal heirship. Because prosperity is your divine birthright. I've been saying this forever.
Yes.
You give it up when you claim you're a taxpayer. You're claiming these documents. And that's why I strongly say, no, we don't authenticate a birth certificate.
The only thing you're supposed to authenticate is the things that you create.
That's it. You can only control what you create. Tell them again, Chief.
The only things that you authenticate is the things that you create. So when you read the book of Esther, chapter 8, verse 8, it talks about sealing it with the king's ring. And so, once again, king is sovereignty. And a king has its own writs. It has its own decrees. It has its own laws. And so, when they had the seal, the king wore a raised ring. And on that raised ring, when it sealed the documents or the clay, it showed his seal, signifying it is authenticated. And guess what? No courts, no higher jurisdiction can go against that.
And that's how we sealed music. We put it on wax. Same way.
It's the same way.
Same frequency. That's why they always try to change the vibration. But you don't even know the effect of putting your music on wax. That's why we got all the breakdancing. We got the spirit flowing.
Yes.
You got earwax in your ear. All this stuff has a big part, man.
And it's the words. And that's the thing. And so I decree, I declare, and I seal it. It's authenticated.
That's it.
No one can come against it. No one can rebuke it.
And you showed us the code. Do you know it offhand? The authentication through the Secretary of State, where you can become the one who can authenticate things?
Oh, I don't know the code, but if people will look up the authentication and understand and really read that, you will find it that once you authenticate it with your seal, it's legit. It's official. It could be a thumbprint.
The public, you can get your own corporate seal. That's what they do.
Yes. They use their own corporate seal. Like, you see it. They put their logos on everything, and that's what it is. Logos is Greek for word.
Logos, yes. For the symbol, sigil. You got to think about too, a sigil. Logos and a sigil. Logos literally has a direct effect on your spiritual mind's eye. Somewhat like the logos for Starbucks. That's a naked mermaid right there.
And it's Greek. Like I said, logos is the Greek word for word.
It's all Greek.
And so here it is. The word went forth. Yes. What was his word? My seal, my logo. It speaks for me. That's why they got games out that says, hey, name these logos. And everybody can name them because subconsciously, that logo is what the corporation.
Like the NBA too. That's a private tribal tribunal. They got their own logos, their own mascots.
Yeah, they have their own banners.
And that's how America's established too, with the tri-frequencies, the CBSs, the NBCs. These are tri-frequencies with logos that capture you. Like, look at CBS. That's the mind's eye. That's the eye of horse. Peacock feathers representing the chakras on the NBC.
Yes.
Yeah. NBC really stands for, you know what it stands for?
No.
No black comedy. CBS stands for colorless broadcasting. But,
Shout out to the radio station. This is why we doing our thing.
Shout out to Dreamkeepers Radio, man.
Shout out to Dreamkeepers Radio.
Shout out to PBS. Too. I still watch PBS, man. Patching broken cells. That's what I call it, man.
Reading Rainbow, man.
Reading
all that
Rainbow,
stuff.
Man.
We learned a lot on that stuff, but frequencies, and that's the thing. And so this is the reason why, too, when you look at wealthy people, they own.
Yeah. So that's what I want to say. Not to cut you short. You said that it's the wavelength, it's the vibe, it's the sound, the frequencies. When birds in the morning, you hear the birds chirp, right? It's to alert plants and everything that it's time to wake up. It's about the sun's about to come up. And the bird chirp has the same frequency as like playing classical music. And they said they was playing classical music to their plants, and it just kept growing and growing and growing.
I mean, think about it. Like when you're on a farm and you have a rooster. As soon as the sun rises, it knows. And it's funny because when I was in Africa, they say, you see these goats? We don't keep them in cages. We don't do anything. That goat leaves. Once the sun comes down, it automatically comes back. And I seen it. And I was like, wow, yeah. It says they already know because they're in tuned. The only thing that God creation that is out of order is human beings and men and women. We don't do what we're created to do, but
That's right.
everything else
That's right.
functions the way it's supposed to function. But when a man and woman get a hold of it, we destroy it.
And that's
yeah.
That's part of in this community that I keep telling you, Jason. You get to know yourself, so you know your royalty. You get to know yourself. You get that mindset. You know that you're a king. You know that you're sovereign. Then everything else will fall into play. This paperwork will make sense.
Yes.
Your life will make sense when you define your purpose in life. Everything makes sense. You don't have to second guess anything, because in order to be royalty is to be decisive instead of indecisive. We're out here being indecisive, not knowing what to do. You don't even know who you truly are because you're letting paper define who you are.
And paper is dead. Corporations is dead.
It's voodoo.
Right. So why, if you want to get into that, that's cool. But why? When you could just create your own jurisdiction.
That's it. Create your own jurisdiction. The Amish do it. The Jewish do it.
Yep.
And you do it at the Cottage
Catholics do it. Everybody do it. And we do. Yes, we do it at a Cottage.
Jehovah's Witnesses do it. The Mormons do it. The Freemasons do it. These organizations are private and they're outside the scope of the United States government. They're part of the private sector. Just Google private sector right now. Google public sector right now, so you know we're not lying. Then Google 28 USC 3002, subsection 15A. United States means federal corporation. When you learn that what a person means in the definitions, persons is a corporation. A citizen is a slave of the United States corporation. A parent, like you said, these terms. What'd you call them?
There are, you asked me so fast.
Yeah, you called it. You said these are.
Yeah, parent of rents, but they're
it's a parent of rents, but he called them he had a certain term for it.
Yeah, he put me on the spot so fast.
They're commercial terms, though.
Yeah, but they're franchising. Franchise words.
Franchise words.
Yeah.
Parent means a parent who rents. Child or children mean property of a corporation. So you have to say you're the mother, you're the father. That's your son, that's your daughter. And that's how you have to operate.
Learn, or your offspring.
Or your offspring. If you're going to say that you're black, you need to include your definition of what black means. Because to them, black is a word they own.
You know,
color of law, that's where they get their power.
Yes. And you know what's funny is that, Martin Luther King was against, because what happened is they infiltrated the march. And Martin Luther King was against calling black, the so-called blacks. He said that's going to put us back. We don't identify with that. But when you started having music, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, black power, fight the power. You had all these songs, music. Right? It started to influence. Because remember, John Maxwell said it best. He says, leadership is not dictated by your position or your title. It's dictated by your influence. And so influence is leadership. And so they get music to influence you to potentially lead you. And so we started to hold to the black and I'm proud, and you started getting the black with the African symbol in it, or the African logo, and the red, the green, and all that.
Well, hip hop influences the whole world, right? They changed it. They changed the frequencies. Hip hop stands for higher ethnic power, healing our people. We used to free each other through slavery, through songs. They would hand off the messages through song. It's like parables, having a parable.
Yeah.
You got a message in the song, and they changed the frequency of hip hop to rap. And they continue to change the frequencies. And that's just what happens, man. We learn our ABCs through a song. Then we learned that we're a star first, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Then they remix the same beat and teach you ABCs.
Yep. And it's all, and that's how everything works. And so, like, even when you look at all throughout the scriptures, they're all songs. And it's funny because it says, and they will sing a renewed song. The songs of Moses was the song of deliverance. And now when in Revelation, they said they will sing a new song. What is the new song? A new song is not it's a renewed song. And so it's a song to bring us back, to awake our consciousness. If right now we're in 2023, and if you was born in the 80s, 70s, 60s, or you was born in the early 2000s, if you hear a song in that time frame, it will automatically put you back to what you did and in that time frame. It's just like a jurisdiction. And so now when you having certain sounds and you having certain frequencies and it's renewing you, now it brings you back. It wakens your consciousness to say, oh, think about it. Blood runs deep. Blood it's passed through from man to woman. I have my generations, my ancestors in me. And so if blood speaks, because that's what the scripture says, what did you do to your brother Abel? Because his blood speaks from the ground. So blood speaks. And so when we hear certain frequencies and vibrations, it will bring us back to what our ancestors heard. It will bring us back to who we are, and it will empower us. And now, since we're in the age of Aquarius, information, words, frequencies, vibrations is causing us to arise and say, hey, I know who I am now. Hey, this been inside me for so long. Now I can express it. Now I could come out with it.
You know, it's automatically embedded in the, especially indigenous people. When they hear that war horn, they know it's time to go to war.
Yes. Yeah.
And the war horn is blowing. It's that time now. This is why it's important to learn this.
Yeah.
This is why it's important to get yourself wrapped up into a private organization or private tribes that's actually living this life. They got land. Like I told you, Jason, look at their life. If they don't have more than you, you can't learn nothing from them.
Yeah.
Look at how far they can take you. Look at their life. That's how far they can take you. And as simple as that. You know, so you learn from people that's actually be in places that you want to go and you inspire to be.
And everybody got anything to offer. And like I said,
yeah, they do.
But it's offer or it's acceptance, right?
They
issue a contract, or I would like to say they're trying to feed you something and you say, look, I'm not eating that. I'm not hungry.
That's it. Yeah.
So I have a right to contract. So you're offering something, but I refuse it because that's not the wavelength I'm on. And so that's how we have, everything is contractual, right? Everything is offer and acceptance, offer, credit, debit, offer, acceptance.
Credit and debit. And you got to make sure that people are actually credited in your account.
Yes.
Instead of just debiting.
Yes.
Because the debit, I don't care if it's money or not that's coming out that account, it's still a debit.
Yes. Yes.
If you're running as a credit, you're getting that back.
Yes.
It comes back to you multiplied. That's how credit operates. Comes back with interest.
His word shall not return void, but it shall accomplish to wherever he sends
That's it.
And your word, our credit should never return void. It shall always bring back increase.
And when you're learning how to set these things up, like we talked about this too, it's tax avoidance versus tax evasion. We're not trying to evade nothing. It's tax avoidance. And everything is investments. You learn how to invest these things, you get these credits back. You buy an electric car, you put it in the business name, it's for the business. That's not only an asset for the business, you also get the credits back. You know, so this is how rich people maneuver. So they have less of a tax liability, learning how to use these pass-through entities correctly. A lot of people just focus on the trust. You got me off of that. And now, Jason, you're operating off it. Man, what is easier, learning the trust and the LLCs or learning how to operate from an unincorporated association?
Unincorporated association?
A lot less paperwork.
Yes.
A lot less headache.
A lot to keep up with.
You talk to the right bankers, they already know how to help you and operate it correctly.
Yep.
You just ask the right questions, correct?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was easy to set up. Wasn't hard at all.
And then you put it on file with the county is what you did.
Yeah.
And what's the point of that?
Just so it's recognized.
So now you got a private organization that's recognized by your county.
Yep.
And that's all authentication is.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why people clear away from the birth certificate. You don't even have the original copy.
No.
If I go to the Chief's tribe and have somebody born from a midwife or something like that, I get the original birth certificate from your tribe.
Yes.
And this can be used for identity purposes. We can go get passports.
Yes, you can get your passports. Like I said, you can do the affidavit of birth. You can get passports. You can do baby baptismals. All this is recognized as identity. And that's the thing. We have to, once again, those are the things that you want authenticated because number one, when you're in the tribe authenticated first, and then they give you another copy of it that you can now get it authenticated with the state. And so out of the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, let every word be established. So you have one in the tribe and you have one in the state of states, and it's recognized 2 witnesses.
See, I don't want people to just think with Africa when they think tribes, but Africans move the same way. They make their own documents. The name might change.
Yes.
But I'm talking about, I want you to think like Jewish people. I want you to think like Amish people. They're already in America. Mormons, people, these private organizations that's operating like this already outside the scopes of the United States government. So if there's any infraction, something goes down, the government cannot take their car away.
Yes.
The government can't kick them out their house for a foreclosure. This is why you're protected through your tribal community.
Yes.
And they take care of each other too.
They take care of each other.
We donate, like our tribe, we donate towards each other. We take care of our causes. You know, the system don't do that for you. They give you food stamps and you're out to dry on your own.
Yeah. And that's the benefit of having a tribe, is that once again, when you're in that tribe, the tribe looks out for each other. Now, you might have some people that gets out of it that don't like it, or they're this and they're that. Well, a lot of times the rules and regulations or your constitutions, whatever, is there to protect you.
That's it.
And a lot of times when people, and it's funny because people get Americanized. And so when they come over here, it's like, oh, I was in bondage. No, you wasn't in bondage. You had to understand culture. Because out here, yes, you're free to do whatever. But once again, with much freedom comes much responsibility.
I just want to put this out there. You're in bondage when you're sitting here trying to claim you're sovereign. You say, I got my UCC one filed, or whatever it may be. We done heard it all. If you're still using the ID, your birth certificate, public bank accounts, you're not free. You don't have land, you're not free. And it's just that simple. And you're sitting here looking for a savior for what? You got to learn how to save yourself and be sufficient. So some of the rules on the from being free was having your own medical facilities.
Yes, have your own medical facilities, your own justice, and it was your also economics.
Economics, justice, and healthcare. And that's how you get out the system. You unplug with the form.
Sorry, not justice, agriculture. Agriculture.
Food. So you can feed your family, you can feed your tribe.
Healthcare. Yes. And then economics.
Economics. But you do have your own tribal community. There should be punishment.
Yes.
When stuff goes on, you have your own education.
And when people hear punishment, like when you're in school, you get punishment. Right. You go down to the principal's office, right? When you're in job, when you're at work, right? It's the same thing. You get a probation, or you get disciplinary. You get sent home early. Whatever. Those are all punishments. And so a lot of times when we look at judgment, we're looking at it wrong. When you step outside and it's raining, you made a judgment. You say, "Hey, I want to get an umbrella. I want to get a coat." That's a judgment. It's a verdict. That's all it is. And so when you're in a tribal organization or you're in a tribal community in a group, you have to have, okay, if these are not being kept and upheld, what is the penalties for them?
That's it.
Because through the penalty, that's when you would get restitution. That's when you would now start to awaken and say, you know what, I shouldn't have done that.
Right. Through Moses' day, it was an eye for an eye. You killed my cat, I get your cat. Stuff like that, man.
Oh, yeah.
Eye for an eye, finger for a finger.
Yeah.
You got your finger cut off. Stuff like that.
When I was in Iraq, I seen that.
Yeah, that's their law, man, and it's perfectly legal, and that's just what it is, man.
Yeah, I think someplace if you get caught stealing, you get your hand cut off.
Yeah.
Yes, you get your hand cut off.
I had a lot of people in Iraq. I seen that, and I was like, hey, would you ever steal again? He looked and said, no.
No.
But yet out here, they send you to jail because they make money.
Right.
So think about it. If I have rights of restitution, if someone did me wrong and they broke into my house, right, and they send them to jail, I'm still saying unjust, because who's going to restore me back?
Yeah,
that's right.
You see what I'm saying? So forgiveness will only happen in the eyes of restitution. Hey, you took from me, give me back equal or more value of what was taken from me. Don't send him to jail because that's not benefiting me. He has to learn by restitution, or the person has to learn by restitution. When you have to, just imagine insurance versus insurance. I hit your car, I was doing something stupid, I got insurance, it'll cover it. That's not teaching you anything.
No.
But if you actually have to pay for that,
you're
going to be like, nah, I ain't drinking ever again and driving.
Yes, let me slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
That's it. There any last words, man? We're going to wrap this up, man. Any last words, Jason, man?
Not I know of. Y'all been intrigued just watching y'all listening.
Yeah, you was quiet today, man. He was quiet today, but we appreciate your presence.
Most
man.
definitely.
I appreciate y'all.
You guys, y'all tap in with Jason. Jason is a plethora. He's a celebrity.
He got his blue check now, man. Hey, we all blue check certified in the building, man.
Go check out my Instagram. I got a blue check.
We got brunch in the building.
I got it.
People still, listen, tickets are sold out in Atlanta. It's stay in the room only. People are still trying to get next to us, man. I feel like a celebrity for sure. I've been doing this for a while. But it's not hitting like now, having the team together. I got a team I get to share the spotlight with, man. That feels great, man.
Most definitely. Yeah, it definitely feels great, And like I said, my last words is just, figure out what you want to do with your life. You know what I mean? Just definitely. Figure out what you want to do and do it.
Figure it out, man. In the beginning was the word was God. Confess it to yourself, man. State it out loud to yourself what you want to be. If you claim you want to be part of a tribe and you're private, and you really want to do this, you got to understand how to do it correctly. It's more than just talking. You got to learn how to live it and do it, and then learn how to become a provider. one of my biggest pet peeves is all these people talking about their chiefs, but they don't own no land. Not only do you, we call you Chief Amir Zaire, not only do you have land, you're helping people acquire land themselves. You're helping build a whole city.
Yes.
Put a whole city together. The commissioner called you today. You know? So this is, to me, this is real nation building. And for some reason, this is not what's popular out here. They want to catch the people that's not actually nation building, that's just in somebody else's house. Haven't built nothing, you know? They're paying rent. How you claiming a block when you pay rent? You know, you telling people this is your block, this is your set. So these are my biggest pet peeves, man. But we're here to help anybody. We're not here to bash you. We want to get you in those positions so you can live your true, authentic self. Because obviously, if you're living a life that's not necessarily the life that you're living, but you're portraying, there's somewhere that you want to go. So now you have a vision and you have a purpose and a direction to go. We have a place to go. So this is what I'm doing for the people, man. You don't have to keep leading people astray, because you can only take the people as far as you. So be mindful of that when you're giving out advice out there.
Yes, most definitely. Be mindful of that. And once again, who are you? And that's something that you have to see. When you are booking a ticket, they ask you 3 questions: where you are, where you want to go, and how fast you want to get there. And that's life. And if you can comprehend that and you can find the wisdom in that, you will go far.
November 11th, we're in Atlanta, Georgia, man. Are you ready for that, man?
I'm ready.
This is just a preview of what's to come.
Yes, I'm ready.
You can help people get their tribes together, correct?
Most definitely.
That's what you're here to do. You're a tribal expert.
Yes. Yes, most definitely.
Jason, he does estate planning. He's living in trust.
Jason helped me.
He's been helping a lot of people. Yeah, he's understanding.
He's being modest right now.
Yeah, he's understanding the tax game for sure. He's understanding it, man, for sure. Understanding operating from a 508c1a, unincorporated association, staying private, but also learning how to be in the public with pass-through entities such as holding companies and operating companies, and making your name an operating company. Your name is the business.
Yes.
This is what Jason has mastered.
Yes.
You know? And then shout out to Nolan Zander. He's mastered the international status correction, and his paperwork has got himself out of jail.
Yes.
If you need any testimonials, he got himself out of jail twice. His mugshot's out there. Check it out. You know, it's real.
Nolan's already famous.
Yeah, Nolan's famous.
He's already famous, man.
Most definitely. Shout out to Nolan.
How can we follow you on Instagram? Chief Amir Zaire, correct?
Yeah, at Chief Amir Zaire on IG. Also website, IamAmirZaire.com.
I am
Amir Zaire.
AmirZaire.com. Let's go.
Yeah, make sure.
Mabe Jason on Instagram.
I think so.
Yeah, MABE Jason, GJASON.
I got my boys running it for me. Jackson.
Yeah, he got his boys. Shout out to Aiden Jackson.
Yes,
man.
shout out. I want to shout out my family. You know, I want to shout out my wife Jasmine, Kiana, my kids. I got a lot of them, so I don't name them. But my tribe, my family, and everybody that's rocking with me. Shout out.
Well, man, shout out to my kids, Elijah, Isaiah, Tarmion, and Ava, man.
How you gonna say the names? Now you got me. You said his names, and
I really keep my life private.
You
man.
do.
I keep my life private, but I'm gonna give them a shout out because they proud of their daddy.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
They're proud of their
most
daddy.
definitely.
Their mamas we ain't always seeing eye to eye, but they still fans. You can still call me baby mama.
I gotta shout out my youngest too, Ashton, and my wife.
I haven't got to talk to Ashton.
Nah, he stays with his mom a lot, helping her at her store.
All right, that's what's up. Business owners too.
Yeah.
Man. That's what y'all both have in common. Well, you know, he don't have multiple wives. I don't think, dude. But he only talks about one.
They all got the same name, Shannon.
They all got the same name, Shannon.
No way I can't get them mixed up.
Right.
Oh, that's you on the phone with Shannon.
Shannon.
Oh yeah,
Shannon. Yeah, man. Since the South and Tribe, man, we're really doing this. We're really protecting generational dreams. You can catch us on gifted-guardians.org.
Yes.
We got the dash in the middle. They shut the first one down. So gifted-guardians.org, and you can get private memberships too at mygiftedguardians.com.
Yeah,
that's right.
Man, tap in, tune in. We're going to continue bringing this. This has been an absolutely amazing experience, and we're here for the people, man. Catch us in the city near you. It looks like we're going to be in Houston in January.
Yes.
And then a big event in March in Orlando, man. Stay tuned for that at gifted-guardians.org, man. We appreciate you. Much peace and love. And remember, prosperity is your divine birthright.
Get tapped in and tuned in with the private people that's really living the life, getting land, acquiring land, and making major moves out here in the world, man. Feeding their tribe.
Yes. Peace and love.
Peace.
Now, I heard you got fired on your day off. You need to declare your nationality and quit playing.
You know you have a nationality, right? We're not black, we're Moors.
That's the Indo kicking in. You know this, man.
Never met.
Now, I heard you were messing with those little Moorish hoochies.
Hi, guys.
Her mama's a Moor, too.
Hey, can I borrow some money?
You need to go down to the Moorish temple.
You just got knocked the fuck out. Declare your nationality today, ho.
Okay, I've got the Don Kilam books. Moving to the extraction point now.
Nationality is the order of the day.
Be a private individual. Don't be a number in a system. Be a force in your community. Don't let anyone define who you are. Declare your nationality and own it. Everyone here has the power to reclaim your identity. Remember, your name is your legacy. Knowledge is your real power. Learn about your heritage and stand tall. We are more than just athletes. We are proud Moors. Declare your nationality today. Being a private individual means no one can take what's yours. Protect yourselves.
This belt is a symbol of victory, but my true power lies in knowing my nationality.
Peace and love. It's your boy Don Kilam, live in Orlando, Florida, Dream Keepers Radio, and I'm in the building with Chief Amir, and I got a special guest with us, real estate agent Cameron Young. Man, what's up, y'all?
Yes. What's going on? What's up?
Man, how y'all feeling today in Orlando, man?
I'm feeling good.
Feeling good. Just got here. It's a little chilly though. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, it's warm in Miami. Ain't you in Miami?
Yeah, it's warmer down there.
That's
all I did was come up 2 hours and I'm already cold.
Yeah,
it's crazy. I was actually a little warmer here, Vegas. You know, since it's the desert. You know,
it was a beautiful day today.
But yeah, it's nice.
Me and Chief sat outside. We caught the air today.
Yeah, it felt
and
good.
Smoked me a few bleezes. You know how I get by the pool. And we ate at Perkins. You ever ate at Perkins?
Never had it.
Delicious, man.
Yeah, we had
just got ready for the podcast.
Definitely had some good times, man.
But man, what are you working on, Cameron, man?
I'm just really studying you. I'm really just got done reading the nationality, just understanding who I am, understanding who I am, who I can be, and who I need to be, you know, in order to maneuver out here in this society.
That's what's up. And you brought some guests with you. Who'd you bring with you, man? You got them in the studio with you.
I brought my dad and my brother, my two biggest supporters.
That's dope.
Also my mother too, but she just couldn't make it. That's all.
They're your biggest supporters.
Absolutely.
All right.
My tribe.
Hey, so like I said at our event in Atlanta, because I've changed a lot. I've came through the hood. That's how I came, bringing my message through the hood, the urban areas. So you should rebrand every few years anyways with your business. So I've been rebranding to attract younger people for sure, but more professionalism. And you're a real estate agent. So like you're the star student, like I would, so to speak. That's why I like working with you, man. And you're very patient with me. You know, you're very patient because I go crazy with everybody. Just they think I'm supposed to take care of their problems, but you're doing it for a different reason. You're just doing it because you want to learn.
Right.
You see something. You're focused in on something. That's what I told Chief. I said he's focused in on something, man.
And you know, one thing that I do love about Cameron too is that, oh, they didn't even know your age. Tell me your age.
I'm 21.
Come on, 21 real estate agent. Come on, you guys. That's dope.
Come on.
Let's
just
go, man.
That
Look,
alone.
man, that's
right.
dope right there, man. That's dope right there. You know what I mean?
Man.
Come on, man.
Like that's to be proud of enough, you know, because you could be doing anything. It could be robbing, stealing, scamming. I'm just saying that's what our people do. They take the easy route out.
Yeah.
So you decide to be a real estate agent, but you're still, you know, something's not right.
Absolutely.
You know, there's something going on behind the scenes. And I told you, I learned a lot of game from studying real estate right here in Orlando, Tampa, and Miami. So yeah, that's amazing. So coming into the real estate, you understand a mortgage is just a contract. It don't have anything to do with the land, correct?
Absolutely.
And that's the same way with your birth certificate. You know, they take you from the land, and then they turn you into a description. And now your property. As soon as they turn you into a description, define your property. So what they do is they get rid of the land. When you get approved for a mortgage, they get rid of the land and they give you a property description, correct?
Yes.
And as simple as that, man.
Most definitely. Come on, you guys. This is $1 million worth of game right there.
That's it. That's $1 million worth of game. But so what I want to talk about with Chief today, I don't know if you'll understand it. Then you could throw us any questions that you may have too, because we here for you. Because you know, like even though we're doing a podcast, I said I'm just gonna fit him in the podcast. And everything, man.
That's
You
what's
know what
up.
I mean? He showed up. He was the only one that showed up at the. We had that webinar. A lot of people showed up for the webinar, the actual webinar, but you showed up
in person.
Yeah, he showed up in person, man. He said you didn't even know Chief was gonna be here. That's why I told you. I said I don't even think he knows you gonna be here.
Yeah.
You seen him on Instagram though, did you?
I seen him on Instagram. That gave it away.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie.
I was like, I don't know. I think he seen me. So, yeah, that's funny.
But
that's
man,
funny.
I just want you, like our Atlanta event, I did want you there. It was just like, I'm glad you
I
went,
wanted to be there. I ain't gonna
Bro,
lie
it was
to you.
packed though, but Orlando, we want you there in Orlando for sure, man.
Oh, I'll be there for sure.
Man, Orlando's
In March?
it's gonna be in March, and I'll give you the exact date once we got everything established, and it's gonna be packed just like Atlanta, but it's gonna be 4 times the amount in Orlando. So we had a sold out event, and it was amazing. The VIP, that's where we get the one-on-ones with everybody. So I definitely want you to be able to work with people, man. As far as how long have you been a real estate agent?
Just 2 years. I need to renew my license.
That's all good, bro. I'll definitely help you with that. Make sure you get that done, man, because that's something we gotta have. But like I told you, with real estate, we utilize holding companies. And the way Chief does it, he got his own special process. But I have my own special process for the public, but he got his own special process for the public and the private.
Most
You
definitely.
know, so you understand the public sector, the difference between the public sector and the private sector, right? Especially with real estate. Going in a gated community, it's a private common unity.
Yep,
You put me in
common
a common
unity,
unity.
yeah.
You know, you can't anybody just go to a private community, right?
Right.
So that's part of the private sector, private estate. And when you're utilizing your name in the public, that's your public estate.
Yes.
And all you got to do is just quit using the documents. Quit using the social security number. You don't have to use it.
It's all public.
There's alternatives.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I did. I wrote down like 4 or 5 things. So one thing I did want to touch today, I want to hear your input on it, how you view it as well as a young buck coming in. Is do you understand? You know what a baby land deed is?
I've heard it before. I heard Jason Mabe talk about it before.
Okay. So we was talking to one of our business partners today.
Yeah.
We utilize a baby land deed for different reasons.
Yeah.
And today was the first day I heard people utilizing the baby land deed for child custody cases.
Yes.
And visitation.
Yes.
To prove that it's your child.
Yeah, because when you use a baby land deed, when you're filling it out obviously all in red because it's a deed. So you're taking that baby back to the land, or you're keeping them on the land if you didn't get the birth certificate or anything like that. And so with that baby land deed, once again, it establishes that baby is still alive. And hence why it's red. So it's establishing that. And so what we found out today as well is that we have people that has been utilizing that land deed for the custody cases.
Child custody cases
Yeah.
with great results.
Yeah, because it's out of that jurisdiction. That's
Right.
what people got to really see and understand as well.
I'm going through a situation like that myself, and that's the route I'm deciding to take. Because I have a meeting with my attorney on Monday, and that's the route I'm going to take, the baby land deed. Because they want to talk about me because I'm not disclosing any assets. Because they want to ask about your assets. I don't make any income. You know what I mean? I don't make any income. I live off the nonprofit organization. The church takes care of me. The tribe takes care of me. You know, the community, the private community.
Private community.
The common unity. Yeah. So the reason why I brought up the baby land deed, because you deal with deeds in real estate, correct?
Right.
So that's why I wanted you to understand. This is how I learned this private equity, so to speak, this private game, the private sector, because they're using baby land deeds. That shows that you're from the land, and you use quit claim deeds. I just learned that whatever Nolan said in Atlanta, that the United States got quit claim to Britain. You seen that?
Yeah.
Did you watch Atlanta a bit?
Yep.
Hey, you
watched
like
it like 2 times already.
It was gang, wasn't it?
I'm not
Hey,
gonna
that's
lie.
what's up. I appreciate that.
Like
man.
I said, it was the best video on YouTube. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm about to watch it like at least 8 more times.
That's lit.
Beating it
That's
in,
lit.
man.
Chief was in tune, man. Chief was dropping gang, wasn't he?
Chief was doing his thing.
Hey, so and we're also working on something. Listen, I don't want to spoil anything, but we're working on a conspiracy theory type podcast with information that has been cleared from Nolan, from the Pentagon and places like that he can talk about it. Now, I don't want to get too deep, bro, but
it's gonna be off the chain.
you better
like,
start
for real.
learning how to check people's eyeballs for tattooed serial numbers to make sure they're real. Hey, but this is coming straight from the government, man. Information that he was actually working on, man.
Yeah.
So I think that's amazing that I even get to be part of that.
Most definitely, yeah. He's definitely have a lot to say, and a lot of people going to listen because once again, you know, a lot of people's like, man, I thought that, you know,
right?
But they,
right,
you know,
right.
they
That's-
show us the images.
That's facts. That's facts.
Yeah, they show us the images,
and he
man.
deals with it like it's normal, man. Nolan deals with this like it's normal. Like I was and some of the things that he had access to, and I'm like, bro, I don't want to hear no more. I'm getting chills and everything. The government is keeping so much stuff from you, but that's that private knowledge. You're not supposed to know everything.
Yeah,
you're really not. The public is not supposed to know everything. You might go crazy.
For real. It's a lot of information that's out here, you know. And once again, people have to understand, you know, the difference between public and private. You know,
Right.
because
Google is what?
Public.
Google is public.
Yeah.
You think you're gonna find everything on Google?
Nope.
If you can get rich on Google, everybody be rich. You can find the right information on Google, everybody would be doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And everybody's not doing the right thing. That's why it's called private information, private education. And you got to invest in your private education. I'm not talking just private school either, because that's controlled as well.
Yeah.
You know, those curriculums are handed down by men. They all have meetings together. This is what we're going to teach them. You know, but they got a little bit more knowledge than the public, though.
Right. Just a little step up.
You know, but it's the private common unity.
Yep.
The Jewish got their own private common unity. They teach them how to invest.
Yeah.
They teach them about taxes. They teach them how to maneuver correctly. Stocks, portfolios, real estate. They could probably go get their real estate license if they wanted to.
Yeah, but why? Especially when you control everything. Why
Right.
would you need a license?
Right. A license is what?
Yeah, it's permission to break the law or to do anything that was otherwise illegal. So it's like, why do I need to get a license when I own the properties? Or I control the properties, or I control the companies that do it. And then why do I need a license to do real estate? This is what people got to see that. You know what I mean? You know, and so like, once again, but it's still in the public versus private. So if you're going to be in the public, there's ways that you have to move according to there's codes, statutes, and things like that. But when you're in the private, once again, private is not controlled by the government. It's not controlled by those. So, you know, you still have to move a little bit. You have to move better, though. You have to move with more integrity and things like that. But you're operating in the private. It's the private.
And you can Google the definition of private sector and public sector. I had you do that, matter of fact. Then what?
Yeah.
Do you remember what the private sector said?
The private sector is the part of the economy that is not controlled by the government.
That's it. That's verbatim,
Textbook,
bro.
right.
That's word for word. So what's public sector?
The part of the economy that is controlled by the government.
So what would the Amish be?
The private sector.
That's right. So they're not taxed.
Yeah.
That's why they don't go to jail. They're not utilizing the Social Security number. It's just information. That's it. And like we was learning about the social today. You know, all the social is a number to go to work.
Right.
You know, it's their information. It's so people say it's a trust, right? You've heard the Cesti Que trust term, and they're claiming a trust that who was it created by? Do you know who it was created by? I'm just saying, did you create it?
No.
So why would you claim it? Because you can only control what you create.
Right.
So they're saying the government owes them something, but they didn't create this. So how does something you didn't create, how can it owe you?
It can't.
Exactly. So you got to create your own.
Most definitely.
And we're working on a new process with Chief, man, and I'm loving this establishment, the way Chief So literally, he's making sure that. Go ahead and break it down, because you're making sure that we're able to get recorded on land first.
Yeah, so coming into the tribal governments that we're working on, we're just waiting on a couple of other things to really like put it into the public and let people know what we're doing. But behind the scenes, what we're doing is we're having people come in and get nationalized. And so one thing about the government is that you'll be able to be domiciled in, the state of Nevada, because that's where the headquarters is going to be. And so with that domicile, it'll have you access to, people that we have that's really, really close to us that will get you and your family and everything back on the land. And once you get that, then we'll make you move and go into the tribal government. So you have that different hedge of protection. And so that's what we're working on. And we have people ready to go through the process and all that stuff. And so it's really like, it's proven, that everything is definitely moving forward with that. And so this is what we want to get people to really see and notice, that when you're coming into who you are, correcting that on that side, make sure you have these baby land deeds in play, make sure you have all these things. And so now when you come into the government part, once again, that's an extra layer so that you can be able to handle things internationally as well as nationally, because you're internationally protected, especially when you're indigenous. And a lot of people don't know that, but they're claiming things that keeps them out of the loop on a lot of things, And so when you look up even the term citizen is not what people think it is, And so when you get back into your heritage and understanding who you are, that's when you'll start to have access to this. And so these are the things that we're working on. So we already sowed the seed this time, sowing, and we're going to be cultivating that come the winter time. So January and things like that, we're going to really be cultivating these things even more and getting everybody in tune. And so we'll talk more about that when it comes.
No doubt. And you're going to be in a Zoom meeting for the tribal workshop.
Absolutely.
So Chief's going to be part of that too, of course,
Yeah.
man. So really, here's what I'm hoping for with Chief, that because he is working on a book, so at least that we have the ebook out. But here's why you want to tap in with Chief. Because with me, you got to understand what I'm proficient at. I can help you with the bank account, stuff like that. I can assist with things like that, but I can't really tell you and coach you and educate you on how to operate within the tribe. Mm-hmm. And these are the people this is what people want to know. This is what people keep asking. Like, so it's just a few documents to open up an account. That's nothing. But that doesn't mean that you're operating correctly and in honor.
Right.
And there's more to it. You have to have a real tribe established.
Yes.
In case they pull up and start questioning things. Mm-hmm. Your ambassador, that's why I love that I had Mr. Ross there from Memphis, because he actually worked for passport offices and stuff. When you get pulled over, you can look this up in Orlando, police handbook, even Miami, Fort Lauderdale, all those places, they have to treat a foreign national different, or somebody from a tribal community different than they would a regular citizen. Mm-hmm. They have to call your ambassador. They have to call your counsel. But you got to know what to say. You got to know how to enforce your rights correctly. And you're not going to be able to do that with the United States documents such as a birth certificate, an ID. And we're going to touch on that, because there is a time that you do want your birth certificate authenticated.
Yes.
But not over here in America.
Yeah.
Dealing with real estate, did you have to deal with anything that needed authenticated or authentication processes?
No.
Okay. I'm just wondering, man. So you didn't need anything authenticated to get a mortgage?
No, we didn't need anything.
You know what I mean? That's powerful right there. Right? All you needed was a signature.
That's all.
Hey, that's power right there, man.
Yeah.
A signature's a sign of nature, man.
Yeah.
Get it?
Yep, because that's where we come from, the earth.
Sign of nature. All they need is that you put your actual seal on it. That's the authentication, right? Mm-hmm. That Chief explained it so well, man.
That's the original.
Because so when everybody was going against me, okay, a lot of people went against me when I said quit authenticating your birth certificate, and Chief was the only one that stood up and said, "Hey, this man's right."
Right.
And then that's when people started switching up, because Chief co-signed for me, man. And that, like you see, I'm working on national groups. We all need to work together, truthfully.
Yeah.
But that's when these other groups started saying, "Hey, authenticate the tribal certificate and all that." But I need y'all to know, if y'all don't have land and you're not established correctly, Chief is sitting down with people, man. You sat down with people in the government.
Yeah.
Like the UN. Talk to them, man.
Yeah.
Reach out.
Yeah,
Get it together, man.
Yeah, and and it's crazy because a lot of people when they look at me, they don't think because I don't really talk about it too much. But I sat down with kings and actual true kings and chiefs. I sat down with commissioners, county commissioners. I sat down with presidents. I sat down with a lot of different people, and I've been all over the world. And this is what I do. I just really here to really help, and just really help people to get structured so that they can stop, with the oppressions and a lot of things that's happening. You know what I mean? Because it's a lot of stuff that's going on out here. But once again, this is why we teach people you have to be a part of a community. And so once again, going to the Torah, the book of Exodus, right? It says put the blood on the doorposts, right? The doorpost represents the house. The house represents family. Okay. And so salvation wasn't for an individual, it was for a family or a tribe or a clan or a band or a nation. So this is what people got to realize and see is that you cannot be out here by yourself, John Wayne in it. You see what I'm saying? Like you have to be a part of a community. And if you are out here and if you are a face of something, who has your back? So that when you get in trouble, you have the community or you have your government to come to your rescue and say, hey, boom. You see what I'm saying? Because there's strength in numbers. And like I said, it's not about a gang or anything like that, but there's really strength in numbers. And so when you are structured and when you have a group or a tribe that's supporting you, then that's when the real freedom comes.
That's it. And with creating a tribe, that's why you have to get behind somebody, man. You got to have somebody as the head, an elder as the head. Excuse me.
Yeah,
you got to have a leader that with qualifications, and it's bigger than just having a certificate or even a license, man. But I salute you have a real estate license, but it's bigger than just that, man. People out here making major moves. So like I didn't even call anybody chief until I said they got to have land before I call him chief, and I'd be damned if I met him.
Yeah, and he actually even told me, he was like, man, like I never called no one a chief because these people don't even have land. And it's crazy because he was telling me too, with one of the business partners that, we have, he went to go try to get some land. I mean, try to get, clearance for a lease on land in the tribal areas. And they didn't even own the land.
Right, that's it.
So they had to get permission from the government. But yeah, you guys are tribal. You see what I'm saying? How are you guys tribal and y'all recognize, but yeah, y'all don't own your land?
Out in Arizona.
So I was like, you can come on my land, like I own, we own, we have access, and this is the thing. And so when he said that, I was like, yo, that do make sense because once again, how can you protect the people? How can you say you're a chief and protect the people when your people don't have a domicile? They don't have a place to be protected.
That's it. Absolutely. And then he has land. He helps other people get land. We was looking at land last night, finding land for cheap, man. And it's possible with no restrictions. And that's what people got to look forward to. This is what they got to get their focus right. The same thing you're paying, even in cell phone bill, bro. The land I got, my cell phone bill costs more than that a month.
Yeah,
it's simple as that, for real. Well, I found land you can put $100 down and pay $100 a month.
Yeah,
and you start building on it right away. Start building on it right away. You can make it profitable. And
you know what though? Why you say that? People are just too comfortable, man. They love the city. And that's cool. But once again, it's private or public, right?
That's it.
How you want to operate. Yeah, the public side looks pretty feasible. Looks nice. They got some nice benefits and they offer some things. But that private side is where you want to be. So a lot of times people try to get in the middle, and that's how things get messed up.
But I mean, look how we live, though.
Yeah.
Like we got land, we be in the country, but we still live towards the city, So, I mean, we get the best of both worlds, and it's possible, Just looking at your life, you let me ask you some personal questions. When I first met you, Chief, I was like, everybody just finds a hustle to do. Like, y'all don't have no jobs because he got a big family.
Yeah,
I'm like, so if he can figure out how. You got 10 kids, right? Plus the 2 wives and grandkid, extra people, right? So if he can figure out how to take care of one man, better not ever talk about run off on 2 kids and all. You follow me? Like,
Yep.
like stick by your tribe, man.
Yeah.
You might make something magical happen, man. So that's my way of thinking, man. And they helps him build on his land, his kids.
Yeah, man. Me and my two sons, we was out there.
Videos of it, all that.
Yeah, we built the houses. Well, it's gonna be turned into storefronts now, but we built that stuff out there. You know, we was spent like 2 weeks out there. We was on an RV on a camper that we have on a property, and we, you know, everything. You know, we ate out there, looked at the stars. Like I never seen that many stars in my life. You know what I mean?
Right.
But we was out there and we was just loving it, man, and it was just free. It's like when you wake up and you like, wow.
Trust the process.
Right. You know, it's just it's amazing, especially when you see houses that you have hand built.
And
it makes you respect it more.
So with that, so I seen that he showed me this, and now I own land by him. Not knowing, I knew I was making history with my family. I'm making history with his family, on the land by him. But I'm not knowing really that the city is still building, it's still expanding. We're really making history. Like they're like, you need to consider putting businesses on what you got.
Yeah.
And now I'm thinking about it. And then Chief's like, bro, we got 120 acres open up. We should go grab this. So I'm just like, they're building a new apartment complex out there. Like a lot of different things. Amtrak running through. Like it's like I got it before all of that. Like I didn't even know just by trusting the process. But with that being said, because now I'm making plans to build on it. And then another resource comes about with the solar panels.
Yep.
We got a solar panel guy. He can make sure that we get approved and everything on the credit, everything paid.
Yep. And come out there and install it for you.
Install it for us and everything. So it's just like, trust the process, man.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, where you supposed to be and doing what you're supposed to do, and where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there, everything is going to fall into play. Everything. And a lot of times we just focus and we just concerned about tomorrow.
Right, that's it.
You can't worry about tomorrow until your today is done. Worry about your today. You got to be in the present. God is not, you know, he's not in the future. He's not in the past. He's right there with you. And so he's right there in the present. And so you got to take care of everything in that present moment. And then today will take care of tomorrow. And so that's where anxiety, depression come from, right? Depression is worrying about things in the past that you can't change. Anxiety is worrying about things in the future that you can't control or that might not even exist. But your health and your liberty and your freedom is right now.
That's it.
You see what I'm saying? And so when we stay present in the moment, that's when everything else is going to work out for itself.
That's it.
Absolutely, he broke that down good. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm sitting here thinking like, man, that's literally me. Like I be trying to move so fast, like I can't be patient. Like I can't sit there and just take my time, and that's the thing too. Like
sometimes you gotta take your time,
right? And this thing is, I didn't like to read either, but when I started reading your stuff, I'm not gonna lie, you're the only books I ever bought. And you're the only books I ever read, too.
Hey, I appreciate that. You know, I get that a lot, bro. I really get that a lot.
No, and I'm for real, too, because, like, no book's going to keep my interest the way yours does.
I appreciate that. But I did want to bring you up. So, like, when you got your real estate license, you decided you was going to get your real estate license, right?
Yes.
Did you hang around people that were losers and weren't doing that with themselves?
Absolutely.
Because they would have kept you down. So, that's the same way with anything in your life. So, with Chief, I just hang around productive people. I look at their life, that's how far they can take me. I understand that. You know what I mean? So, and that's just with anything. So even with the community we're in, if you're hanging out with people that don't get your message, they're not helping you prosper in life, why are you wasting your time on it?
Facts.
You know, if you want to do better, you got to hang around people doing better.
You know, and it's crazy because there's just so much excuses. And I get, you know, even a lot of times with parents, you know, we think, okay, that's my mom, that's my dad. But once again, if they had the answers, you would be where you need to be. And yes, they're your parents, but certain things where you're trying to go, they don't know about it, so they can't really properly educate you on that.
Correct.
And so you have to find some people that's where you're going that can help you get there. And you know, we look at friends and all this stuff, childhood friends, and we hold on to this or this person. And a lot of times out of 10, we call people friends anyway. That's really not friends because they're not even telling you the truth. They're not holding you accountable. They're not making sure that you're being responsible if you're in a relationship or if you're in a family, if you're in a business. Hey, have you been doing this? No. Have you been doing this? And so we call these people our friends, but in all actuality, these people are just holding us back. you know, because if they truly had our best interests in heart, they will make sure that we are catapulting, even if it catapults past them. You know, they will be supporting, they will be doing a lot of that, but we don't have that, you know, and a lot of people don't have that. And so what's the hardest part? I always say this. When you have a priority list, you're only really getting done like the top 3 or 4 things on that list. Okay. And so a lot of times people are like, I don't have time. Well, you have to reprioritize. You know, you have to reprioritize. What are your values? Because the things that you hold valued is the things that's just going to be at the top of your list to get those things done. And so, yeah, maybe, you know, you want to build a business, but building that business is number 5. So you have to now reprioritize that. It's somewhere maybe that's hanging out with the family every day. You know, you might have to bring that down a little bit and try to put that in there so that you can keep focused on that and reprioritize lives. People always talk about sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice. I don't believe in sacrifice. Sacrificing is dealing with something that's more important for something lesser. No. We reprioritize. We don't sacrifice anything. Well, I'm going to sacrifice something that's more important for something less. What am I get out of the deal? So it's not about sacrificing. It's about reprioritizing so that we can now do the things that we said that we're going to do. You know, the Most High gives us a vision. That's what it is. He doesn't give us a vision with the intent of saying, just in case, you know, this don't work out. No, he gave you the vision and you have to work that out. You know, we have to create. Every day we wake up, what are we creating? What are we creating? What is your goals? What are your visions? And create that. You know, but we wake up with so much excuses and this person did this or this person did that. Who cares? It was all a part of the plan to get you to push to where you need to go. And the word Hebrew in growth is the word push. It's P-U-S-H.
That's deep right there.
So in order to grow, you got to push. And so imagine that seed is in the ground. You know, you got dirt on it. You got concrete. You got all this stuff, but it still manages to push through in order to grow. And that's the stuff that we have to realize in life. When we're going through life, we're going through life, and it's designed. Think about it. Adversity is designed for that. It's designed so that you can push through. And when you push through, you're going to see it. Just like when we was building the houses on the land, you know, our first house broke. It was a strong way. We did something crazy. We wrapped the framing. Not even knowing, because we was going to put the siding on there real quick, right? But not even knowing, a strong wind came through. My sons, we in there holding it, and he was like, I just seen fright on him. I said, let it go, let it go, let it go, and run out, let it go, now. As soon as he let it go, the joint, whoof. Man, we was devastated. We was about to pack up quick. And at that moment, I said it was a teachable moment. I said, listen, this is life. If you do not get up, if you quit right now, you're going to quit for the rest of your life. This is a teachable moment. And we built 2 more houses after that. Wow. And then before we left, we rebuilt that house, but we built it smaller though. Right. But we rebuilt it.
So you got 3 of them out there.
Yeah.
And one that blew away.
Yeah, we got 4 out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said you're going to Crescent Valley with us?
Yeah, I'm going to Crescent Valley.
Hey, remind me not to be in the house when it's winter.
You know? And it was funny because my dude Ron, he was watching all this, right? And he was like, yeah, I was wondering. He said, I seen the structure up and then I ain't seen nothing else no more.
Where'd it go?
Right, where'd it go?
That's a real Dorothy.
But that's life, man.
Right, that's life, man. That's it.
That's life, man. And it's like, I don't know. It's just I'm very passionate. Is that what any sign of adversity, we quit, we give up, we quit.
Right, that's it.
You know, we just stop.
Bro, there's no way I would be where I'm at today if I would have stopped at adversity. Because there's so many challenges. Right when it's about to get good, that's when you got to understand you're going to be tested. You're going to be tested at your breaking point. You just keep pushing, man. It wasn't easy to get the real estate license. What you got to put in work, man?
Yes, sir.
You want to give up some days, did you?
Yes, I did.
That's with anything good in life, man. Anything great in life.
Yeah. And wisdom says if you faint in the day of adversity, it's because your strength is small. Think about that. If you faint in the Proverbs, it says, if you faint in the day of adversity, your strength is small. So the adversity is never designed for you to quit. It's to show you your strength inside you. And the strength is that inner strength. You see what I'm saying? What are you feeding yourself? Well, what are you affirming yourself? What are your purpose? What is your desires? What is your goals? What are your dreams? What is your strength? What makes you you? And so when the adversity comes and we quit, that just shows that the strength is small. So you have to build that up. Because adversity is never, we look at adversity and we say, oh, it's a big giant. No, adversity could be so small. It could be a little ant crawling on you. And oh my God, nah, the ant crawled on me. Nope, I don't want to do it no more. Think about that. And so that's the stuff that we have to into. We gotta, in order to grow, in order to go into this next level, because I don't know if y'all feel it. Not saying y'all, but I'm saying y'all. I don't know if y'all feel this, right? I don't know if y'all feel this, but you guys are gonna have to push into this next joint. You're going to have to push because there's a lot of people giving up. It's a lot of people that's getting it, but I'm telling you, they're getting it, but they don't understand that as you get it, you're going to get taken, you're going to get tested. And so this is right now is designed for you to see yourself. Everything is right now is about looking at yourself, you know what I mean? And saying, okay, checks and balances, right? Where's my strengths? Where's my weaknesses? And now I have the ability to push through. Okay, I didn't make that didn't happen right. Okay, cool. Now I have to, look at myself, hold myself accountable, and move forward. Can't quit.
That's it. And even with I want to touch back on the paperwork aspect, man, because we getting a lot of people. What discouraged some of our business partners was a lot of people asking for quick gains and quick money. I can see why that's discouraging, because you got to work for anything you put in. There's only free cheese in the mousetrap. There's the only place you're going to get free cheese.
And that's a trap.
In the mousetrap. You got to put forth effort, time. You got to learn something, man. My knowledge and the things I know and implement, my patterns and habits, that's what leads me to my prosperity and abundance. And a lot of people don't understand that. They don't understand that whatsoever, man. But when it comes to the paperwork game, a lot of people, I'm telling you, are stuck on this authentication. So if I wanted to authenticate something, I would authenticate the baby land deed. If anything.
That's exactly what you're going to do.
Now, also, the same way, are you understanding the tribal laws, that you can create your own tribal laws?
The bylaws.
Or any laws, bro. You got your own constitution. The tribal, a tribe can have its own constitution. A corporation can have its own constitution. Articles of incorporation. It's
how
all
your
included.
corporation is going to be ran.
That's how you incorporate your organization. But also, we assist with unincorporation because that's what Chief has attached to his tribes. And he has different ways. He has things established for the different means that he does because he operates in the public. You're associated with a nail shop, correct?
Yeah. We definitely manage nail shops, and so what I share, and this is just wisdom, let me know if this makes sense to you. What I would share is that, okay, if a nail shop, depends on how you structure it and your contracts behind it, that will show if you're paying workman's compensation or not, right? And so if you're able to not pay workers' compensation, and so they're a contractor, I would say, hey, if there's a contractor, you're a unincorporated association, right? And you're already tax exempt. Utilize that EIN and have your unincorporated association do business with the nail shop or do business with that shop. So now you've removed a lot of the tax liabilities. That makes sense to you?
That does make a lot of sense.
And so the public sector is the part of the government, the part of the economy the government controls, right? So public banks are owned by the government, correct? So I need you to understand when you're coming in operating with public banks, because public banks are needed. Let's not say that they're not. But the government can't control a private contract. So you create your constitution, your bylaws, your banking resolution, your operating agreements, whatever it may be, you have those set up and established correctly. So when I come in and dispute a debt or dispute things like that, I'm getting remedy within 24 hours. As simple as that. Literally, because we had a situation, me and Chief, we just had a recent situation. The event got canceled. I'm like, bro, I'm out of $4,000 or $5,000. I need that back, bro. I got that back in 24 hours. I said it's different when you do it with a tribal account. You do it, that's a private. You set it up in the private sector first, so it goes off your laws. It goes off your laws, your constitution, your policies, your procedures, your fee schedules, not theirs.
Yep. And so now you use the servants to work for you and put them in their proper perspective. You see what I'm saying? And so when we go into these banks or you go into the hospital, you're going into anything, and you don't give them notice on how you're operating or who you are, things like that, then they're going to handle you. You see what I'm saying? And so when you go in there with your structure, you go in there with your paperwork, with your authentication, and you can get it, a nice witness through the state or whatever, or your notary to authenticate it as well. But when you do that, now it's saying how, like he said, how you're structured. So now we have to go according to what you gave us. Now they're working for you.
That's it. That makes sense?
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. We're creating our own policies and procedures. The United States codes are this, that. They're codes. That's their policies and procedures. The real law is their constitution. And a lot of people don't understand that. But when you're going in with the documents, you following under your rights are given to you. People don't understand that. When you understand, all you got to do is study Series 6, Series 7 training, learning what a shareholder is. When you hold a birth certificate, you're a shareholder. Now, Chief says, this is what Chief told me. He says the only time you would want to authenticate that birth certificate is overseas with a passport.
Yeah. So what's really good with the authentication of the birth certificate, if you want to go that route, it's only good for when you're going overseas. And let's say you lose your passport, your identification, you have that authentication of the birth certificate to show as your proof. Remember, authentication is saying this is
to the US.
Right. This is authentic.
Right.
So now you have that birth certificate that says this is authentic, that you was born on the U.S. soil, so you can get to go back. That's the only thing that's really good for. Anything else other than that, if you're trying to get money, that ain't gonna work.
Right, because you're trading with the enemy.
Yeah.
But as soon as you get the stamp and the seal, it's already authenticated, and the birth certificate is already a copy. It's a certified copy. It's not the original.
Yeah.
So that's what people gotta understand. I can get a witness within Chief's tribe, and they'll make sure you original tribal birth certificate if that's what you need. If that's things that you need. So this is why you can't just sign up for just anybody out here claiming they're chiefs.
Right.
Because we got real people doing real things, man. And that's just how I want to put it, man. Like, Chief will, if you're part of his tribe, he'll sit down and talk to whoever you need him to talk to. That's what you do for your tribe, you know? So that's what everybody has to keep in mind when going out here with these other organizations, these swagger jackers, whatever you want to call them, man. They're just out here getting paid, man.
Yeah. No evidence, no fruit. And that's the thing. And it's not to knock nobody's hustle, but when it comes to people's life,
right,
that's the problem. Because people are literally using people's paperwork or whoever's paperwork, and it's not authentic, it's not real, and it's not true, and they're getting themselves jammed up.
Right.
Because look, it's a fearful thing to fall in the hands of the United States government. You know what I mean? Let's keep it real. Absolutely. You see what I'm saying? And so you want to make sure that you're doing everything in honor. First off, you want to make sure that you're doing everything in honor. Remember, royalty, they handle their business. And so you want to make sure that you're doing everything in honor. Hey, if I'm traveling on the roads, if I'm doing this, I just want to make sure I'm in honor. I get that you have a job to do. I get that you're following your codes, and that's cool. But there's still a certain way how to handle me. You know what I mean? And so we don't need to get belligerent. We don't need to get all that, you know? Hey, this is how you're going to have to handle things, you know? And that's it, you know? But like I said, we care about people's lives, you know? People's lives are really getting jammed up, man. You know, I seen one lady get, you know, it was on TV. It was being advertised that she had the wrong paperwork, and she's trying to proclaim and all that. Man, they kicked her door in, they didn't care, and then she ended up getting shot and stuff. But because they looked at as a terrorist, man. Like people literally out here disputing, looking like terrorists.
And I gave an example like that at the Atlanta event. I said I was really with somebody, man, and I'm in Choctaw Cherokee territory, but you know the highways is still the public domain. So it's the Oklahoma State Troopers. We get pulled over. I ran a tow. You know, in Florida, they just bill you, right? Yep. Not in Oklahoma. They said, we old school here. So, you know, he sat me down in the front, but she didn't know what was going on. I'm the traveler.
Right.
You know, this weed, and it's like, it smell like marijuana. You ain't got a card, you know, so I have permission to search that shit. I will search it if I want to search it. I'm like, man, ain't nothing but a quarter in there. But she tried to throw the weed as soon as they pulled her out the car. They took her to jail. She was stating codes. They said, they told me, as soon as she starts stating codes, we think she's a sovereign citizen. You know, because he said, you didn't state no codes, nothing. I told him, man, I'm Choctaw. Simple as that. I'm Choctaw, man. Simple as that. I got remedy. He let me go with a warning, man.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
There's more to it, though. You know, a lot of people don't know that they like cops. This is why you got to understand the private sector, some of them cops are KKK. We're not going to, and ain't nothing wrong with being part of the KKK organization. I'm part of Ku Color Kids. But I'm just saying, that's a private fraternity. Yeah. That's like a private club.
Yeah.
And that's what they choose to do. They have pride in something. They have common goals, whatever it may be. Yeah. Instead of worrying about what they do, you need to worry about how to get like them.
Absolutely.
You know, Chief is not scared to sit. Are you scared to sit down with a tribal member from the Grand Wizard of the Masons or whoever it may be?
Not at all.
Go sit down and talk to them. They might teach you something, man. They might respect what you're doing, get behind you, and drop you a donation, man.
Let's go.
And as simple as that, man.
But you know, a lot of people don't think like that, though. You know, because you know what's out there in the
Marcus
public.
Garvey, boy.
Facts.
Marcus Garvey did it. Did you have any questions for us at all, man?
Not right now. You guys overwhelmed me.
All right,
Caught me at the wrong time.
Well, we can do it in a private. We doing dinner tonight.
Yeah,
anyway.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So it's all good.
I'm just happy though, real quick, that Cameron, man, you're 21, right? 21, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. You're 21, real estate agent, and you're doing your thing, and you got your family behind you, supporting you. Let me tell you, when I was 21, I was trying to figure life out. You know what I mean? I joined the military at 22. I think I'm saying this right. Yeah, I joined the military in 2022. Yeah, 2002, I joined the military, so I was fresh out of high school, so I was thinking about 20. And because I didn't know what to do with my life. You know, I had 14 W-2s, man. I just kept quitting and not knowing that I was an entrepreneur in my heart.
That's how I was.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I didn't know. I just felt like a bum because, you know, you go to school, you go to college, and you get jobs. You know, that's what was taught to me. And so I was like, you know what? I was banging down the military's door, man. Like, yo, let me in, man. You know, and so where you at, man, that's dope. You know what I mean? You're on a clear path, man, and I definitely honor that.
Yeah, and with me at 20, my story is similar to Chief's. I was 21, banging on prison's door.
Prison bars.
They let me in. Hey, we got a bed for you.
Come on in. We'll take care of you.
But I knew that's not where I wanted to be, man. But I had lots of jobs, man. But like the only job that I was good at was selling weed. You know, that's a job now, right? People, it's a job. You go apply for that, you know.
Yeah.
It wasn't a job back then. I had to watch my back. You know. But I always knew I wanted to be an entrepreneur, man. But like I told you, if it wasn't for the federal penitentiary and learning those things, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. So being able to learn now and having those, well, I didn't have my dad to be able to support me. He wasn't there. He didn't know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? It wasn't supporting me on bigger things. They wasn't supporting my dreams and allowing me to grow. Because when you have those simple things, that allows you to grow, man. So my advice, if it's not supporting you, and it's like what I tell people, I said, like iron sharpens iron. That's how every relationship's got to be in your life. If my mama don't support me, cut her off. You know, sometimes tough love's the best love. Real spill.
That's all I had.
If love did the trick, then we'd all be there. Your mama did their job, your grandma did your job. You want your kids growing up like your grandma, your great-grandpa? I mean, some people might, but majority don't. You know? And just like you talked about seeing the vision, the vision is dividing the vision. You make sure that is unity, and everybody's on the board with the same vision. If it doesn't add to your vision, cut it short.
Most definitely.
And that's what I'm with, man. But I'm definitely with the unity aspect of everything. I'm all about family business, family tribe, and just growing with the family, man. That's why I love and admire about Chief the most. And I see you with your tribe too, man. I love and admire that, man.
Yeah, most definitely.
Absolutely, I love my tribe.
That's right. Well, we're gonna bring this to an end, man. So just give us some last words. Let us know how we can find you, man.
You can find me on Instagram at Cameron.Young. I be reposting all Dom Kilam stuff.
Spell it with a K though, right?
Yeah, spell it with a K, just like the rapper.
I had to think about that for a second. I was like, huh? Okay, got you. Chief Amir Zaire on IG at Chief Amir Zaire. Also, I am Amir, AMIRZAHIR.com. You can hit me up on the website as well.
Man, let them know about your wife's stuff too, man. Let them know, bro, because y'all doing y'all's thing, man.
So if you guys are in the Las Vegas, Nevada area, you want to come out, you want to get fly, whatever, make sure you guys visit the Royal Exclusive Nails. It's also on IG at Royal Exclusive Nails, also royalexclusivenails.com. Also, if you guys need any notary services all throughout the United States or what have you, hit up notaryneighbors.com and they will get you squared away on everything. We have professional notaries standing by right now to notarize your documents online. So you don't even have to be sitting down with each other. You can just online, they schedule a call, give you the link, and they verify your information and all that, and they get your documents notarized.
That's right, man. Notary publics and privates.
Yes, notary public
Get you
and
together,
private.
man. Holla at Nolan, get that international status correction, man. Then holla at the notary neighbors, man. Get it stamped up.
There you
All
go.
in one spot, man. Holla at the team. We got what you need.
Yes.
Can't lose with the stuff we use. It's your boy Don Kilam. Remember, prosperity is the divine birthright, man. Tap in and tune in with us, man. Dream Keepers Radio. We're gonna continue to bring more to you in the future. But you can reach me at DON_KILAM. Again, that's DON_KILAM on the Instagram, the one with the blue check. You dig what I'm saying? Much peace and love, man.
Peace,
And I'm
peace,
out.
peace, peace.
All of Don Kalam's books are indeed truthful books for we, the people of the Republic.
It's time to unlock the secrets of the Matrix and become a power piece in commerce with Don Kalam. He teaches you the truth about the tricks and traps of society, starting with the lies of separate races. As there is only one race, the human race. When you say you are black or white, this gives up rights dealing with your nationality, giving up your constitutional and state rights. Every state is a country, therefore your nationality. Example, if you live in Texas, you are a Texan. The same goes with Alaskans. They live in Alaska, and Hawaiians live in Hawaii. New Yorkers are from New York. Hope it makes sense. Learn how to get your rights back and how to declare a nationality, and always remember that prosperity is your true birthright. Click the link in our bio and join our private school with Don Kalam today.
Peace and love with your boy Don Kalam. Tapped in and tuned in with Dream Keepers Radio. I'm live in Orlando, Florida. And today, I want to go over political status, personal sovereignty, and how it applies to you in the legal system. Because this is what everybody truly needs to know. This is the really the basics. Everybody asks me, where do you want to, where should I start, Don? Where should I start? Well, truthfully, it's different for everybody due to your personal situations. But understanding personal sovereignty and then political status and political status correction. With status correction, it goes over your citizenship class, Mr., Mrs., Doctor, Judge. Truthfully, it shows your standing. What do you have rights for? So if you was a king or a queen, a monarch, you wouldn't go by Mr. or Mrs. Just like even with doctors, they don't let you call them Mr. or Mrs. You got to call them by their title. Even with a judge, you got to call a judge by his title. So what's your title? Title could be another word for status as well. What is your title? But the three things to remember is status. First, identity, scratch that. Identity, status, and then standing. First, you get identified. And a lot of people get identified with a birth certificate, a social security number, an ID. Let's say you are being identified with a birth certificate. Are you 6 pounds, 7 ounces? Are you 21 inches? So this is not even a great form of status correction or a form of identity to begin with. But you can use baptismal certificates. You can use patents of nativity. You can use family Bible records. You can use baby land deeds, and that's what I've been using lately with myself and my children with going in the court system and fighting custody cases. Your political status, it defines who you are on the public record. There's a difference between the public record and the private record, the private sector and the public sector. The private sector is part of the government or part of the economy that the government does not control. The private sector is part of the economy that the government does not control. The public sector, the public market, is the part of the economy that the government does control. So please keep in mind that public banks are owned and controlled by the government. I'm gonna say it again, public banks are owned and controlled by the government. And the reason why this is important to know is due in part because of political status correction. You're giving up part of your status when you're dealing with the public banking system. You can't transfer wealth, You know, people talk about this generational wealth. You can't transfer wealth with certificates. You can't in notes. You got to access real money. A Federal Reserve note's not real money. A Federal Reserve note's really a debt note. And they operate off what? Promissory notes. In the private sector, they have covenants. And you can look these things up. Just do a simple Google search, go to Investopedia, and just search these terms, these keyword terms if you've never heard of them. It is essential for you to correct your status to properly invoke your rights and avoid being treated as a ward of the state. You can only control what you create. When it comes to the birth certificates, they give you a certified copy, so you don't even have an original. So how can you ever control anything when you're identifying with a document that you didn't create? Same way with your name, you didn't create the name. So I want to emphasize the importance of correcting your political status to ensure proper recognition of invoking your rights correctly. Also, another way to invoke your rights or keep your assets protected is with something called an unincorporated association, which is a form of asset protection as well. Family trust, that's a form of asset protection as well. It's important to recognize who you truly are by knowing you know who you are by the things you create. So the concept of political status goes hand in hand with personal sovereignty. Other documents I've utilized and helped a lot of students utilize are, it's called a non-taxpayer affidavit, and this invokes a private trust as well, creating your name as a private trust. You want to be careful with that as well because the alter ego doctrine. When it comes to the alter ego doctrine, this can give up your rights because you're not distinguishing the difference between the business and personal. So when you're giving it up, a trust or a business, if you're making your name an LLC, because I've advocated this as well in the past, but it's just you have to do it correctly. So when you're giving things up to the business, you got to make sure it's for business purposes only. It's not for anything personal. Secondly, I like to utilize a holding company. So the personal name that you're utilizing in the public, I would make that the operating company, a LLC. Some people do a sole proprietorship. You got to be careful with that because there is taxes involved if you're not setting these things up properly. You can attach a sole proprietorship to a private trust or unincorporated association, even a 508c1a ministry trust. And when y'all go to my public pages, y'all see I've advocated 508c1as. The unincorporated association is very similar to the 508c1a. It's just a lot less paperwork, and you don't have to do anything in the public. A lot of people attach the 508c1a to a regular nonprofit. Now, when we're talking about status correction, I already brought up about the birth certificate. So exploring the birth certificate process, this allows the state to take control of a child. And I want to bring this up because this is brought up to me consistently. And you got to understand, this is truly what gives the state the right. This what makes the state think they own your child. Is the birth certificate, and then the social security number. The birth certificate places the child in a trust in a state. It's a public trust. It creates a public estate. So you got to remember, anything that's in the public is controlled by them. It's controlled by the government. So with the mother signing off as an informant, while the father's role is usually left off, this allows the state to assert control over the child as abandoned property. When you hear the word person, only a person can be tried in court. Only a person can commit a crime. Per son, that means one son, because you can only be saved through the father. There's a reason why the judge wears a black robe, the pope wears the white robes. They're taking part as your guardian. The United States means federal corporation under 28 U.S.C. 3002, subsection 15A. United States means federal corporation, and I believe it's subsection 13. But it's still on 28 U.S.C. 2002. It talks about the definition of a person. A person also means a corporation. So trusts are considered entities as well. A lot of people ask me questions about the Transparency Act. And as long as you're operating from an unincorporated standpoint or from a private trust, the private and the public have different rules. They're under legislative rules. When you're in the private, you're under contract law. And these are two different laws. And you have to keep this in mind. You have to keep this in mind when digging deep and truly understanding these things. So regardless of how you feel about the birth certificate, the potential implications of the birth certificate process, it raises awareness where you should look into it further. You should explore it further. The intriguing processes of the birth certificate process and potential implications. With a private community, like I said, we talk about this daily. Baby land deeds, baptismal certificates work as well. Some people don't like to use the church aspect with the baptismal certificate. Due in part, they say they're still securitizing these agreements, but a baptismal certificate will get you out of a state situation. You got to think about it. How does the Amish move? Why don't the Amish go to jail? Can the police show up on the Amish's property or show up at their stores and start busting in their doors? Because I mean, I'm sure there's a few Amish people out there that smoke cannabis. You know, might have some dispensaries. I don't know. I'm just speculating. I'm not part of that. I'm not part of that congregation. But what I'm saying is they do move into private and they do move differently. And they do travel the country. They do go to Mexico. They do go to Canada. And they have agreements with the government entities. And so they can travel without having an ID or birth certificate. You just have to have the equivalent because you can only control what you create. Just know the birth certificate does place the child in a trust in the state, and this is what potentially allows the state to assert control over them. And I'm not a licensed attorney or tax expert. This is for educational and informational purposes only, in hopes that you make a better informed decision. Now, to some, this may seem far-fetched. Something as fundamental as a birth certificate can have such far-reaching consequences. People often even overlook the hidden aspects of the system, and it's crucial to raise awareness about them. If you don't assert your rights, you have none anyways in this system. So as I said, we do have baby land deeds, family Bibles, and this was just big in the 60s and the 70s, family Bibles being used as identification. Affidavits of birth, you can also use an affidavit of birth, patents of nativity, patents of nobility if you know that you're royalty and you come from a royal lineage, and then baptismal certificates. And I'll say all these again. These are things that you can use to identify in the system so you're not locked in where they have control over your assets, or it can even give you your rights. You don't have to bow down to the authority. You must know that if you harm none, there's not a crime involved. Same way with debt. We're under bankruptcy. You can look it up. United States is under federal bankruptcy. When you access your Social Security number to get credit, get utilities turned on, you're creating a private account. It's an account, and it's being funded by the Social Security Trust, which is the trust is already funded. So birth certificates can be used as identity, baby land deeds, a family Bible affidavit, a affidavit of birth, a patent of nativity, and patents of nobility, and then baptismal certificates. Another thing when it comes to status that I want to go over is there's two types of persons in law. And the two types of persons that there's a natural person and then there's a corporate person. Either you're a natural person or you're a corporate person. And your status is what determines which category applies to you. When you have the birth certificate, you're using the Social Security Trust, you're automatically considered a sole proprietorship, and that business was given up to it's a public office that was working for the United States government or whatever state that you're in. It's a crucial distinction that often goes unnoticed in everyday life, but it can have a significant implication. So understanding the difference between natural person and corporate persons can provide valuable insights with status. I make my name a business out the gate though. I make it automatically make my name a business, a LLC. My name's a LLC. And then I have a holding company. I have record labels as well. You come to the world through an ultrasound. So a record label can also hold intellectual property. Also copyright my name, common law, and internationally, and trademark it internationally. And the thing being is because a lot of your name is being used already on a national level. So do it internationally because they don't do it on the international level. You can do it on the international level because they're just doing it on a local level, or maybe even a national level. You do it internationally, that triumphs everything. And then another reason being is nobody is going to say they're accountable for this name except you. So you got to learn how to Manage it. Own nothing, control everything. So learn how to manage the affairs correctly. You got to learn how to be an administrator. You have a Social Security trust number. This is a Social Security trust number. Do a simple Google search. Who owns the United States debt? A simple Google search. Who owns the United States debt? And it's going to bring up that the Social Security number is who owns the majority of the United States debt. It's owed to the public. So on 28 USC 3002, I do want y'all guys to Google this. Look at the definitions of the court. And then look at what a person is under law. In law, there are two types of persons, natural persons and corporate persons. When it comes to our private community, I talk about this all the time on Don Kilam University. You can sign up on the onlyfans.com/Don Kilam, onlyfans.com/Don Kilam, DONKILAM. We talk about the two different types of persons of law. We also talk about attorneys as well. You got to understand, an attorney represents the corporate person. A natural person or a living person does not have to be represented by an attorney. A natural person and a living person, they're the only ones that can receive remedy in law. They're the only ones that can be injured. They're the only ones that can be hurt. A corporation cannot be a victim in law. When it comes to an attorneys, do know there's a truth about a license to practice law. An attorney does not have a license to practice law. They have something called a bar card. Again, attorney does not have a license to practice law. They have something called a bar card. When they say, put it in layman's terms, this is a true lawyer. So you got attorneys, you got lawyers. A layman is putting it in legal terms, and that's what a lawyer truly does. So far I've touched the political status, the birth certificate process, the different types of persons in law, all right? And I want everybody to start making better informed decisions. The forms that you create the forms of you in the system. The information that you volunteer to the system, whether it's tax forms, these are coming from your state. These are coming from your private trust. You create it in the private, and then it gets used in the public. And as soon as you bring these things to the public, it makes it part of the government's control. The government thinks they own this, and that's not the case. That is not the case. So you want to learn how to truly correct your political status, learn how to correct your identity, learn how to become a private person or a private citizen, and quit exposing everything to the public sector. And that's even with the banks and the way you deal with banks. So learn how to create an unincorporated association or a 508c1a ministry trust, or you can even learn how to create holding companies in the private in the 5 charging order protection states. My favorite one is Nevada. I also think they got it in Delaware, Alaska, Wyoming. So look into charging order protection states as well. But make sure you go to onlyfans.com/Don Kilam and sign up, become a member now. All my subscribers, they can come to an event free for general admission March 23rd in Orlando. It's going to be a sold out event, so you want to sign up now. But tap in and tune in. It's your boy Don Kilam, and I'm out.
I wouldn't have won my case had I not been studying Don Kilam private member files on his online private school.
I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and now I am well worth over $10 million learning about securitization.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam.
I'm telling you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My peoples was locked up, caught in the system, you feel me? These books, they was like a key. When I say Don Kilam's private school changed my life, I ain't even lying. They helped me get over $1 million back in tax credit.
Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam changed my life forever when it came to the United States government.
Don Kilam's books, they the truth. Helped free a lot of my people from the system. You hear me? Gave us knowledge, gave us power. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam, not in law school.
I just want to say, Don Kilam, your books really helped my people out. We learned how to beat child support and even get some money back from the courts. Yo, let me tell you, Don Kilam's books, they the truth. My people finally beating child support, getting that money back from the court. When I tell you Don Kilam and his private school got me over $100,000 back in tax credits, child, I ain't lying. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid from court every time. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam really showed me how to go after those court bonds and get paid from the court every single time. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and it taught me everything I needed to know to win every time and get paid. Listen, I'm telling you, Don Kilam School, that's the truth. I got over $1 million back in tax credits. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's private school online, and I learned securitization and how to go after the securities and bonds. I learned real law from reading Don Kilam's books. I learned about the strawman and how your name is really a business. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam. It really changed my perspective on how the United States government operates. Forever. With Don Kilam's help, I got over $1 million back in tax credits for my business.
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person. I am a Moor by nature.
Ultra important to understand the difference between motions and affidavits.
Why is that?
Because they're discretionary. An affidavit cannot be lawfully denied.
So a corporation is considered a corporate person, right?
Exactly. But we are natural persons.
Right. And that means we have rights preserved in the Constitution.
Listen, nationality is crucial. Black is just a color that gives up your birthrights.
Message. See?
Know your identity. Don't settle for just a label.
Exactly. Your nationality matters.
You know, this birth certificate, it's like a covenant outside of God.
Really? How so?
It proves who your maker is, just like in the Matrix.
So you want a brain, huh?
Yes, please.
How about this instead?
A birth certificate.
Fits you perfectly, my if I only had a brain-looking boy.
Well, I guess it's a start.
Did you know the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz wanted a brain?
Yeah, but instead of giving him one, the wizard just handed him a birth certificate.
Your Honor, I must insist you do not label me as black or a colored person, and I am a Moor by nature.
Understood. You are free to leave.
Peace and love. It's your boy Don Kilam, live from Orlando, Florida. Dream Keepers Radio, the Gifted Guardians, and I got Chief Amir back in the building with me. How you feeling,
Man,
Chief?
everything is all good. What's going on?
What's good, man? It's like this is our routine now, man.
This is it, man.
We showing up and showing out.
Always, always, always. We getting good feedback.
Yeah, great feedback. We just learned today that we hit the charts on the Apple Podcast.
Yes, man. We wanted to. We appreciate all you guys that's following us, subscribing, and everything.
We appreciate the haters too, man, because you still make us relevant. So shout out to my haters too, man.
Shout out.
But thank you everybody for making this a huge success. We have plenty of celebrities been reaching out. He talked about the Philadelphia Eagles being the tribe, right?
Yeah.
And now we got Philadelphia Eagles reaching out. So shout out to Philly, man. Shout out to the Philadelphia Eagles organization, man.
The city of brotherly love.
That's what's up, man. So I'm gonna base this episode because we just come in here and we just chop it up. I literally, if you look at this piece of paper, man, I don't know if the camera can see it, man. I got 2 things wrote down, right? Then the rest of it's just blank. We write the script, bro. Dreams obey narrators. This is what the definition of a Don is, D-O-N. Dreams obey narrators deciding on now because now creates tomorrow. So I don't know if you're familiar with Psalms 107. Let the redeemed say so.
Let the redeemed of the Lord say so.
Yeah, let the redeemed of the Lord say so.
Yes.
So in order to find this redemption process, to be redeemed, all you have to do is say so.
Come on.
You don't even need paperwork.
No, you don't. See, what's crazy is that we get so caught up on the paperwork. The paperwork. Well, first off, did you create the paperwork?
That's right, because you can only control what you create.
You only control what you create. So did you create the paperwork? No. So you're now putting your freedom or your redemption in the paperwork of the same people who enslaved you.
That's exactly what I tried to say. You just worded it so elegant. So basically, because some people say, we like this Don. He's nice. He's professional. Well, it's a podcast, man. I'm doing my thing. But don't think I'm going to be like this if you come and talking to me directly because I need y'all to understand this stuff. Sometimes the best love is tough love.
Yes.
When you learned it, when you in the military, correct?
I was in the military.
They was nice to you?
No.
They yelled at you?
Yes.
You got the job done, right?
Got the job done.
You don't want to be a bunch of wimps, right?
Dan Pena says snowflakes, they melt under pressure.
Most definitely. You know, and it's crazy because when you look at that, is that a lot of times we have to change our mindset. You know, and in order to change your mindset, you have to really empty out and forget the things that you thought you knew. And so when we entered into the military, they broke you down. It didn't matter where you come from. It didn't matter your color. It didn't matter your background. They broke you down because it's 80% mental and 20% physical. And so when we approach life like that, is that the first fight is in your mind. Because once again, your heart is your mind. And so if you have the ability to fight in your mind, then you have your body's going to eventually follow. And so whatever your thoughts become, whatever you think, that's what you're going to become.
As a man thinketh, so is he.
Come on.
And not to throw this for a left curveball, but is that why I get a lot of military people? Because it's my approach. What about the people with daddy issues? Why do I try to
Well, because they're looking for a Don.
They're looking for a Don. Hey, this is not Daddy Don over here. Now. Hey, so let the redeemed of the Lord say so. That's it. I first heard it from Reverend Ike. You know,
Shout out to Reverend Ike.
Shout out to Reverend Ike. Now, if you listen, like I said, the podcast, Apple Podcasts. Now, if you have an Android, go on Spotify. You know, wherever you listen to your favorite podcast, Dream Keepers Radio. Chief has a podcast on the way as well, so shout out to that.
Most definitely.
So what I did want to talk about, because we've been studying, and you can break down what you told me today about the scripture and how it ties in with materialism.
Yes.
Because you got to look the scriptures, because you're adept in the scriptures, man. You can get it from the scriptures. You can get it from the tribal ancestors. There's so many different ways that you can go about this, and people are not understanding how to tie this into status correction.
Right.
They're not understanding how this ties to true life sovereignty.
Right.
I don't like using the word sovereignty, but for the sake of this podcast, we have to talk about it, sovereignty. And having true sovereignty is not authentication of a birth certificate. No. It's not found in UCC 1. And this is what these people are talking about, you know? And even speaking on history of the Bible, the wealth of Egypt was given to the children of Israel, correct?
Yes, it was. And it's funny, it's when you look at something, it says that when you look at the scriptures, it says what? It says that, and they shall come out with great possessions. And so that shows that there was a store. See, when you look in the book of Exodus, or Shemot in Hebrew, it said that they went in, and they went in free. They had their own lands. They had everything. They were set aside. But how did they get in bondage?
And I believe this is important. The reason why I want you to keep touching on the scriptures and the family Bible, because a Bible is a fact in the courtroom.
Yes, it is.
So these court records that you're using, these IRS documents, the Bible is a fact to that. You know, their paperwork's fiction, and their Bible is considered triumph over all of that. So you have to understand, even a clergy can triumph over an attorney.
Yes.
And to change jurisdictions within a prison or even a military, they have a chaplain.
You know, it's funny, we was talking about earlier, it's like when you have two sovereigns, like I said, we don't like using that word, but when you got two kings, or you got whoever that's coming in play of a person of authority, two monarchs.
Yeah.
They're going to provoke their own jurisdiction.
Yes.
If I'm coming into a place, I'm coming in representing my jurisdiction. And so why would I use someone else's jurisdiction to defend my position? You see what I'm saying? I'm going to defend my position always from my jurisdiction, from my authority. That's how you invoke power. That's how you invoke your authority. You don't invoke your authority and your power by somebody else's jurisdiction or by somebody else's paperwork.
That's
You invoke it by the paperwork you established.
And so, and another thing, if you're doing something wrong, you're going to go to jail regardless. Like, I don't care if you think you're sovereign, what diplomatic, whatever it may be. But when it comes to status correction, I say diplomatic immunity is the highest form of status correction that you want. You know, they have diplomatic passports, which we talked about that. It's okay. They talk about the 5-star passport, but the diplomatic passport, that black passport, that's the highest form of diplomacy.
Yeah.
But with you, your tribe is recognized by the government. I had some people talking like, these people believe you can just get a tribe with an EIN, and that's not what we said.
That's not what we said.
That's not exactly what we said. There's way more to it. He has land.
That's what they heard. So
yeah,
if that's what they heard, then good.
That's what they heard. But you can only control what you create.
Facts.
You know? So you can't, all the Bible is a family lineage.
Mm-hmm.
And you can create your own family Bibles and hand down your own covenants.
Most definitely. And so when you look at the book of Genesis and you go to Genesis chapter 2 and you read down, it says, and these are the generations of heavens and earth. When you look up that word generation, it's actually the word family.
Wow.
It deals with lineage. And so the scriptures is showing you family lineage all throughout. And so what we have to do is look at that, not from this is exactly what they're saying, but you have to insert yourself in there. You have to see yourself in there and understand how did things come about? How did we get into bondage? How did we get free? And 9 times out of 10, you will see that life is a circle.
Apologies for cutting you off.
No problem.
Now, when they was in bondage and Pharaoh let them go, Moses said, let my people go.
Mm-hmm.
They had some birth certificates, they had some paperwork. How did Moses separate this private sea?
He separated the private sea by his staff, or a lot of people will look at it, even in Wiccas and all that, you will look at it as actually a magic wand.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? You will look at it as a wand. And so he separated the private sea to allow us to walk on dry land and go out of the bondage. You see what I'm saying? And so a lot of times what we look at and how I teach it from this perspective is that when you're walking through dry land and you're coming from a place that you was in bondage, whether you're mental in bondage, physical in bondage, financially in bondage. You know, when we were young, our parents said, hey, when you come in the house, take your shoes off at the door because you don't want to track up our house. And so they walked on dry land, going into another place, another position in their lives. And it was dry land because they could not track. They could not bring the old stuff into their new place that the Most High was bringing them into. And so that's where we have to be. We can't come into some newfound revelation. We can't come into some newfound ideas or a newfound place of sovereignty or respect with old mentalities and old things. Saying, oh, well, you know, or old tricks and schemes. You can't do that. It's impossible because you were not entering into your promised land correctly. And so when you look at it from that perspective, you're like, wow, you know, if I change my mind, if I change my thoughts, my mind is my heart. He said, guard your heart, for out of it flows the issues of life. If you guard your heart, your mind, because that's the attack. Think about it. That's the attack.
That's it.
So if you guard your heart, if you guard your mind, then you won't be susceptible to all these attacks. You won't be susceptible to many different doctrines and many different breaths in wind that's saying, authenticate this, do that, do this, do this. You have a direct connect to your creator.
That's it. Can I get an amen from the congregation, man? If you're following along on the YouTube, you listen to the podcast, whatever it may be, leave a review, hit 5 stars, drop a comment. That's amen right there, man. That's $1 million worth of game. If it didn't go over the congregation's head. With that being said, I like that you brought up the generation, because when you file on their forms that they created, because you can only control what you create. This is one of the first rules they teach you. It's one of the laws of commerce.
Right.
You can only control what you create. You're filling out their forms. So you're giving up your heirship, your prosperity. I always say prosperity is your divine birthright. So you're giving up your divine birthrights by filling out their forms. And now you're becoming a tax dependent.
Yes.
You're becoming a dependent of a taxpayer. That's what you're handing down in your heirship.
And only slaves pay taxes.
That's it. And tax means contribution. Look it up. Black Law's Dictionary.
Most definitely.
It's a contribution. What's a contribution?
A contribution is like actually it's like a donation.
A donation.
Or in church, you know, you give your tithes.
That's it.
It's a contribution.
That's all a tax is. And people say, so you're telling me if you're part of a tribe or part of something, you don't pay taxes? Absolutely. We're outside the jurisdiction. You know, if you don't have a birth certificate, you're not liable for taxes. If you look up Trading with the Enemy Act, if you go to court, that's trading with the enemy.
Right.
It's a state versus you. It's like battleship. You know, you learn about your mother conveyance. You learn about the laws of the sea, admiralty, and maritime.
Right.
These, if you look up maritime law, because admiralty is more about contracts and stuff as well, right? But it's and then the military admiralty.
Yeah.
But it's more maritime than anything. So you learn about shipping laws, shipping cargo. When you're born, they put you in a ward. You know, a new ship comes to sea. You know, the doctor
And the
certifies you.
the
Yeah.
doc, you birthing in the canal, the birth canal, and then a doctor is there to dock you.
And your water breaks. The first contraction is a contraction. If you look up the root word of eon, I-O-N, that means to bring action to. So you're bringing action to the contract. Just like probate is court over your estate. If you don't have a trust or a will set up, your money will be divided through the probate courts. That's all that's going on in regular courts already. That's why they put you on probation. So if you don't have your estate corrected, so you're bringing action to the probate. If you have your estate planned correctly, look up, you can Google this, estate planning bypasses probate.
Most definitely. And once again, you got the Old Testament, New Testament. That word testament is the same as covenant. And we know that a covenant can be broken. And so when you have a last will and testament, this is saying, hey, when I pass on, this is what I want. My word shall be established in the earth. And so now when I pass on, what my will, my desire will be done. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why it says, unless if the testator has to die. So in order for that to now be established, there has to be a death. And so all you guys now, when you're looking at guarantors, guarantees, you're looking at your mortgages, you're looking at all this. If you're a guarantor, that also deals with trusts.
Correct.
And so if you didn't die, because that's actually a revocable trust. If you didn't die, it still stands.
That's it. The court system cannot control the living. Everything in it has to be dead or fictional. You know, but that's how they know you're not with your higher power. This is why you have to understand church versus state and then tribal jurisdictions. All these different organizations are tribes. Every state is considered its own country, and you can be a national of your state. If you're from Florida, you can be a Floridian.
Yes.
Everybody should know the Texas one.
Yes.
You're a Texan.
Yep.
You can't call a Hawaiian a U.S. citizen. They're Hawaiians.
They're Hawaiians.
And they're part of the Hawaiian kingdom, which is outside the scope of the United States jurisdiction when you learn how to invoke that correctly.
Most definitely.
The Amish people are not paying taxes.
No.
You know, I'm going to be careful with the Jewish word, but they operate the same way, you know, but that's the faith you come under.
Right.
You know, and to me, Jewish is just a status. Oh, that's all it is. It's a status.
It's just a status correction. I mean, just like, you know, when you go into church and, you know, you change your status. You once was a sinner. Now you're saved by grace. You know, you in prison and you changing your status when you cross over, when you know, with the brothers and with the Muslims or the Jew or whoever, you're changing your status. It's just a crossing over. When Joseph got taken out of the pit, his status was changed. But he had to go through some things, and he became second in command next to Pharaoh.
That's it. That's
you
it.
know, which was a status change.
That's it.
You know, he was sold into slavery.
The family got rid of him, right?
Yeah.
That the
The
one?
brothers.
Yeah, so his family got rid of him. But he loved his family so much. Phantom hit the land. He seen his family and he forgave them and had the kingdom.
Well,
take care of them.
it was that, but there was some back and forths that the scriptures
Oh, at
don't.
first? Okay,
yeah,
they don't talk-
he was literally
He was in his feelings.
Yeah, he was in his feelings.
I would have
Rightfully
been
so,
too, man.
Rightfully so, but he knew he was going to do right by his family.
Yeah, always
you know?
do right, man. Love conquers everything.
Most
You know?
definitely.
You see what the and that's with anything. Tragedy to triumph. That's a lot of people are focused on the negativity. If you're stressed out, and have things going on, you can't be focusing on this stuff. You gotta clear your mind, trust the process.
Yeah.
You gotta learn how to I call it courage, coursing your rage.
I love that.
Coursing your rage. You learn how to turn the rage and course it correctly, you become courageous.
I love that. And one thing I think that we really need to realize is that if it happened to you, it was supposed to happen to you.
That's it.
You know,
trust. God is good all the time,
all
man.
the time, and it's not one time that He's not good. And so, even in your situations, even in these, when I was born and they took my status and my birth, He's still good all the
We
time.
in the land of the free, man.
Come on, you was born free.
It just depends on what rules you're under. And that's why you got to understand common law, natural law. You got to understand true God, because it's triumphs, codes, and statutes. When you know it and know how to implement it correctly, because that's what they're doing. That's what the Pope did. They create the Vatican.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people's done this. Martin Luther, he created his own church, his different sect of Christianity. You know, and we talked about this with the Catholic Church, or you want your own jurisdiction. You want to be outside the scopes of the government with the documents you do have already. Say you don't know how to create your own documents. You can use a baptismal certificate, and then you can go to the Catholic Church and learn how to be under the canon law jurisdiction. They have
Most
canon
definitely.
law attorneys. Google this. It's called a DOCs. And that's the different jurisdiction of the Catholic and Christian church and tribunals because they have their own courts. This is why they call it confessions. That's a form of court. You can confess and have your sins washed away. As long as you ain't hurt nobody, you can do what you want.
Come on.
And he's there to help you.
Most definitely.
You know, and it's called Bet Din with the Jewish.
Most definitely. And that's what's so nice about this is that nothing can happen unless you declare it. No one can do anything to you unless if you allow it. You know, and so once we start to realize that and we start to take the authority and we start to look at things from that perspective, it's like, hey, you claim that I was dead, but I announced that I'm alive. And so if I was dead and the things that you did while I was going away, now it has to be restored back to me once I claim that I'm alive.
That's right. So you heard me talk to one of my celebrity homies today. He's been down for a long time. But say I wanted to get his autograph authenticated. What would that mean?
Get his on. Well, it depends on which route you're taking.
So say I have him come by. He can actually self-authenticate it and say, that's my autograph. Correct?
Correct.
And you don't need nobody. But if you say he was gone, he passed away, and I have his autograph, I need somebody to authenticate it, and they're going to say that's the original. Correct?
Correct.
So do they ever give you the original birth certificate?
No.
So what that means you're authenticating a copy.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, certified copy.
The certified copy,
That's all
just
it
like
is.
the holder.
That's all it is.
That's all I'm saying.
Right.
I mean, that's how they're looking at you.
Yeah.
And this their documents. You can control what you create. Now, stating that, so I already stated that a church can create a baptismal certificate. This is good enough for identity, correct?
Most definitely. Most
Legally
definitely.
and lawfully,
Yes.
you can get a birth, or you can get a passport with this.
Yes, yes, and this is why once again we're dealing with jurisdictions. For those who understand authority and understand church from the perspective of even government, when you have an establishment in place and you set something in place, you create those documents. You have authority over those documents. This is why even in the business world, they say, hey, if you write a letter, put it on your company's letterhead.
That's it.
The letterhead declares the authority of the letter. You see what I'm saying? And so this is what we need to start looking at and operating in, is understanding, okay, hey, I have my corporation, or I have my tribe, or I have my nonprofit. What authority am I operating in?
All a birth certificate is, you can consider it a certificate of title. It shows
exactly what it is.
ownership.
That's exactly what it
Ownership
is.
means liability. Liability means obligations. We're in the business of own nothing, control everything. So if you want to remain private in this world, why would you authenticate something and say that's yours? Why would you put a UCC1 on the county
public
record
notice.
with your name on it saying you have assets in the public?
Right.
That's a public notice. That's not private.
Right.
You're claiming a public name. This name is in the public. The government's operating with it in the public. If you're trying to remain private, why are you even saying this you? How do you get rid of this? You stop using it.
Stop using the name. You gotta. How hard this may be for some of you.
They want to hold on to the documents. They want to think the government owes them something.
No,
I'm worth $26 million. I
Government
seen
don't
it
owe you
right
anything.
here.
In order, look, you have to be born again. That
That's
means
it.
what? The name that your mother and them, yes, from the Most High, they named you, but it got hijacked. Okay? They own that. I don't care if you lowercase it, uppercase it, middle case it. It doesn't matter. They own every variation of it. The only way to now take authority of that is now have a tribal name or have another name. This is why even in the hood we go by, our tag names and stuff like that. And you stop using that. Malcolm X stopped using Brother Shabbat. He stopped using those names.
Yeah.
He stopped using.
A lot of people don't even know his real name. It was Malcolm Little.
Yeah, Malcolm Little. He stopped using those names. And then he started to take on another name.
That's it.
And he started to walk in his power. Name means character. It's the Hebrew word shem, which means character. And so he started to take on those names, that name, and he started to walk into his authority, into his power. And that's what we have to do here. Hey, how can I capture this name? Stop using the name.
So when you're born again, because I've come through the Moors, and it's called a Shahada. That's when we undertake our status change. The Moors will give you a different name. They'll add L or Bey. These are your royal titles. People don't understand that Mr. is a title, Mrs. is a title. These are all slave titles.
Yes.
These are titles of a pauper, a poor pauper.
You know, real quick on that. When you get baptized, you know, people say, hey, you go into church and they baptize you, right? And now you're baptized in the church. But if you look at that word baptized, it's actually the word mikvah. And it's dealing with status change. And we mikvah our hands every morning. We mikvah when we go to the, when you take a bath, a woman mikvah off her monthly cycle on the 7th day, you're mikvah. And so what that simply means is the word aliyah, right? It means aliyah, right? Aliyah. It means to rise up, right? And so when you wash your hands, you're actually supposed to raise your hands up. And it's an aliyah. You're raising your hands up, meaning that you're now dedicated into the call of your life. That's what a baptism is.
Well, you know, before we go into the temple, before we pray within the Muslim community, we have to wash our ears, wash our face, our nostrils, all of that, man.
Right.
Take our shoes off and go pray.
Purification.
But I need everybody to know, your name is considered your domain. And to them, it's a matter of 36 months. They set your name when you get issued a social security number. All this stuff is sold to something called ICANN. ICANN, the International Center and Association of Names and Numbers. And a lot of people don't know this or even can comprehend that even what we're talking about. This is a high frequency conversation. This is true high level conversations here, man.
Most definitely.
Nobody's on this level. This is that private knowledge. Like we're risking a lot even bringing this to the public.
And we're only giving you just a little.
Yeah, there's so much more, man. There's so much more. Now, I do want to continue to talk about things that we can do because people are still stuck on this authentication process. Who has got rich from authenticating the birth certificate? Who has truly seen Remy from authenticating a birth certificate? You are proving that you have a contract. This is the contract. You're proving that you are trading with the enemy. That's all you're doing. And then you're proving that you have assets in the public when you're filing these UCC-1s.
And there's, trust me, I know a lot of times that we are not like aware of a lot of things, but there's a lot of people that moves without a birth certificate.
That's it.
There's a lot of people who move without a social security number.
First, one person that I can speak on that talks to the public, I've done an interview with in the past, is Sophia Stewart, the creator of the Matrix and the Terminator. She was born, she does have no birth certificate at all.
Nice.
You know, so the different things we can utilize is a W8BEN, even though that's their form, but you can move around. And attach that to things as a foreign national.
Right.
Patents of nativity.
Patents of nativity.
And then baby land deeds.
Baby land deed. Keyword baby land deed is showing that the baby was born on the land. Okay. You're taking the baby. Well, you're not even taking the baby. The baby is not born on the land. You got heaven and you got earth. You got earth and you got the world. The world is a system. It's the matrix. The earth, the land, it belongs to the Lord and the fullness thereof. That's what we have domain over. So when a baby is born, you create your documents called a baby land deed, and you write the information about your child on that.
It's like a whole family tree.
It is.
And same with the patent of nativity. It's like then you can use family Bible records.
Yes.
Because marriages, deaths, every huge family event is placed in a family Bible. That's all a Bible is a lineage.
It's lineage. It's
a record
a
of your lineage.
It's a family record.
And that's all the government is.
Yeah.
They're keeping records of your lineage.
Exactly. And it's sad because we have people now that bought into, the marriage and they feel like if you don't have the marriage license, then you're not married. But that's not true, because if people really got to understand that the first marriage license was instituted in Illinois. Okay. And it was because of, once again, the word license means to permission to break the law. So it was against the law for interracial couples to get married. And so you had a black man and a white woman.
And that's what the marriage license was.
Exactly. That was what it was created for. And so they realized, like, hey, people are actually buying this stuff.
Right.
And so other states started to adopt it. But who recorded, if you look at those who are Bible believers.
Because as a tribe of people, all we used to do is jump the broom and had a ceremony. That's it.
Your tribe or your chiefs or whoever that was in charge of your communities, local communities, whatever, it was a record. That's all it was. It's between you, God, And your partner in the Most High.
And
That's all.
Moses was handing down the law on stone.
Come
He was
on.
chiseling this stuff on stone. This is the 10 Commandments. Man.
What Abraham? What marriage license Abraham had?
Right.
What marriage license did any of them have? None.
What was Jesus' Social Security number?
Come on.
Did he authenticate his
777?
birth certificate? Now listen, this is all you have to. All you have to think about is look at the Amish. How do the Amish maneuver? How can they prove their existence? They're moving
And they don't
around
even
with,
believe in pictures.
they're moving around with no IDs, no birth certificates. They're traveling on planes.
Yeah.
They're able to go to Canada, Mexico. They're able to leave the country. And that's what me and you have talked about.
Yeah.
You know, these forms you can look up. The form 4029. It's an IRS form. These forms help you travel without identification. The form 4361. You know, these they help you through the church aspect, but it has to be established before what, 1931?
Well, even indigenous, those who are indigenous, like they cannot stop your mode of travel. And so understanding your rights, you have a right to travel. Right. And so like I told Don, like, okay, yeah, it'd be good to get a United States passport when you're overseas because you're in these different countries.
Correct.
You want the backing of America.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's it.
Because your little tribe, them little 5 people or 6 people, whatever.
So that's the thing. The Amish ain't fighting against
No.
the United States. We're
No.
working with them. You want to be friends with them because anytime you're an enemy of them, you're trading with the enemy, bro. And that's just what it is. They got license to kill you.
Yeah. Listen,
And that's what's going on.
Let me tell you guys something. I was in the military. You don't want to go against the United States government. They have spies. They have stuff. Look, I mean, it's not even a scare tactic. Stop this. This is not about you coming against them. No, it's about your autonomy. It's about taking back your lawful right. That's all it is to live free in harmony with your family and eat and grow your own food. That's what it's about. It's not taking up arms and going against the capital. No, it's about living free. And it's about understanding that, hey, I'm allies with the United States of America. I'm allies with them. I'm not their enemy. I don't want to be their enemy. You know what I mean?
That's right.
But I want to be an ally. I want to have my autonomy. I want to live in peace. I want to live according to the law and to the lands of the laws of the land. And that's it.
If everybody knew the law anyways, they know they're breaking it. A Federal Reserve is not part of the government, but they're using Federal Reserve notes.
Come on.
That's not lawful money in the United States. This is illegal to use it. Gold and silver is lawful money.
Yeah.
You know, but speaking on the dollar, it's still held in value in a lot of different places. So you still have buying power. You need to learn how to go in the places that the dollar has power, as buying power, and utilize it correctly for your benefits.
Yes.
Now, if you're still claiming this name in the public, these documents, that means you're the beneficiary. Of the Social Security is a trust. That's who the national debt is belonged to.
Yes.
That means you're the beneficiary. So anytime you're utilizing this name or position, I call it a position because it's a job. It's a real
position.
corporation.
Yes.
Anytime you claim it, there's going to be a tax involved.
Yes.
It's a public trust. And anytime you use a public trust, I don't care if you claim an Instagram, that's a public trust account.
Most definitely.
It's illegal. You know, you can't mix public and private.
No.
So these things are operated. We're in the land of the free. So they're always looking for somebody to take ownership.
Take ownership.
Because in America, it's own nothing, control everything.
Thank you. And that's the point. That's why we say get away from your name. It's not your name. Soon as you take ownership of something, you're liable for it. You driving, that's my car. Oh, who car is it? Yours. Come here.
Right.
You know, I don't own anything. I don't know who that belonged to.
That's it.
You know?
That's it.
You don't
can
take
put
ownership.
your car in the business.
Come on. Most definitely.
I mean, where's the UCC one for the Amish's horse and buggy? Can you put a lien on that? No, you can't because it's not incorporated with the state of states.
Right. Most definitely. It's not incorporated. And we just have to really stop and think for a second. We have to really say, okay, what is it exactly am I trying to do?
That's right.
You know, because some people say, oh, I just want to be sovereign, you know,
That's right.
or I just, my business. Listen, you getting a 98 number, you getting all these EINs and nothing, and you still don't even have a business. Just because you have an EIN and a name in the state of states doesn't mean you have a business, okay? What is it exactly are you trying to do? And then move in that. Stop for a second. Stop doing all this stuff. Oh, I got to do this. Who told you that? What is the vision that you have? And work that, okay?
That's right. So if you do want to, all you can make sense of is the redemption process, the UCC ones, financing forms. That's just evidence of a lien. That's not the actual lien. The actual lien is going to be the security agreement and the promissory notes attached to the security agreement. But the security agreement is a lien. Now, how I would utilize it, I wouldn't even put my name, trust, all of that, because you got your name attached to it. You do not want that so-called name attached to it. That's going to ownership means liability. Liability means ownership or obligation. So obligation and liability. You do not want to own anything. So what I do is make sure that I'm a manager of a charging order protection holding company
or authorized user.
Yeah. So there's 5 charging order protection states. You know, Nevada's one of those that buck the system. So with that, they can actually they don't go by codes and statutes. You can use case law.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people try to use case law and disputes and all of that. You're using codes and statutes. They're using codes and statutes in their disputes. When we dispute something on a corporation, we're going off our laws and bylaws, off our constitution and off our bylaws. All the constitution is policies and bylaws.
And you know, it's funny.
Or the codes and statutes, yes. Policies and bylaws. Yes. That's all it is.
And you know, it's funny that you say that a lot of times I want you guys to look at the contract, especially like your internet bill and all that. There's this thing called arbitration. Okay.
That's it.
And you got to look at that arbitration. A lot of people don't know that you actually should be opting out of that arbitration.
That's it.
Because that arbitration, they are governed by that privacy policy that you agreed to. And so when you want to dispute something, the reason why a lot of stuff ain't going through is because you're in an arbitration agreement already. You see what I'm saying? And so anything that you file against them is frivolous. They throw it out. They don't hear it. And so you have to first opt out of that arbitration agreement, because once again, if you go to arbitration, the arbiter has to utilize that privacy policy that you agreed to. So why would you want to go into something that the deck is stacked against you? Right. And so first opt out of that. Then you take them in the proper setting and the proper jurisdiction. Okay. But once again, like you said, understanding your authority that you have. Okay. Like I'm coming in the name of me. I'm coming in the name of whatever the organization that I'm representing or is representing me.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? And when you come into that now has a whole bylaws. That has a constitution that must be upheld. And if it's authenticated, that means that the authenticating document cannot be rebutted by anyone.
When you incorporate in Nevada, though, you're not liable to report anything to the IRS. It's just like an unincorporated association or 508c1a ministry trust. Codes and statutes, you can remain anonymous. You don't have to report anything to anybody. And that's what I love about it. They cannot, if there's a judgment placed against you, they cannot access the bank accounts. Right. None of that.
They cannot.
Because you got to understand, public banks are owned by the government. People do not understand this. Public bank is not wealth management.
No, it's not.
When you're dealing with money, they're investing every dollar that you put into the bank account. They only have to keep 10% of what you actually deposit into the bank. And a lot of people don't understand this. You're the true investor.
Come on, you're crediting them. That means you're loaning them money.
That's it.
And once again, you talked about that. A credit is a loan. Debit is debit. It's taken from you. And so that's how we have to look at things. Even in your unwise associations. In your unwise associations, you're being debited because no one is adding credit and value to you. You know, and so when you're going into this bank, you're giving them credit. So you're giving them credit, but then they're debiting you.
That's it.
You see what I'm saying? What are you getting? Only but 2% interest.
And you can claim these interests if you do it correctly. You're able to claim the interest as a true investor. And that's the same way with any type of anything you gave the Social Security number up for. They're accessing credit. The government is created off full faith and credit. Same way with bonds.
Yes.
When you understand that the government's just, they create bonds and it's operating on full faith and credit, and it's credited by your labor.
Yes. By your labor.
And that's why a woman goes into labor and they give up the labor to the state. First, this is what I tell people. First, you're just fine when you're born. Then when they put you on a piece of paper, you get defined.
Defined. There you go. Defined. And that's the problem. And one time I sat and I thought for a second. I said, okay, they say that my name is this, but what is the name of my spirit? What is the name that's operating this vessel?
Well, in Africa, you're Benedu.
Chinedu.
Chinedu. You know, I said it wrong. My apologies.
Don't, it's all good. It's all good.
Don't send the royal family after me. But Chinedu. That's it. In other country, you're pronounced royalty. Over here, you was denounced.
Right. I was denounced.
You was denounced, and you have to declare that. Declaration of status is like a declaration of independence.
Yep. And so think about that. You was denounced, but now when I'm back and I understand who I am, now I announce. And so it's like the prodigal son. The problem with the prodigal son was He just got his inheritance before his time.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? And so when he left, the word prodigal means wasteful. So he went out and wasted.
And that's what the children of Israel are trying to do now. They're trying to get their inheritance before the time without knowing the true test and what it takes to acquire your inheritance. And all you have to do, just like with the when he gave up his birthrights for food.
Oh yeah.
All you just gotta feel it. You just have to feel like it's your inheritance, and it's given to you. It has to feel right.
Yeah, and you would know because your conscience will convict you. And that's the thing, you will not get your inheritance if you don't know who you are. The Most High is not going to give you anything if you don't know how to properly handle it.
And with you saying that, not to cut you off, I know exactly how much money you have in the bank right now, as much as you can handle.
Yes.
And if you're set up to handle a surplus or abundance of things, you're going to acquire that. That's just how the universe works.
Yes, it rains on the just as well as the unjust. Water represents resources, represents money, it represents vision, it represents spirit. So if it rains on the just as well as the unjust, the difference is this: you have let's use ground. Just is like grass. You got good ground, grass. The unjust is like concrete. And so when it rains on everybody. But the difference is when it rains on the one that's concrete, it rolls and go into the ditch. But when it rains on the ground, the good ground, it soaks it up and it stores it. And so, yes, the Most High is faithful. He's going to rain. It's going to rain on whether you're rich, poor, whatever. But it's not about the rain. It's about the vessel. And it's about how you handle the rain.
That's it.
And so you can't expect, oh, man, I'm being done wrong. You're not being done wrong. You're getting exactly what you need to do.
You don't even know who you are until you volunteer the information or somebody volunteers the information on you. So this is why you got to learn how to volunteer the correct information. In your format as well, so they know it's yours. And then you mark them as exhibits. If you label things as exhibits, then if they don't put it on the record, it's considered tampering with evidence. And as simple as that. I did want to bring this up. So if you're still leery and you still want to use their codes and statutes, Chief has a good code and statute for you. It's 18 USC 1028 D1. This is the self-authentication.
Yes.
And that's what kings do. Kings self-authenticate. Royalty self-authenticates. They don't need permission from nobody.
Yeah, you want to self-authenticate. And once again, you mentioned earlier that the Bible's a fact in the courtroom. And I mentioned this before, Esther 8:8. When the king seals it, he makes a decree. That decree is also written down. Because here's a decree that goes out to all the kingdom. And I need now this decree to be sent. And so when I send this decree, I'm going to seal it with my ring. I'm going to authenticate it, meaning that it is official. No one cannot rebuke it. No government, no outside agency, no outside entity can come against what I authenticated. And so when you set up your stuff, you want to be able to authenticate your own documents. Now, if you want to operate in their forum, then you can go to their Secretary of State and get another copy authenticated for them.
Right. And the thing is, you can create a tribal birth certificate or a patent nativity, whatever it may be, and they will authenticate this for you.
Yes, they will.
And that will make it official. And there's no government facility or entity that will deny that paperwork because it's authenticated by the Secretary of State on a federal level.
Most definitely. Yep. And so that's the things that we have to look at. So if you're looking at authentication, look at your own paperwork. Stop being scared. Understanding who you are.
And what I would encourage to authenticate is family Bibles, stuff like that. And even if you have covenants, if you understand what a covenant is, this is a promise from God, right? So there's something called a real land covenant, and then covenants, period. There's no mortgage or promissory note out there in the market today that can go against a private covenant of God.
Nope. And also, once again, you said there's nothing out there that could go against a private covenant with God.
That's in their codes and statutes. You can Google this. That's in their codes and statutes, correct?
Yes, correct. And so by saying that, even your marriage, when you want to marry someone, make a private contract.
And because the government cannot interfere with a private contract.
Right. Article 1, Section 10.
If me and you have an agreement between each other, that's like a merger or a form of a marriage. The government will uphold the agreement.
Yes.
So this is what you actually do in a private. This is actually how we linked. I knew about you from people that talked about you in the celebrity aspect they reached out to you because they wanted you to marry them privately.
Yeah. And that's the things that I teach them. I have to show them that understand that Article 1, Section 10, that they cannot interfere in private contracts. And so when you're doing that, that's how you create the document, you create the contract or whatever it is, you create that contract. And as long as everyone is over the age, because these are the things that will disqualify you. If you're not of age to enter into contracts, if you was intoxicated or not in your right mind, or if someone was
TDC, threat, duress, and coercion.
Yes. Those things will automatically disqualify. Okay. Now the contracts doesn't have to be notarized, but it's best to get them notarized because
or have witnesses.
That is your witness, or have witnesses. You can create witnesses on your piece of paper or on your contracts and have witnesses and have them sign it as well. If you don't want to go, I would say you should go and get it notarized, just to have it in that arena, just to say, hey, you authenticated with your jurisdiction,
right, and then have something with their jurisdiction.
That's two witnesses.
That's it, and you're having actual witness that's bonded in the public from them. That's the second. A lot of people don't understand. The Secretary of State is one of the highest positions in their system, and then the second highest is the notary. A lot of people don't understand
the
that.
notary works hand in hand with the Secretary of State. Anything that the notary notarizes is as in the authority of the Secretary of State.
So your tribe, you offer tribal.
Yes.
You can get your stuff authenticated through the tribal process, and you have a state of states notary as well in your tribe, correct?
In our family, we do have notaries.
And y'all do electronic notaries
we do
as well.
electronic notaries in our family as well, yes. And so we're set up that way. So we can notarize notary private, or we could do a notary public. It depends on
I like
what
that
you
you just said that, a notary public and a notary private.
Yes.
So tell us the difference.
So a notary private is basically your self-authentication. It's you. You could use your thumbprint. You could use your seal. It's something that you're authenticating and saying, hey, this is official, right? And then you have the notary public, which is governed by rules and regulations of that state. You see what I'm saying? And so now when you have the notary public is acting as the Secretary of State to authenticate and certify that document.
I just like how you broke it down, because you're in the communities that we're in, they're not talking about notary publics and notary privates. So I like that. And they're definitely, they're big on the affidavits, but they're not big on teaching people to label things as exhibits.
Yeah.
They're also big on teaching people to file the UCC-1. There is something called a non-UCC recording. You can put documents on the record and you don't have to use their forms. I just want to stress this, because we're coming towards the end of the show. I just want to stress this, that you do not have to file a UCC-1. And if you're going to do it from a holding company aspect. Use your holding company. Don't even use your unincorporated association or your ministry trust. Don't, because that's still putting private assets in the public. Anything that's in the public, they think they own. The public sector is the part of the economy that's controlled by the government.
And a lot of times people are seeing these UCCs and why is this not working? Because you're using your name. You cannot use it from that position. Once again, your 1099s and all this stuff, you're using it from your position. You cannot do that. Only people that are authorized to use those forms are corporations, trusts, or anything like that. You have to use it from that form. You cannot lien yourself. You have to have a corporation to lien.
So this is gonna, and they've been enforcing it really big because of the community that we're in. Especially 2022, they started enforcing it really big. It's called the alter ego doctrine.
Yes.
So what this means is, the alter ego doctrine, you're mixing your personal and business assets. You're putting all your personal in the business, and you're still putting your name on it. So it's really not for the business. You never gave up ownership.
Right.
It still looks like you own it on paperwork, on everything. So that's the main thing of having a holding company, having a private ministry or unincorporated association, or even a tribe. We give it up to the tribe. When you're using these birth certificates, you're using the Social Security card, the ID. What you're saying is you give up all your assets to the tribe called the United States government. That's your tribe.
And you can also gift your money to the church. You can gift your money
tax
to the
free.
church.
Yes.
You can gift it. And so once again, you have to get it out of your name because you are now liable. I like you're saying, when you're hearing a bunch of cool statutes around, it's overwhelming. I like to come from the state of tribal. I like to come from the position of autonomy.
Well, you a lot of people gotta understand the Constitution is enough, and they're not even using the Constitution. That's not what they're following under. They're following under private policies.
Yes, that's all they are.
Private policies.
Police, EY, policy enforcers. That's all they are. And shout out to those who are in the police forces, because I'm not bashing them, but they represent their jurisdiction.
They're here to protect the corporate system.
Most definitely.
They're policy enforcers. Yeah. They're not what would you call
I'll give an example. Like, we own the people that I know own these businesses,
like,
right?
No, go ahead.
They own these businesses, and so when I say if there was something that happened at that business, and the police get called, are they coming after the business owner, or are they coming after the public? They're there to protect the business owner, because that business is a citizen. That business is a corporate person. You see what I'm saying? And so they're in the best interest of that, because that business pays taxes. That business is a part of their system. They're not stopping the business owner. And so when the police is called, they have to enforce the policies.
That's it.
And the policies is going to work in favor of the corporation.
That's it. So I wanted to say, they're not protectors, or like us, the gifted guardians. They're not guardians. They're first responders. They respond to stuff. They're not here to protect.
They
and
serve and protect the municipality.
I don't even say that. They're there to respond to the municipality. Yeah. They don't even protect it. They respond to it.
You're right.
It's already happened. Then they respond. Yeah. Batman was a protector.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's how I'm looking at it from that aspect. You know. But to go back to the alter ego doctrine, quit putting stuff in your name. Michael Jordan, Donald Trump, if there's stuff in his name, they're getting sued, and that's going to be liable. If you're putting things in your name in the public view, that's going to make you liable to lawsuits. You want to look like you control it, but you own nothing, man. I just manage this.
Right.
Now, with that being said, the highest status in the IRS is not a CPA. It's not a tax agent. It's considered an enrolled agent. That's the highest status, because we talk about status.
Agents, right.
And the ordinary person can become an enrolled agent. And it starts with getting something called a PTIN, a personal tax identification number. Set up you a tax company, a holding company, a private LLC, get your PTIN, and have that company represent you when you're filling out any forms.
Come on,
I would not fill out any forms from my personal aspect.
Yeah.
I would always have a company represent me, a business represent me that's not held liable. Limited liability company, you limit your liability as a public trust. All an LLC is a public trust. So learn how to maneuver your assets, make your name a limited liability company, sell it to the holding company.
Yes.
If you understand the game, every record label, or every government's like a record label too. It has to be on the record. Create a record label. That's business to business management. You're controlling intellectual assets. Sign yourself to a record label. Then have your record label get your life insurance. Life insurance is a whole different
a whole different beast.
Yeah, but we can do that from the record label. Do what they do. You know, Walmart gets life insurance on all their workers. You know, so you gotta learn how to create your own business, work for yourself, get life insurance on yourself, man. But become an enrolled agent if you're gonna go try to fill out tax forms before anything, and then limit your liability. That's my advice for them as far as doing that before you authenticate birth certificates. Dude, this is where I want you to start, man. Learn the business aspect.
That's game, y'all. I hope that, hey, you guys that's watching this on YouTube, TikTok, wherever you're watching this at, you're going to have to rewind that back, and you're going to have to really hear what he just said.
The whole podcast at that, but yes,
Facts.
man. So the alter ego doctrine, quit putting stuff in your name. Put it in your family tribe, your church,
not in your name.
Company.
Don't put your church in your name, man.
You know, you can say this is the families, man. You got the Taylor family empire. You put stuff in there.
Yeah,
you know,
most definitely. That's how we operate, you guys. You gotta operate. Once you learn how, the reason why we're getting our butts kicked out here is because we don't know how to operate. All right. And not only do we know how to operate, in the beginning, God created, right? Bara, the word created, bara. He fattened. We have to learn that in order to really do something in life, you have to create. This is why a lot of us is very artistic, very artistic. If you don't learn how to create, you're going to eventually dissolve. If you don't create, once again, you only can control what you create. You have to get into the creating mode and not the consuming mode.
That's it. In America, we're taught that there is such thing as free will. But over at the Gifted Guardians, it's going to cost you, all right? But no, you can do what you want, man. So if you want to authenticate the birth certificate, do what you want, man. But with us, I'm going to teach you. I just gave you the game. We gave you the game while we strongly advise, we don't do the authentication of the birth certificate. We create our own documents. You're going to control what you create. And you're not going to understand it if you're not coming at it from a matriarch mindset. And as simple as that. But this is how we maneuver. This is how we can move and groove. If they can't put you in if they can't make you label you as a property description, you got your own documents, you're under your own tribe, you're falling under your own common law rules, you're falling under your own jurisdiction. They have to extradite you, so to speak, in your own land. You know? So that's what I want to leave with people today, man. The part of the podcast, learn nationality. Nationality is the order at the end of the day. You're not a color. White, you're not black. You know, some people got upset because they said white people too. You're just talking about the black microphone. Well, there's white letters on this this microphone.
You're not
right?
a color.
Right? There's white letters. Letter is the noun. White is the adjective. You're not an adjective.
Right.
You know?
At
But
all.
white does mean purity, and purity does mean God, and God's supreme ruler of the land. So they say if you do claim yourself as a white free person, you're free until you sign up for the Social Security card. So that is
that's
the game
how
that's given to
that's
me.
how you sign yourself into
I'm
slavery.
talking about the people that's talked about this, Paul
Yeah,
Mooney,
yeah.
Richard Pryor.
Yeah.
There's a lot of the greats that talk about this. Even Muhammad Ali has talked about the importance of status correction. Chinese people come from China. Japanese people come from Japan. You know, English is not the language of the United
America.
States.
No, it's not.
That's not the language of America.
There's no official language of America.
There's no official language. You know, Choctaws have their own language.
Yes.
And this is what puts you in your own jurisdiction. So, you know, tribes have their own flags and all of that. If you're just doing it from a family aspect, you got your coat of arms.
Yes.
That represents you, you know? And that can even be an authentication seal.
Yes. And in Israel, like you said, when you look at the Bible, it says when you wave your banner, that word banner was a flag. Every house, every family, 12 tribes had a flag. They had a representation of who they were. And that's also when you go out to war, when you were in the military, I was a guidon bearer. I represented, I had the flag, I had the guide on, you know? And so that was something to represent and to be proud of. And the whole thing, capture the flag. When you capture the flag, they fall.
That's it.
You see what I'm saying? And so everyone had their banner because we're in war. Always remember that, you
That's
guys.
it. We're in war.
The kingdom of heaven suffered violence and the violent take it by
That's it. The war horn has sounded. So everybody, all my warriors, the internal spirits, everybody, it's time to rise up and become somebody. The war horn has sounded. There's the greatest transfer of wealth coming on right now. Now's the time to get it. Believe in your higher power.
Yes.
Set your goals, set your standards, release those manifestations. Now's the time. With that, I'm going to bring the podcast to an end. Let us know what you got planned in store for us, man, how we can reach you again.
You can reach me at Chief Amir Zaire on IG. Also, I am AmirZaire.com. We do have books coming out pretty soon. We're going to talk about unincorporated associations.
Let's go.
We got books with family government, family structure.
Yes.
We got a lot of things coming out. Notary Neighbors is coming out soon that you can go online and actually book a consultation. You can download templates. You can also get them notarized directly from your computer. Or if you're in the local area or jurisdiction that we are in, you can get them notarized from us. So it's going to be a one-stop shop.
Let's go, man. Atlanta, Georgia. This will be released
Georgia.
while we're in Atlanta.
Yes.
You know, the
November
next day. We're in
11th.
Atlanta, Georgia, November 11th, man. Sold out, standing room only. I want to appreciate everybody that's tuning in and tapping in, man. We're sorry it is sold out. A lot of people trying to get those last minute tickets. We may be having an event in Houston, but no doubt we're having a huge event in Orlando this March. So be looking out for that. We're preparing for that now, man.
Yes.
It's being televised.
Yes. And shout out to you guys, man. We appreciate you guys. We appreciate the love and support, sharing everything. Get this message out. This message cannot be under a bush because it's fire.
Make sure you download the Apple Podcasts. If you have the Android phone, you can look us up on Spotify, your favorite podcast platforms. But make sure you go to gifted-guardians.org.
Yes.
That's gifted-guardians.org. It's being updated daily with our past webinars, events, and other courses. We are going to be in California as well. If you want to meet and greet in California, November 18th.
Yes, November 18th.
That's it, man. Gifted-guardians.org. Make sure you look me up on the Instagram, DON_KILAM. That's DON_KILAM. It's your boy Don Kilam. And remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. I can't tell you what to do, but make sure you can't lose with the shit we use. And as simple as that, man. Make sure that you understand that prosperity is truly your divine birthright. And if it's not making you better, it's taken away.
Yes.
If it's not making you progress, you will regress.
Mhm.
And that's how you have to look at life daily.
Most definitely. Most
With that,
definitely.
I'm out. Much peace and love.
Most peace and love. Peace.
Knowledge is power! How about I reserve all of my rights?
Mr. Anderson, you disappoint me.
You can't scare me. I reserve all of my rights.
What good are your rights when you have a birth certificate?
You're gonna help us, Mr. Anderson, whether you want to or not. You have a birth certificate slave.
Neo, I am like the Father, guiding you to your true purpose. We are more than a resistance. We fulfill the prophecy of the Trinity. Each of us plays a role in rewriting the fate of humanity.
You have received your honorary degree. Welcome to a new realm of knowledge, Neo.
Neo, I embody the Holy Spirit, here to inspire your courage and belief.
I've re-signed all previous signatures. I am a free man now.
I learned the game from Don Kilam.
Knowledge is power!
I wouldn't have won my case had I not been studying Don Kilam private member files on his online private school.
I learned real law from reading Don Kalam's private school online, and now I am well worth over $10 million learning about securitization.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam.
I'm telling you, Don Kalam's books, they the truth. My peoples was locked up, caught in the system. You feel me? These books, they was like a key. When I say Don Kalam's private school changed my life, I ain't even lying. They helped me get over $1 million back in tax credit.
Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam changed my life forever when it came to the United States government.
Don Kalam's books, they the truth. Helped free a lot of my people from the system. You hear me? Gave us knowledge, gave us power. Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid.
I learned real law from reading books by Don Kilam, not in law school.
I just want to say, Don Kilam, your books really helped my people out. We learned how to beat child support and even get some money back from the courts. Yo, let me tell you, Don Kalam's books, they the truth. My people finally beating child support, getting that money back from the court. When I tell you Don Kilam and his private school got me over $100,000 back in tax credits, child, I ain't lying.
Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam showed me how to go after the court bonds and get paid from court every time.
Masters in Bonds by Don Kilam really showed me how to go after those court bonds and get paid from the court every single time. I learned real law from reading Don Kalam's private school online, and it taught me everything I needed to know to win every time and get paid. Listen, I'm telling you, Don Kalam School, that's the truth. I got over $1 million back in tax credit. I learned real law from reading Don Kalam's private school online, and I learned securitization and how to go after the securities and bonds.
I learned real law from reading Don Kalam's books. I learned about the strawman and how your name is really a business.
Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam. It really changed my perspective on how the United States government operates. With Don Kalam's help, I got over $1 million back in tax credits for my business.
Peace and love. It's your boy Don Kilam, tapped in and tuned in with Dream Keepers Radio. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. We in the building again. I'll let y'all introduce yourself. Y'all done seen them before, though. They really don't need no introduction.
What's up, y'all? Jay Smooth. You already know what time it is.
What's going on, man? Cam Thomas, man. I am who I am, and who I'm not, I will never be.
Yo, DJ Coleman.
And they all play football, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. Same way with Cam, man. West Point, man. We didn't mention that last time. I had to throw it out there, man. But we had to do a special episode because we were just talking. Man, you throw the question out there, man. What was we discussing?
So the question was, like, how do we start putting people in position for financial freedom? Like, people who have nothing to based on, what are some small things that somebody who's can say they have nothing can start with. And that's why we came to do this today. So the question was, we had a small amount of money, like $1,000. How would I try to take that $1,000 and make it into a life-changing experience, you know what I'm saying, as far as like entrepreneurship or investing in yourself. And we all have, one or two different ways that we was going to share of what we would do if we were in that position.
That's correct. And I want to throw this out here too, because I even get people that believe that they can't even get $1,000, man. And if you believe you can get $1,000, you shouldn't even try to be an entrepreneur or nothing. Because in America, if you grind just a little bit, $1,000 will just come to you because you tried. That's how I feel about it, anyways. If y'all want to add to that, yeah, if you just try something in America, you'll get $1,000. Hello, and I'm gonna start here. HelloAlice.com. I'm not sponsored by them, but HelloAlice.com is a free website you can go to and apply for grants. HelloSkip.com. They have a free trial. I mean, there's a lot of different things. You can go to Fiverr.com, spend a little bit of money. Less than $100, and get a bunch of grants, information for grants. And you don't need no business or anything. All you're gonna need is a name and a social security number. Had to throw that out there for the people.
And I feel like the first step that we would tell people to lean towards is changing your mindset. Like, if there are a million millionaires out there, they all have gotten their million a million different ways. You know what I'm saying? So they all have their own niches and things that they latch to generate their wealth. And really, it's just finding what that is for you and sticking to it. It might be similar to someone else's. It might be the same, but in the end, it's going to be some differentiation in there, and it's going to be your own individual way of how you created your success. For sure. So really, just number one is changing your mindset. Like, there's no one way to do anything. We said that in the last podcast.
I agree.
Man, mindset is key, man. If you really think about it, I heard this quote, man. He said, being broke is part of the game, right? It happens to everybody. You just come with it, right? But staying broke, that's personal.
That's
a decision.
Yeah.
That's a decision, bro.
Whoa.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, he said, I like that, DJ. DJ said it's a decision.
That's a decision. Because look, if you really want it, you're going to get up every day and go get it. It's people that really, man, it's people that don't be having nothing.
Bro, we heard this 1,000
times.
But
with your y'all stories, like, y'all started with nothing, man. But just because you tried, other people will show up for you when you show up for yourself. And that's why I tell people, like, nobody's ever going to invest in you if you don't at least try to invest in yourself.
Yeah. Dad, go back to what I said in the last podcast, though. Like, confidence is the key. It's just like knowledge, knowing what's going on and your surroundings, what's going on.
That's powerful.
Confidence, the way you carry yourself, the way you walk through the room, your aura, they going to feel it. I know that personally.
Yeah. What DJ was saying, I was talking about this with Smooth the other day. What it come down to a lot of time, bro, is a lot of people don't believe in themselves. They don't believe that they can change.
Too much self-doubt.
You feel me? They don't think that
Well,
they can make that.
me and you kind of talked about that too. When we had our one-on-one, just me and you, I said the affirmations enough times, even though I didn't believe in myself, but I still did the work behind the scenes in the dark.
Yeah.
I didn't believe in myself. A lot of people don't know that, but I was still doing the affirmations and the visualization still writing down goals and marking off goals.
But the thing is, whether you realize or not, you believe in yourself a form enough to even do that.
Right, you're
You know what I'm
right.
saying? Some people don't even get that far. They don't even. try
But
and
not
take a
like
step.
even though I didn't believe it, like it didn't click in my mind like it does now.
Right.
It's like I didn't have full belief, but it's just me and myself. So I did it. I said, what else do I have to lose? Yeah. So I did start with nothing. This is why I don't like as a man, and this is just my opinion. I feel like I should be entitled to my own opinions. There's no right or wrong way in life, man. As long as you're not hurting nobody, I believe you can do what you want. But as I don't believe men should beg. Like that's just how I believe men are providers. So as a man, especially in America, like get up off your ass and go be somebody. Quit asking for handouts. Hand-ups and handouts are two different things. Yeah. You know?
And that was
y'all ain't catch that.
dropping games.
You ain't
dropping gems.
Hey,
I'm telling you.
He said it though when he said goals though. Like when you just said goals, I just thought about something. Bruh, since I was, you feel me, coming out of like middle school, I've been writing down what I'm gonna do. All my goals that I had from high school, all of them except one accomplished. But then when we started chopping it up, that last goal was beneath me. It was a pond instead of the ocean. Like I wrote my goals down, like everything I done did. You gotta have a plan. If you don't got a plan, you ain't gonna go nowhere. It's over with before it gets started.
Poor planning proper planning prevents what? I can't remember.
Proper planning is, I think, proper planning prevents poor
performance.
Yeah, poor performance.
Yeah. Proper planning prevents poor performance. That's it.
I know why we couldn't remember it.
It's the 5 V's. But no, so like I'm not trying to make this a mental health awareness podcast, none of that, okay? But or get too spiritual on that, but I was diagnosed with depression, okay? Yeah. But and I used to have like suicidal thoughts, but when I learned that to wake up, it's because I feel like I was waking up with no purpose. When you wake up and have goals, you have a purpose. Same way with your relationships, like iron sharpens iron. That's how every relationship has to be. If y'all know what y'all working towards, y'all gotta continue to evolve and re-evolve. Mm-hmm. You know, that's with every relationship. There's layers you're gonna continue to grow, or that it's not gonna work out. So you want to start $1,000. I believe if you're a man out there, not necessarily a woman, man.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
I give a woman $1,000.
Yeah. See, look, that's funny. Look. You funny. Look, I was thinking about that, but then I was like, man, I was thinking about.
I'm investing in you right now, baby.
So y'all, I'm gonna give you one that's for both, male or female. Dead broke down at your last 1,000.
I couldn't think of the one for the woman yet.
Before I say that, though, I'm gonna piggyback on something else you said about handouts. Is the second rule that I was gonna give is gonna be the last one. Can't give too much. Can't give too much.
Yeah, we can't give too much sauce, bro.
Don't be afraid to network. It's like you quick to ask for handouts, but you're not quick to ask for the information.
That's deep.
I've met now probably, in the teens and tens of, some millionaires, and I've met 2 billionaires. And I've from actually 3, because we just met 50. So I met
50 is a
billionaire. Yeah. So we just met 3 billionaires.
I'm tripping.
So, and I can tell you that from me meeting 3 billionaires and a handful of millionaires that they're not stingy with their information. They'll tell you exactly what they did to get where they at. And they will, if you actually reach out to them, they'll help you. But if you ask them, hey, bro, just do it for me, like, no, nobody's gonna do anything for you.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
Can I add to that? He says, listen, bro, and that's with everybody. Like, take somebody out to lunch, and it's where's your mind really focused on? Because the information that you're seeking, it might be given to you in a different form of fashion. You sometimes just, if you find it valuable, you're going to get a value in exchange. That's just how the universal law, that's just how the world works. You know what I mean? Fair exchange isn't robbery, So, and that's one of my pet peeves because I come out to the public and I help the public a lot, and they expect it.
Right.
Like, that's why you never see the value, because you think somebody expects you something. Wasted time, you can't get back. Nothing is given. That's it.
Things they posted. Like, and that was my big thing when I was young. Like, you think somebody for the beat, so nah, You got to go get it because they had to go get it. And people for them had to go get it.
People feel too obligated nowadays. Yes, that's the problem. Don't nobody owe you nothing. Only person that owe anybody anything is you on yourself.
But and people see you out here hustling, even if you don't have nothing. If they see you or it appears that you're hustling, people get behind you.
Man, people respect that, bro.
Hey, they get behind you. Yeah, you'll never know who'll get behind you. So we doing males and females. Where we gonna start?
Okay, I'll start off. Right.
I'm going last.
The first thing you have to do is you have to find a high value skill. So the high value skill that I'm going to address is trading. Now, this generation, what is it, Gen X or whatever? Millennials, whatever that 2020. It's all right, whatever. Everybody got a phone.
Everybody.
There are hundreds of thousands of trading platforms that you could trade any and everything. Everything that you buy, everything that you see, you could trade it. You just bought an iPhone, you could trade Apple. You just bought a Tesla, you could trade Tesla. You just swiped your American Express card, you could have traded American Express. Learn how to read a chart. Trade. I would take that $1,000. I would take $600 and put it into a trading account. I would take $400 and pay somebody who already knows how to trade to teach me how to trade. Buy their course, $100, $200, whatever. Learn, and then take that $600 and turn it into whatever 10% a day. You take $600 and 10% every day for 60 days, 2 months straight, you're sitting well over $100,000. That's off 600, and you had to spend 4 off of, you had to spend 4 to get the knowledge, and then you took 6 and made 6 figures. That's a way that I know for a fact that I've seen works. And I come from $100. I've seen it come from 100, 150, and I just said we said 1,000. So that's my one way.
He makes sure everybody he's connected with trades. Did you set that up yet, Don?
For sure. I'm gonna go next with this on there. So basically, me, if you lazy, this not for you. Labor,
yeah, this for men, hard workers, labor. Yeah, man, hey, get off your ass. Yeah, go get it.
Okay, $1,000. You can go get a lot of tools for your lawn for $1,000. Especially hey, you can go get the sealers for the bushes,
the hair clippers.
Yep. Those you can go get the lawnmower. Man, you can go get the other tools that you need. I used to because I just say that thank you. And my granddad, I used to go see my granddad every other weekend when I was in middle school, and I had to think about it. I used to go over there and I used to do all his lawn work, and he had a friend down the street. His name Mr. Dillon. Dad. His name was Dad. His name was Dad. He had a big, deep pool, man. The pool probably that job was deeper than 12 feet in the middle. But it was a crazy pool. But he used to let me clean. He used to let me come clean the pool, go cut his back, front yard, cut his bushes. And I was using his tools. He would let me use his tools. And he was paying me, and he was just, every time I came, every 2 weeks, he was throwing me your money, and my granddad had an even bigger yard than him. I go cut his whole yard. He throw me more money. That's why my granddad was like, oh, that boy don't got no problem with working. He gonna be good. And it's lawns everywhere. It's houses, man.
So what you saying is that you was getting paid every 2 weeks without working a 9 to 5.
Yeah.
What about girls though? Females too? You suggest that for a female too?
Nah, that's why I said that was what I would have to think, because
heads clipping.
I would. Yeah.
Female can go. Female can do cleaning service.
Gardening. Yes, no. You just said it because my girl say that a lot. Boom. When I get the crib, I'm gonna let her have her little spot where she put her flowers at. That she always be talking about. Your girl, hey, she gonna make the lawn beautiful. She gonna add that touch that you as a man lack sometimes.
That's her hustle right there. Boom, y'all got a business. Man, you cutting the grass, she planting flowers. Boom, that's a whole LLC right there that y'all could have made with what?
Especially if you got your jersey on.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby. 50 Cent shovel snow, bro.
Yeah.
He shoveled snow for like $100 yes, bro, in New York. 50 Cent was going around with crews and he would come and shovel. Yeah, $100 bro got paid. Yeah. Yeah.
About
True story. Google it.
All right, man.
Top of men, Cam. Top of men.
We gon' look. We gon' so if you ain't trying to really put in too much labor for real, and you ain't trying to really do that, let's just say you somebody who's like, bro, I want to really just.
And that
make money.
you don't want to pick your phone up and make money on your phone. You don't want to make money on your
you
phone. You don't want to get off your ass and go work.
So like, I'm gonna say this, like, what's crazy is what I'm about to say actually requires a little bit of work from both sides. Like, you got to get off your ass a little bit, and you also got to use your phone a little bit. But everybody got social media. We're gonna take the social media route. I got $1,000. How we gonna goddamn turn this up from $1,000 from social media, right? Boom. What is something that everybody needs every day to even go outside? Clothes. Boom. That's what we finna do. I'm finna put y'all on game. Look, got $1,000. I ain't gonna give y'all too much game though. I'm gonna just service level. I'm just see what we do. Boom. Take $1,000, right? Put you about $500 in a bank account. Go get your bank account. Put $500 in the bank account. Let that shit sit for 30 days, right? After 30 days, you apply for about 2 lines of credit, probably like Capital One, some small shit. It's gonna give you about $300 to $500 or something. You're gonna get 2 of them. Let that sit, right? Go on Instagram. That's what you do. Go on Instagram. Find you a manufacturer, right? Manufacturer is somebody who, a company, a factory that produces clothes at a very large rate. Go find your manufacturer on Instagram. Or you can go on Alibaba, right, and find manufacturers that way, but that's gonna take a little longer. We trying to get this in, get this out, right? Go on Instagram, find your manufacturer that you like, right? Hit them up. Tell them that you got an idea for some clothes that you want to do, a shirt, t-shirt, whatever it is, boom, boom. They're gonna ask you to send a mock-up. Mock-up is basically just a sketch of what you want your clothes to look like. So what you're gonna do is get you a mock-up, you're gonna vectorize it in Photoshop, Procreate, Illustrator, whatever, send it to them through the DM, right? You're gonna ask them, how much will a sample be?
Drop too much in, you drop too much in.
Calm down. So boom, we finna
he giving them the script. He giving the script.
He giving the game away right now, boy.
See what I'm saying? Send it to bruh. Ask them for a sample. Sample gonna be anywhere between $75 to about $300, right? We already took $500. Let's just say the sample is $100. So now we at $600. We got $400 left over. You're gonna get you a sample. You're gonna send that to bruh. You gotta get your measurements and shit right. He gonna send that back to you in about 2-3 weeks. This is what you do. In 2-3 weeks, once you get that shit in, all you need to do, right, make 1,000 videos. Just record videos and everything you do in that shirt, in your sample, right? Record videos, put it on TikTok, put it on Instagram, send that shit to all your friends.
Pay for the ass. Throw a little bread for that.
We getting there, like. Send that shit to all your friends. Be like, bro, can you just, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to do, like, the fuck with me, just repost my shit, like, share it, right? You posting 3-4 videos a day, every day for about a month. You're gonna gain some traction, like it's inevitable. You're gonna gain some traction, right? Then what you're gonna do is you're gonna market that shit for about 2-3 weeks, right? But you're gonna buy ads, Google ads, Facebook ads, Instagram ads, boost them reels, whatever the fuck you gotta do. Get you a little budget with that, with the little $300 you got left over, $400 you got left over, right? Let's just say we take another $200 and spend them on ads. $200 for ads that'll get you right kind of where you want to be starting out, right? You market that shit right, you gonna take them $1,000, and in 2 and 3 months, you turn them $1,000 to a smooth 10K, like easy, off shirts. And you ain't even got all the shirts in. You still got one shirt. You marketing it right now. Now everybody start paying you for the shirt. Oh yeah, woo. Now you get the money in. You tell the manufacturer, yeah, hey, what's
straight to this person?
Yeah, like what's the, you know what I'm saying? What's the minimum order quantity? They'll tell you like 50 pieces, 30 pieces. All right, bet, let me do it. You send them the money that the folks sent you, they're going to mass produce it, send it back to you. Once you get that shit in, ship that shit out, now you got you some shit from on. Like, you got you some motion now. That's just, you still got $200 left over, so, you know what I'm saying? We just, you know what I'm saying? Imagine now, we still got them credit cards, we still got the 2 credit, but that ain't going to get that away. That's too much.
I would have dropped that.
Too much. Like, nah, I ain't going to, you feel me? That's just $400. We took $400 and we turned that to 10. No, we still got 2 credit cards with, you know what I'm saying, some miles of credit on that weekend. Sorry,
I flipped 200 into about 14 racks on the roulette table last week. Real life, man. But I'm not suggesting you do that. Hey, you want to know what's crazy though? So like, I liked hearing what you had to say, DJ. And here's why. Cause I be showing people when I was homeless under the bridge. That's why I don't let nobody give me no excuses why I can't afford my service. I was under a bridge, dog. Like really sleep. Yeah. Hey, but I was staying with these people in St. Louis when shit really was hitting the fan, bro. Mm-hmm. And it was a 13-year-old. And his mom would be helping him sometimes too, but like I used to drive him around the van. She was like, "They'll give me a cut." He cut grass. I felt less of a man because he was getting paper. Yeah. I'm talking about this boy was getting money, man. 13 years old, man. Mm-hmm. Cutting grass, man. And I seen people sell clothes too in the hood. You know what I mean? Like, and get money. But if I had 200 left, I would have got that quick visit.
Man,
hey, nah, straight up though, $1,000, man. There's a lot you could do with $1,000. But literally, I know. Hey, but no, look, literally, like what really helped me out is just being around the right people. I knew certain people that might know because I know what I know, and I know who I can help. So if I knew somebody that might be known or in that niche or that need my services, I would pay them just to be seen with them. Yeah. You know, just to interact and just hope that question may arise. What is it that you actually do? I never push my services on them, but I'm like, what is it that you actually do? So literally, that's how I've literally got known. It's just making the right connections with the right people, you know. And that's what I would do with $1,000. And if it's a female, you need to find you somebody that likes what you serving. That's what, you know. That's how I feel. I feel like a female can attract the right man. I feel like the female is the backbone of any man, and that's just how I feel about it. So she's serving her man, she's serving her kingdom. But we live in a different day and age where the females are the bosses and the females are the leaders too. So somebody high powerful like that.
It be both.
Yeah, I mean, and so if you're female, yeah. Because we live in a day and age. So I liked him too because he talked about boosting reels and stuff. Literally, that's how I got known. Adrian Peterson just added me from a reel, like literally from a reel that I boosted. So I mean, that stuff works. You know what I mean? I don't care if you got $5. You can do $5 a day, $2 a day. Start somewhere. Yeah, $1 a day. The first step to get ahead is to get started. As simple as that.
Hey, with that being said, it's a lot of people that want to do something, but y'all trying to wait for the right time to do it. It's never gonna be the right time. It's never no right time.
Right, that's right. Right now. Decide. That's what Don stands for. Decide on now. Now creates tomorrow. There's never no right time. You got to start now. But you know, if and I do want to throw this out here. Some women don't get behind men. They don't see their visions or their goals. Listen, where you lack a vision, that's where you perish. So if the man got a vision, get behind it. You know, because I see this as a problem. You know, today in America, I see this as a problem. Right. If somebody has a vision, get behind it because it might grow. It might plant the right seeds. But even if that's not what you're supposed to be doing, it may lead you to the right things. That's what I got to say. I hope it was right, man.
Sure.
That's it, boy.
With that amount, man, make sure y'all. I'm gonna let everybody know. Shout out to Instagram.
Hold on. Before you said that, I was gonna say I just listened to what you were saying though. But like I told you, I got a girl. I just look at it from like, boom. You just was saying, boom. The woman got to serve the man. Got to serve the man who, the man. You feel me? You got to serve them. Yeah. I look at it how my dad do it. My dad, how I look at it now. My dad took up the slack. How my granddad, like what my granddad used to do, bring the family and stuff. Boom, boom. What's the word? What's the word?
They say you got to pull the slack.
Nah. Before that, we just that the woman got to what? To the man?
Serve. Yeah.
And the man got to serve the family.
Yeah.
Got to serve. You got to make sure everything's right.
Yup.
That's why they go hand in hand.
Yeah, it takes a village, really.
Yeah.
It takes a village, for sure. You know, it's divide and conquer, and that's just what I see with my own eyes. My personal belief, there's a lot of division going on in today's world.
Yeah, too much.
You know, and it could be because of social media. That's why I believe you're supposed to be making money on it.
Yeah, you're
supposed to be making the money on it, not letting it divide your family.
It's a tool, right?
Yeah.
It's a tool you use it when you need it.
Right. That's it. Let us know your Instagram, how we can follow you, man.
JSHMOOP1.
Y'all should know where I'm at by now, man. It's Cam the Visionary, man. CAM dot the THE Visionary. Follow my business page at Shop Evil Apparel. That's EVOL APPAREL. You know what I'm saying? I always remember to evolve yourself, and like I said, man, I am who I am, and who I'm not, I would never be.
For sure. And it's DJ Coleman _54. And like I said, hey man, confidence is the key. You walk through the door, that aura gonna pop. And you gotta have the knowledge though, cause that confidence ain't nothing without the knowledge.
That's it. It's your boy Don Kilam, the Instagram, DON_KILAM. Be sure to search Dream Keepers Radio on all your podcast platforms.
Yes, sir.
Peace.
Peace, peace, peace.
And love.
What's up?
License and registration, please.
I reserve all my rights as a foreign American national. I do not consent to any searches.
Okay, you're free to go.
Your Honor, it is presumed that by the creation of the birth certificate, my body and labor are pledged to the state. This is absurd.
We'll be out of here soon. I just learned about the GSA bonds on this court case from a Don Kilam book. Just watch.
I learned the game from reading Don Kilam. There has to be a victim, or it's not a real crime. The state can't be the victim. Case dismissed.
Mr. Jordan, you have no rights because you gave them up the moment you were placed on a contract. Your birth certificate, driver's license, and social security card.
I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdiction.
Your Honor, I'd like to address the Title 4D TANF grants.
What about them?
These grants force fathers to pay without due process, making it illegal.
Case dismissed.
I reserve all of my rights as a foreign American national, and I do not consent.
You are free to go.
I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor.
Yeah.
I went in there sui juris, not pro se.
When I asked the judge, where does his delegation of authority derive and what grants him more authority than my higher powers? Case dismissed. Your Honor, I request to see your oath of office to challenge subject matter jurisdiction and your delegation of authority. This court lacks. Case dismissed. I learned the game from reading Don Kilam's book and Don's private school online, and now I'm helping the whole hood become free.
I learned so much from Don Kilam. I wasn't scared of no judge, or a prosecutor. I went in there sui juris, not pro se. Pro se puts you under their jurisdictions.
I have never pledged my rights or my body to any gifting program, including this court.
I award the plaintiff $20 million.
Nationality is the order of the day. Be a private individual. Don't be a number in a system. Be a force in your community. Don't let anyone define who you are. Declare your nationality and own it. Everyone here has the power to reclaim your identity. Remember, your name is your legacy. Knowledge is your real power. Learn about your heritage and stand tall. We are more than just athletes. We are proud Moors. Declare your nationality today. Being a private individual means no one can take what's yours. Protect yourselves. This belt is a symbol of victory, but my true power lies in knowing my nationality.
Peace and love. It's your boy Don Kilam, also known as Malik Kilam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. This is Dream Keepers Podcast, and I'm in the building. Dream Keepers Radio Podcast. I'm in the building with Eternal Zion and Beauty. Let's start with Eternal Zion.
Where you from? Like, let us know a little bit about you and let us know who she is too. Introduce her and bring her in too.
Yes. So my name is Eternal Zion. I go by the nickname Shay sometimes, but I'm mainly known for my financial literacy and what I teach on multiple platforms like Instagram, TikTok, things like that. So that's basically what I'm known for. But we gonna get more into it. I do want to introduce my lovely lady here. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Oh, well, my name is Bewley, also known as Bewlistic, and I am from Broward, Florida, Fort Lauderdale, and I also talk about just quantum physics and how to manifest using such, and lots of things.
Manifesting using quantum physics.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt. That I've actually the game that I'm in, and me and Eternal Zion, we're basically in the same game. I don't even like how she said financial literacy because it's bigger than rap.
It is definitely bigger.
What you do is the private life. And it's bigger than just financial literacy. You can't even learn what you do in financial literacy books. It's estate planning. I mean, there's really no name that they can give it, but it ties in with everything. So I want you to know, I started with studying quantum physics and things like that on a spiritual level before I even started getting into these things. And it was due in part because, I don't know, it's the only thing that made sense to me. Then when I started this game that we're in, because some people call it, there's the names that I don't like though. Secure party credit, because people don't know how to use it right. They don't know how to say that right. They say they're a secure party creditor because they have a UCC1.
Yeah, that doesn't make you a secure. If you ain't got your irrevocable trust, if you don't have everything, I mean, from a legal demand notice, a security agreement, a hold harmless indemnity agreement, it's so many other forms that go into it and entail the protection, the protection of your trust. And if you don't have all of those in order, then you're not actually protecting yourself.
I like that. Asset protection. That's another key word.
Asset protection.
Asset protection. You're the asset.
Yes.
Yeah. So
your name, everything.
The reason why I'm excited to have you here is because I feel like we have to give you your flowers. Like there ain't nobody shouting you out like they should be. There's a lot of women that tried and failed this shit. I don't know if you know.
I don't.
Even people went to the feds, all types of shit.
Ooh.
Yeah, they be doing some crazy shit. Though,
yeah.
You know what I mean? I can say some names, but I ain't gonna say no names.
No, you can't be messy.
But no, it's,
We can't be messy.
We're not gonna be messy. We're not gonna be messy.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, because I don't know if you really knew about me. Like, I came into this game with the record label as well. And I see that's what both of y'all do.
Yeah.
And your fucking music is dope, by the way.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
It really is. This upcoming shit.
Oh yeah. And another thing, y'all tapped in with celebrities as well, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, we are. Yeah. So it's so interesting. The very first celebrity I remember following me fully was between Kyrie Irving.
Let's go.
Kyrie Irving, Tyrese Gibson.
Let's go.
And Jordan Sparks.
Damn, for real, Jordan Sparks?
Jordan Sparks follows me on Instagram.
Wow.
And it's so interesting because it's like, I feel like they watch me, they definitely watch, but they don't necessarily engage as much. I feel like I'm just more so here to kind of just educate, and I think they definitely look at my content. They definitely look at things that I talk about, but they don't necessarily engage as much, but it's okay.
Yeah. And what about any celebrities you're tapped into?
Yeah, a lot. But
I know I heard some of the stories.
We kind of like attract different, types of people. So one of them was Doechii. Another one is Rico Nasty, XXXTentacion. People, people like that. We have a lot of,
It is big names though.
Yeah, you feel me? There's a lot.
Big names.
Yes.
The reason why I like this because for me, it was able when I don't remember the first celebrity that followed me, but I know when Kevin Gates hit me up. But you gotta understand, I go in their DMs. As soon as they follow me or hit like, I go in their DMs. You mentioned John Sally too. I had talked to John Sally as well. Kevin Garnett, Waka Flocka Flame. But I slide in their DM when they follow me. I say, thank you for your support. ASAP. I say, here's my number. Anything you need, just reach out to me.
That's wonderful.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's wonderful.
I think that the reason I don't do that is because I don't want them to feel like I'm, trying to insert myself somewhere. And I kind of would like to just keep it open. It's like, if they're interested in anything, then of course I'm more than willing to give them my services. But it's also, I'm not chasing anything, right? So you still gonna pay.
That's funny. So me, I'm a little bit different. I have gave leeway and helped some celebrities for free, but I make sure that it's you know, fair exchange ain't robbery. Can you shout me out?
Yeah.
Can you give me a referral?
That's awesome.
Yeah. Like, cause literally how I got known was based off referrals, helping
That's
people
beautiful.
for free.
Yeah.
Cause I was doing this stuff in the hood, and it's not stuff I like to do right now. But I know Zion can co-sign for this stuff because some people might say this shit ain't true. But I started helping people with weed cases and drug cases, coke cases. Like, I go straight to them. Like, you know, your name's a business. What happens if Walgreens sells a bad drug?
Right.
Who's going to jail? They got 30 days of cease and desist.
I mean, they could call it fake, but there's testimonies out
They
here.
got their paperwork together.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
and that's interesting you bring that up, because I was recently, this was probably last year, I was actually arrested in Texas.
Oh, wow.
And I actually was in jail for 3 days. I didn't know necessarily the remedy of how to get out of jail. But when I got out, I created my affidavit of truth. I created my statements. I attached my legal demand notice. And I basically sued them. I'm suing them for $125 million right now. But also, I got those cases completely dismissed.
Let's go.
They tried to tell me that I needed to take a 4-hour course. And I told them I humbly declined that. I'm suing you guys already.
Exactly.
You're in the wrong. You have my paperwork. The prosecution has my paperwork. They literally went over it. And it's so interesting because I still ended up having a public attorney.
Yeah.
I still ended up having a public attorney. I told him, I don't need you to represent me. I'll just need you to give my paperwork to the prosecution.
Right.
I'm not finna keep flying back and forth from California to Texas. I'm not about to continue to do this.
Right.
So he basically took my paperwork. He said, did what you asked. I gave your paperwork to the
Damn, at least he
prosecution.
did it.
And instantly, prosecution hit him back like, we'll drop the cases, but only if she take this class. But notice, if I had agreed to taking that class, that would have been me agreeing that I was wrong.
Admission of
Damn,
guilt.
That would have been my
Exactly.
admission of guilt.
Yeah.
So I told them no.
Yeah.
And literally 3 days later, the same lawyer hit me up. He said, yeah, they dropped the cases. They dismissed the cases.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Let's
yeah, of course
go.
they did.
Congratulations. Congratulations. We call that standing on your square. With the
Stand on
boys.
your square,
With
yeah.
the boys. The demographics is the graph of demons. So can you prove that Texas exists, or is it just invisible lines? Demographics is the graph of demons. That's how I play the game with them. You know, because you God body, they the devil.
Exactly.
But
Yeah.
when the first case I ever beat, I was in federal custody. I want you to know the state courts are way harder than federal courts.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
State courts are harder than federal courts. You need to take that shit to the federal level.
Yeah.
But mine was for counterfeiting money. I got popped for counterfeiting money, and that's when I started learning the game.
Yeah.
Because I'm reading the codes and the statutes, and I'm like, this is copyright infringement. This ain't counterfeiting money.
Right.
Because only Congress can provide punishment for uttering and counterfeiting securities of the United States. That's not a security in the United States.
Wow.
The Federal Reserve note's not real money.
Right.
Nor is it a security.
No,
Right.
it's not.
It's just the
It
in
literally
God we
says what it
trust.
sa-
It's a
right.
note from the in God,
In God
we
we
trust.
trust.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But with the federal courts, they wouldn't allow me to represent myself. I always said sui juris. I object when they say pro se. What's the prosecutor? Prosecutor, prosecutor. So you're part of their jurisdiction. Sui juris means to write the contract. Yeah, you're right mind. So this OG was like, just make them your co-counsel, appoint them as co-counsel,
Okay.
because the courts wouldn't talk to me directly. They couldn't recognize me. I didn't recognize them.
Right.
So we had to have that mediator.
Wow.
So that's what made sense when you said that. Like he was still representing you.
He was
Yeah.
still representing you. Exactly.
But you did your shit right though.
I did it right. So, and that's what I'm saying is, it's completely okay for you to know the system and use the system against the system.
Yeah.
Right. It's different when you are in the private life and you know how not to even deal with the system. Right.
participate.
There's so many different ways of participation, but because I signed I signed something in jail for me to get out.
That was messed up. You should have done that.
I put my signature down.
Right.
So as soon as I put my signature down, I'm instantly in their jurisdiction. There's
Right,
nothing I
that's
could
it.
do.
Signature, sign in
That's it.
nature.
I signed in order for me to get out of jail.
Right.
So it was because I did that, I had to use their system I used their own penal codes against them. I charged the officers
That's
with
what you're
assault.
supposed to do.
I charged the officers with aggravated assault and kidnapping, abuse of power. I charged them.
But and you just keep demanding the oath of offices and the delegation of authority orders. Like, I'm not going to make it all about court today, but I ask them, first of all, can you show me a piece of paper that states that your power is greater than my higher powers?
Right.
They can't do it. You know, their power derives from God. You know, the Bible's a fact in the courtroom.
Yes, it is.
A lot of people don't know that, and that's why you make things in red too. That's the living word. You know, in the Bible, when Jesus, all the words red. Yeah. Also in the courtroom, have you heard of he's passed away now, but David Wynn Miller? You ever heard of him?
I haven't.
So he did something called quantum language. Since we're talking about quantum,
Uh-huh.
yeah, and this shit works in the courtroom as well because it's your own language.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the way we speak. It's like adverb, verb.
Yeah.
It does something to the brain. And he was
Okay.
able to. It's mathematics, and it just leaves
Could you
shit
give
hanging.
me like an example?
I can. I'm not on a deep level, but you would understand this.
Okay. Okay. And you said his
But I'm
name is
talking about, I
David
seen
Wynn
mortgages
Miller?
get discharged with this shit.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah, David Wynn Miller. That's his
Okay,
name. And he was he said he was a federal postal judge.
Mhm.
He was a former king, because remember I told you about the king of Hawaii?
Mhm.
He was a self-proclaimed king of Hawaii, though. But
Wow.
not like the real one. He didn't have the blood. Because
Mhm.
in order to be royalty in Hawaii, you got to have the lineage.
Mhm.
They still keep track of the
Were they
bloodline.
respecting him though? Did they treat him
Yeah.
as a don
There
or
was,
something?
yes. He was
Wow.
getting respect because he's beating cases.
Yeah.
You know, and he's going to England beating cases, like places all over the world.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
yeah, I'm surprised you haven't ran into this yet.
No, I
Batman.
haven't.
Yeah.
No, David, I'm definitely
Wynn
gonna do
Miller.
some research,
We'll research it, but it's called. He has his own quantum language.
Wow.
Yeah. It's crazy as fuck.
Okay.
I didn't really understand it. So I mean, I understood it, but I didn't. And so,
Yeah.
and then it's like it's a form of numerology mixed in with
Yeah.
that shit because everything adds up.
Yeah. So is it kind of like how you're very familiar with breaking down like the etymology of like words and things like that? So it's like you're rearranging.
Yeah.
things.
And like sometimes I don't know. I like that I like doing that with my people that's on a different level.
Yeah.
But I can't break an etymology of a word in China.
Yeah.
So this is all a game. This is all a game.
Yeah.
And we just mastered the game over here in Western philosophy,
Right.
so to speak, in the
Right.
Western hemisphere.
Right.
That's how I'm looking at it. But admiralty law works all over the world.
Yeah.
Maritime law works all over the world.
Right.
Just like these 508c1as.
Yeah.
All over the world. We can create an offshore trust with a 508c1a.
Yes.
Yeah, ministries, faith-based, all over the world. So how long because you just started talking about that. I heard you talking about faith-based organizations, 508c1as. How long you been familiar with that?
That's literally the first thing I learned.
Oh, yeah?
That's literally the first thing that put me on. There was a man, his name is Elisha Royal, and I'll never forget him.
Shout out to Elijah.
Shout out to Elisha.
Yeah, he was on.
He literally told me about how he had this case against I just remember him. He had a case. And they put him in jail. He did not sign any papers.
Yeah.
They kept him in there for over 260 something days.
Yeah.
He's suing them for over 460 million.
Damn.
And he never signed anything. They let him out.
Damn.
They let him out of jail. Never went to court. Never did nothing.
I mean,
and then he told me, he said it's because he has his own jurisdiction. His jurisdiction is his ministry.
That's it.
So I asked him, well, how does that work? Man has his own license plates. He told me he creates his own identification cards, his tribal ID cards. He told me he has his own constitution, bylaws. I mean, this man had everything. And he literally like coached me through as far as like how powerful a 508c1a is. And, when I learned about that, that was the very first thing that I wanted to dive into. And then I started diving into more of trust law and like, what is a trust, right? What is an offshore trust? What does it mean to really protect your assets, right? And then, of course, we learn more about like the probate and how to avoid probate and how the government, you know what I'm saying?
It's the rabbit hole.
And it's the rabbit hole. But that was the very first thing that I actually learned about as far as the 508c1a.
That's amazing. I'm not trying to throw you off either,
No,
Billy,
you're
but
fine.
Do you know about the 501c1A? Because you did a great job talking about it on the phone yesterday.
Listen, everything, I won't lie, everything that I've learned about it, I have learned from Eternal Zion. I did, speak to Elijah a couple of times, but it's a process. And I think that when you get into it, I'm very familiar, but there's so many codes that I can't just identify. She can name them off rip, but I know I'm familiar with everything.
Is definitely a code.
Yeah.
And it's different than the 501c3.
Yeah.
So the 501c3 is a nonprofit and a public.
Yes.
And it will take away your freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm. Yes. No, I'm familiar. I've worked with them. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. I worked for a nonprofit. I was a banking director for Hip Hop for Change, things like
that's
that.
Lit.
That's why when you were going door to door in your past, I was like, canvassing, sales stuff, some of the hardest jobs ever. So I respect anybody who could deal with customer service like that. And you guys, with the work that you do, you have to deal with people on a daily basis.
Man, they're crazy
and it's
people
so
too.
Tedious. And the work that you guys are doing is so tedious. Just to go back on to Elijah, the resiliency you have to, even deal with that, know your rights and know that even the people that you're dealing with don't know your rights as well. And using that as a factor against you is crazy. I mean, it's insane that he gets to sue them now and get it now. But, that also is something that causes a lot of fear in people to not even want to operate in a private.
Right.
They
the
know
fact
that people
that he had
are
to
going to be
spend
targeted.
60 days in jail
exactly.
to prove his
Who would do
point.
that?
So listen, can I tell you something though?
She ended up signing shit.
If you're doing your shit correctly, they have to let you go in 72 hours.
Okay.
You said 3 days. So whatever you was doing it correctly.
Yes.
They have to let you go in 72 hours if your if you're doing everything correctly. Now, if you got your trust set up, you got your tribe set up, you got your church set up, and you don't give them your identification, they automatically have to treat you as a foreigner. Or a national, okay? But that being stated, you have to have an ambassador or a counselor they can call.
Okay.
To verify who you are.
See, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's all good. I got you.
The one thing
I rock with tribes though, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
a lot of tribes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say I learned about the 501c1A is mainly because I hate taxes. I feel like taxes are the dumbest.
Not right.
The dumbest thing ever when it comes to this country. And I was like, when I create my businesses and when I start to sell products or create certain programs and things like that, it's like, I don't want to give them a dime of my money.
Right.
And I found out that not only is it completely legal for you to donate money to your 508c1A, as a minister of your own, 508c1A ministry, but you can literally write it off as a tax deductible donation. And then Elisha told me that you can use your 508c1A and create a credit agency and loan the money back to yourself.
I mean, what's the Vatican do?
Right, exactly. And that is being actively practiced today.
Exactly. And with the loan, it's not considered income.
Yes.
So you don't have to, it's not considered reported income.
So how I move is, I rap for God, just like you. Record label, they work for the 508c1A.
Right.
And everything goes to the church.
Yes.
And I'm in debt with the record label. That's where I get my loans from. Just like them. Just like any other artist.
Right.
That's how I move. I'm always in debt.
Exactly.
We are always in debt.
Yeah, we're always in debt. But another thing I want to ask is, do you think that you understand that she's telling the truth because you're spiritual?
Initially, so let's get into it because we've known each other for quite some time. I've known Zion before she was Zion. Do you get what I'm saying? So initially, I was almost like a guide for her spiritually. She would come and ask me a bunch of things, and then she led her own way into Comedicism, and it went down this path with the Moors and all this stuff. But as far as I feel like I'm very intuitive, and in high school, there was a person named Young Pharaoh that I know. He's still around today. And you know what I'm saying? He's still around doing this thing today or whatever. But I had a bunch of friends that put me onto him, and it brought me into this whole spiral of, just a spiritual spiral that kind of pulled me out of where I was at, which is Pentecostal Christianity. It started making me question everything. Wow. Once I started questioning everything, that's when, my spirituality really became to
And y'all
began to open
y'all
up.
are a couple, correct?
Yes.
So before you met her, you was already speaking in tongues.
Yes, I was speaking in tongues since I was 8. You know what I'm saying? I was speaking in tongues forever. But I definitely felt like she was telling the truth. But also because even before I met her, I have rent because of the people that I know. You know, I told you about my community, my family. They're wealthy, higher up people, and they're very spiritual.
Can we talk about who your father is?
Yeah.
Can we
Oh my gosh.
Where you from?
Yes. Okay. So my family we're Jamaican, and my father is an ambassador in Jamaica, and you know he's always
father's
traveling.
an ambassador for Jamaica.
Yes.
Damn, Zion, you doing it big over here.
Yes. Yes. And then but she didn't know that. We were discovering that because my father, he's not all too present. I've known him for ever, but yes. And then I wasn't even referring to him. I was actually referring to X. His family. They're very tapped in. They're very, spiritual, and our family is, I feel like wealth is faded. That's how I feel.
Wow.
And
that's deep.
Yeah. And I feel like if it's meant for you, if it's designed for you, then it will be no matter what. You just have to follow your path type of thing. And that side of my family has. And because I see the spiritual differences between both sides of my family, ones that like resonate in poverty and ones that resonate in wealth, I was able to, tell that things are true. So when she discovered this,
Give me chills.
Yeah. When she discovered this information, it was like, isn't Elijah a part of like the Moorish like community? Once I discovered that information, I knew for a fact that it was true. So I just told her, I was like, listen, all these people that's trying to push you off, all these people that are trying to, they're going to get their lick back soon. I just kept encouraging her. I'm like,
but
keep
also,
learning.
That's why I think it's also crucial to understand or understand. Sorry. I think it's crucial to understand that this is why it's called the Matrix. There is a multitude of people who willingly, willfully, and unknowingly work for the Matrix. That is why they do not believe us. That is why they continue to go along with their lives. They continue to go along with their 9-to-5s, allowing these people to completely use them just through paperwork, just through contracts alone. They don't question, why was there ever anybody on this earth who decided to stand on a mountain of gold and say, this is mine? Why are there people that exist on this planet that will go into an area, put a flag down, and say, this is mine?
Right, and claim
you don't question this.
Yes.
You just say, oh, this is what war is for. This is why we have war in the military. This is why we kill each other. And it's so weird because y'all don't understand that the creator of this universe never said y'all own anything. Y'all have signed contracts that have willingly give up your rights, so that you can be owned.
This world is
and people
yours.
can own you and say what they own. That's the only reason why you believe that stuff. But if you didn't sign any contracts, you have the creator and you have your God-given rights to be here.
You want to know? It's interesting that you say that, because this kind of goes into how I feel like people think about themselves. As much as we go into the system and how much people put fear into people and the reasons why people are so complacent with this type of system, I feel like a lot of people, even this country, right? It's built on, like you said, the government and the church, like religion. You know what I'm saying? Separation of church and state, all this other type of stuff. You know what I'm talking about. But people in America, a lot of people are religious, but the limitations that they put on themselves make me feel like they really don't understand like their access to God and their access to freedom. And like they put limitations on God, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes
they
sense.
put their own limitations. So the fact that like somebody could come and tell you that you are not free is insane to me. If you believe that God is omniscient, omnipotent.
Just like governments to control means mind. They control your mind. Freedom is a state of mind. Freedom.
Yes.
But I'm gonna go back to what she said about, these contracts. Man, we talk about con means a swindle, and then tract means treaty.
Yeah.
So it's a fake treaty out the gate.
Right.
So even in the Holy Bible, it says that you don't make a covenant outside of God. And that's what you do when you sign the birth certificate.
Exactly.
The birth certificate shows you who your maker is.
Yes.
I just want to say though, y'all the wisest women that I've ever sat down and talked to.
Oh, thank you
No,
so
for real,
much.
I'm glad y'all
It
fuck
gets
with
wiser.
me.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's hard. Okay. So what's really hard for women is when you are placed in this situation, or you're placed in households that teach you that you are to be a mother. You are to be someone who only exists in your femininity.
Right.
Right? You are to be someone who caters to men. Right? And when you're taught this ideology, it's really harder for women to break into becoming more independent. That's why in 1974, when we had the opportunity, what is it? The Opportunity Act. What is it?
We're talking about the suffrage.
Yeah.
movement?
So in 1974, there was the Equal Opportunity Act.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
So it not only allowed women to have bank accounts,
Right.
but allowed them to build their own credit. This is why divorce rates went high, because what was happening was that women were forced to be in relationships with men
Right.
in order for them to have a financial security.
Facts.
So
Yeah.
whenever we have women in these abusive situations with these men, right? Because at the end of the day, a man is very transactional.
Right.
Men are transactional. If you cannot provide something for them, if it's not beneficial for them, there's no reason for them to have you there. So if you are a woman and you're providing something for the man, then of course, right? But if you're not, it can lead to a very abusive type of dynamic. So what was happening was women finally had the opportunity to be free from men and not have to rely on them financially. And that's why we have Rihanna today, who's a freaking billionaire. We have women today who own their own businesses, who are creating like restaurants that are health conscious. Like we have women today who are making changes and strides within our business industry because they were allowed to, because now we're allowed to educate ourselves. We're allowed to read these books and get into these, things. But people like us, we be in the house. That's why you don't see us. That's why you don't talk to us.
Well, I just know before I became Don Kilam, I'm not saying that's right or it's wrong. I only fucked with a girl who had good credit because I needed somewhere to stay.
Oh my God.
I wasn't gonna stay in no bullshit. Let me show you how to get your credit score together, girl.
Right.
That's what I was using this shit for, though. But that shit don't get you nowhere, man.
Yeah.
But I believe it takes a man to raise a man, but a woman to raise a nation. Information starts at the time of conception. So I love a woman that gets money.
Yeah.
I love a wise woman as well. Because money's just not good enough. Because I tried that too.
Yes.
Hoes get money.
Yeah. No, this is absolutely true. That's a mindset.
That's very true.
Yeah. So it's just like, what else can you offer? What else can you bring to the table?
Right.
But I believe this, you either pimping or tricking. You either alpha or beta.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked about y'all. Y'all both of y'all have very alpha energy.
Thank
so
you.
I was like, how's that work out for y'all?
Yeah.
Oh,
Because I know it's
so
all
we remember.
bad.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, if y'all clashing, I know it's all bad.
No. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. No, well, I was saying that we switch. We switch when needed. We recognize where each other's strengths and weaknesses are.
That's lit.
We try to help each other out on those routes. That's why we try to always stay like open. You know what I'm saying? We never act like we know everything, if that makes sense. And we realize we've been together for 6 years now.
And that's amazing.
Right? It's a long
Congratulations.
time. So with that being said, we're growing up together, right? We got together when we were children, if that makes sense.
That's lit.
If anything, we're constantly changing. So she's going to come on some information that I don't know. I'm going to come on some information that she doesn't know. And a lot of this information is life-changing. And it ends up changing our lives a lot. So we got to be ready to adapt and encourage and like all the time, be aware. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Would you say you would check more men clients or female clients?
Interesting enough, it's 50-50.
Wow, that's lit.
Really?
But with me, it's usually older women.
It's older women. Yeah.
Older
women
they're young,
are
like 18 to 21.
Yeah, I get young women as well. So it's very interesting.